211s, how many championships he'll have by 6,000. That's I would say that's the stat that'll never be broken. That 7 championships. I don't think anybody does that in the NFL again. Certainly not for a quarterback. Like no quarterback ever does that.
He won 30% of the
retired?
years.
Is Brady retired?
He just did.
Yeah. So this is for Wendigo, and I was poking around your channel recently, and you've been leaning. You always do, but like scary stuff. I think that's my favorite of your content. Is like the unnerving, spooky things, and
the weirdness.
What would your recommendation like? What's a good rabbit hole for me if I want to get like fucking like scared? And and if it doesn't matter to me at all, if I end up at the end and I'm like, I don't buy this, or I end up at the end and I'm like, oh my God, this seems real, take that out of it. Like just scare me.
Is there anything specific you're afraid of? Like, is there one kind of fear, one lingering thing that bothers you per se?
I'm more afraid of like serial killer style people than I am of like ghosts and that kind of stuff. So like someone who like tortures people is scary and like unexpectedly like is in your house one day and he kidnaps you and tortures you in your basement. That's a lot scarier to me than like, I think I saw an apparition.
Like, I will say some, because I've read, whenever I did the serial killer series, I read through a lot of transcripts of like evidence that like, initial police crime scene reports of how murders were and like interviews they did with the killer. And some of the worst ones I remember was William Bonin. I forget his real name, but the Golden State Killer. And the guy who was called like the Vampire of Colombia, his name, it was a Spanish name, I forget what it was. Those were the 3 that when I went through the series, I was a different person after reading through like everything that they did.
Okay, I'm not familiar with this guy William Bonin.
So William Bonin. Let me make sure I'm saying that name right.
Or William Bonin, perhaps.
Yeah, is it the guy who looks like me? He has long hair when you look at the picture, because everyone made that joke.
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Everyone made that joke. William Bonin was a child murderer who, what he would do is he had a couple accomplices who, if I remember correctly, were guys who were like either, I can't remember if they were mentally ill or if they were younger and just kind of like, he kind of suckered them into what he was doing. It started out as like, hey, we're going to rob some people. And then eventually it got to child murder. But he had this van he would drive around in, and he would get kids. He'd find like these boys who were like 14, 15. It's like, hey, you want to go to a party? We're going to have like beer and stuff. And he'd get the kids to hop in the van. Yeah, there it is. That's the picture everyone says looks like me. He'd get the kids to hop in the van, and it was in California. He would just take them down some back road, and like the details of what he did to these children are all manner of depraved for hours on end. And then like the part that I remember, because I read about a lot of stuff like that where it's like, he did XYZ to the boys, and then he would strangle them, I think was the way he'd kill them. But he would take stuff from them and then use it later as a joke. Like one of the accomplices said that there's one boy he killed who had like $40 on him. So he kept the $40, and the next time they picked up a kid, they're like, hey, you want McDonald's? So they go and get McDonald's, and he's using the $40 and poking his accomplice like, hey, remember where this came from? Isn't that funny? And like just like
Jesus. So just sadistic.
Not just depravity, but like relishing in it, like how much he enjoyed it. Like, and when he was caught, like no regret, just like, well, there it is, I think it might have been him. It might have been someone else, but I'm pretty sure it was him, that while he was in jail, he wrote letters to the mothers of the kids he killed talking about how much he enjoyed killing them.
I know that Albert Fish did that.
Albert Fish did
in the late 1800s. Like, and the Albert Fish letters are so fucking depraved. We've talked about it on this show years and years ago. Like, he like kidnapped, murdered, and then like ate children. Yeah. And then he would write letters to the parents of those children bragging about how he maneuvered their kid, what he did to them before, how he cooked them, how delicious they were, thanking them for it. Like the most over, like if Albert Fish was a character in a movie today, you'd go, I can't get into this. It's unrealistic.
He's way too over the top.
It's unrealistic.
Yeah.
You know, at least tamp it down to a Joffrey or a Ramsay. This guy's over the top. I can't buy into this. Like, but they're really, it's a good reminder. Like evil, like there are evil people. Like there are people who not only are indifferent, but they get off on harming others.
That guy, Albert Fish, he was so messed up that when he was in court, he asked to be executed by guillotine because he said if he was able to hear the blood rush from his neck for a split second when it happened, that would be the best pleasure he could ever experience. Like just an animal, just like a monster. Yeah.
He was like independent, like he was sadistic and masochistic. So like he would torture the shit out of children, and then he would like put his penis and testicles like on top of his kitchen table and nail it to the table.
Yep.
Like that. Like, and so he was a lunatic
in places. Yeah, he was. That guy needed to be put down.
That's a fun like little story right before bed. Highly recommend it. Albert Fish. Look into him. Read the Albert Fish letter. It's reprehensible.
But yeah, so like
those are good suggestions. I got them pulled up now. Look at
those serial killers are good. I would also suggest some like cult leaders are often kind of treated as like a hee hee ha ha, like a goofy, like isn't this guy quirky? Like even if there were murders, it's like wow, these people were so dumb or whatever. But when you read about like some of the ways that cult leaders indoctrinated people around them, it is depressing. Like Ervil LeBaron. He was one of the guys. He's a lot of people misunderstand LeBaron as being like a founder of Mormonism. He was famous because in the early days of Mormonism, he got kicked out and started like a whole cult separate to Mormonism.
Okay.
He was like a big practicer of polygamy and stuff like that. And what he would do is he had a theory that he pulled out of the Old Testament, and he called it blood redemption. I think it's blood redemption, blood sacrilege, something like that. And it was the idea that some people were so sinful in their lives, the only way that they could go to heaven is if they're murdered by righteous people and like a prayer said over them or whatever. So what Ervil would do is if there was like, say he had like, 20 wives or whatever, and say one of the daughters of one of those wives disagreed with him or tried to leave, he would go to the mother of that girl and be like, hey, do you want your daughter to go to heaven? You're going to have to kill her. And like he would talk these poor delusional people into murdering family members because he said it's the only way they could get into the gates. And like reading the testimonies of people who were in that group, oh my word, some of the most terrifying stuff ever. That guy was absolutely evil. But yeah, there's a lot of cult leaders like that who are very messed up.
Who are some other interesting, some other cult leaders? I'm woefully misinformed or uninformed, I guess, on so much of the cult shit. I don't know enough about that. Heaven's Gate is about like the extent of what I've looked into, but that's like the Beatles of cults. Like, and so like you can't really say like, oh yeah, I'm into cults, and it's like, name 3 cults. Heaven's Gate.
Name their album. Name 3 of their albums.
Yeah,
Go
name
ahead.
3 of their albums, idiot. Oh man, I've been called out. So I need to find a better one. But like you're 1,000,000% right about the whole cult thing of people being smarmy and smug. Like these idiots, they didn't know. It's like
these
people who are in like influence circles, cults, like they can't see outside it. By design, all of their interactions and the social cost of disagreement are incorporated into that. If they had a robust system and network of people who weren't involved in that cult, then it would be easier. Like that's why the first step of any cult or like indoctrination is separating you from your family, separating you from your friends, making you believe that nothing can be trusted except for what is said here. And when you're surrounded by a bunch of people who have done the same thing, they've done. Tony, he distanced from his family and his friends, and he hasn't had an issue with it. What's wrong with you? Are you not bought in? Do you not believe what we believe? Like those kind of social
You're not going to let it
manipulations.
down, are you? You're one of us. You're not going to go against it. Yeah, that happens all the time.
You pretty much your only friends and family are us now, and you're disappointing us. Like, what's going to happen?
There's this weird misconception, and a lot of it's just because they don't know any better. But there's this misconception a lot of people have that like happy people who were doing well in life join cults, but it's almost never that. It's like I don't know if I've talked about them before. I know it was on a podcast. I don't think it was on PKA. I talked about the Anthill Kids. Did I do this diatribe?
I don't recall the Anthill Kids. No.
Okay.
Tell us about it.
The Anthill Kids were a cult in the 70s. It was either the 60s or 70s. They were led by a guy named Roche Thoreau. Roche, I think it's either Roch or Roche. It's a French name. Roche was a pastor in, I forget what denomination of church. It was some branch of Christianity for
Seventh-day Adventist.
Yes, thank you. Seventh-day Adventist. Before he broke off and then up in French Canada began this farm. And what he would do is he would go to these people in bars. He would pray apparently for women like near like hospitals, like women who had miscarriages. Like he was seeking out people who were in the worst point of their life. And he'd effectively start with the evangelist thing of like, hey, Jesus loves you. Do you want a home? Do you want a community? And he started inviting people to this farm he was effectively building up in the mountains. And he did this for years. So for years, it was just a group of people who had nowhere to go. They were completely lost. And then someone offers them food, shelter, and friendship. And it was years of that before it became what it eventually turned into. And that's how people get indoctrinated to the point that they join and become a part of a cult. It's not just like, and I want to be abused by, some charismatic figure. But like Roche was... It was a very slow decline. The first step of it, I believe, is he started having them do labor. Like, okay, you go work and I'll stay here and run things. And people were like, yeah, that makes sense. And it's like, hey, do you care to help build like the houses around here? And they're like, yeah, that makes sense. And then it started to be like, I think I need to have children with the women here. And the single women were like, absolutely. Yeah, I'm down for it. But then the husbands were like, hey, I could give my wife to this guy. So then he has all these children that are his. And then after, I think the cult, there was a period of time he went to jail and like every day, all of them would come to the jail and talk to him. He went to jail for like several months. I think the cult lasted for about 15 years. And by the end of it, there were so many violence scenarios that happened. But one of the more intense ones was a woman tried to run away after I think he had forced himself on her. I can't remember the scenario. But she tried to run away, and it was in the middle of Canada in the winter, so it was freezing. And these men brought her back, and he, in front of everyone, he dragged her onto, like, he had like a church set up. He dragged her to the altar, pulled a hatchet, and cut her arm off at the front of the room in front of everyone, and no one did anything. They were just like, yeah, she went against us. What else are we going to do? And, she's crying and screaming. And then he just puts down the axe and holds her and starts patting her like, shh, it's okay. And everyone was just like, yeah, this is fine.
This is what happens when you mess with the cult leader.
The thing that eventually did them in was a woman died during... It was something like she got sick or she got cut, and I forget the details, but Roche did something like he ordered someone to put a bag over her mouth or something like that. He ordered them to do something that got her killed. And then there was a period of time where they tried to hide her body, and then her family came looking for her, and eventually everything got found out. Oh, it was the woman who got her arm cut off. She escaped while the police were investigating, and she went to the police, told them what happened, and all of them got arrested. But yeah, these people were conditioned over the period of over a decade to be like, yeah, if he wants to cut her arm off, like, that's his right. That's what we get. And that's scary to read about, like situations like that where people are absolutely at the will of some madman.
And you have to remember like something else with it is like the longer someone is in a cult or in like one of those circles, the more like sunk cost is involved. And so like someone who's in a cult for 2 days is a lot more likely to be talked out of it. If you've been in there for years, like that is your life. Leaving that is not only changing your whole life and uprooting yourself, it's also an admission that you were fooled. And I don't remember who said it, but it's a lot easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled. And so like you spend 5 years in a cult, like that's your fucking life. Like you're not going to let anything separate you from that because those are your friends. That's your family. So
what are we defining as cults? Like what how do you know it's a cult? Like someone tells you, hey, Taylor, look, I found myself. There's this group of people. They got a new way of doing things, and I like it. And for the first time in my life, I feel at peace. You know what? I'm leaving my job behind. I'm putting all my money into this. We all did. And look, hey, I am definitely not the richest guy there, buddy. I'm going to tell you that right now. We're pulling a lot of money together so we can all just live in fucking harmony. And that's all there is to it. I mean, there's a guy in charge, yeah, and he takes a cut. But Father Michael keeps us together. He keeps us guided on the path of that God wanted us to be on, the one he originally wanted us to be on. You know what I mean? No owls. And it's a good place. Like, what do you say to this guy?
I mean, it's hard because like so much of like the cult part is the insistence on removal of yourself socially from your existing connections. So if you were inviting me and you were like, yeah, bring your family, bring your friends, like we meet up every week and we're going to hang out and we do this, I'd be like, okay, this isn't a cult. They're not trying to separate me from my life. If you were like, hey, you know, in addition to this, Taylor, I think you should come stay on this compound with me for a while. No, just you. I don't think your parents and your friends, I don't think they're bought in yet, honestly. Do you think they are? No, I don't think they're like you and I agree. But yeah, come on. Then I'd be like, okay, like this guy's trying to fucking put layers between me and the people I'm familiar with. This is a cult.
I've never seen anything like that, honestly. I'm glad that I was never cool enough, I guess, to be invited to a cult.
I haven't been invited either.
Not even the Klan. Like I remember my dad told me
how many Klansmen are there? Like 13 FBI agents? Like, who the fuck is in the Klan in 2023?
Unironically.
My dad said that when they were all like, I don't know, 19 or 20, that the Klan would come around. He's like, they came around. Like they were in the back of a pickup truck with a loudspeaker.
Like a traveling show? Like
no, like
Barnum and Bailey's. Come one, come all. Well, but not really.
Yeah. They go around and let everybody know, hey, tonight we're going to be out over here. We're having a big meeting. And look, you don't have to join or anything. We just want you to hear us out. And like everybody went. He was like, we heard him out. Wasn't really for us. The hoods and such.
That'd be hilarious. Like a sketch where like instead of a Mormon coming to your house, like it's a KKK guy, and you're like trying to be polite. You're like, I know, man. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm in the middle of something right now. I'm so sorry. Like, can you not come back later ever?
Yeah,
isn't he? Is John Daly the guy who was tremendous, and he's the guy who would like drink like 10 beers over the course of 9
has
holes?
Records all over the country for driving distance on like various courses, and he's the kind of guy that would pound a case like through 18 holes.
Jesus,
that's it's more than a couple beers a hole almost. So
just really killing it.
Oh yeah, he's just naturally talented. Just one of the best in the world. Always has been.
But is he happy, or is he like, this is actually low key kind of a curse? I'm addicted.
He's like
to
a rock star kind of mentality. He lives in this pimped out motorhome. It's like $1 million motorhome or something like that. He's got it parked outside of his fucking mansion. Makes no goddamn sense. He's living out there in it.
He lives in a trailer outside of his mansion. This guy's great.
He dresses like a goddamn. He dresses like you got the collector's edition of some kind of video game, and then you went to town on your character.
Yeah,
like he's dressed like Ronald McDonald on his away uniform.
I've seen like pictures of him like golfing in like jean short. Like he's dressed like a 4th grader, and like just
pounding cigarettes on the course. Drinking. It's just his Stern interview is very good. It's been years since I've heard it, but it's very good.
Are you allowed to just drink throughout competitions in golf if you feel like it? I guess he was doing it.
I would imagine the rules have probably changed. I don't think he was drinking during like PGA Tour stuff. I don't think. I think most of his prolific drinking and playing happened on like private games and stuff.
What a great question, though. I feel like alcohol shouldn't be banned in sports. It's not a performance enhancing drug.
Yeah,
if you want to show up drunk to an MMA fight, like, good luck.
Mr. Daly killed a fan today with a drive while blowing a .20. Well, PGA is given no response as of yet as to why he was served an 8th vodka and soda on hole 3. Like I feel like it's a liability issue if you've got John Daly slinging him out there 300 yards with 3 sheets
with
to
enough
win.
force to kill a man.
Yeah,
could be right.
I'd like to go to one of those Top Golf places. I actually I haven't driven in a long time, like hit golf balls, but I always liked it. It was really fun. What it needs though, and maybe Top Flight has this, I want to hit shit. I want a guy out there in armor antagonizing me. Why don't they have that?
You can hit the ball at the guy in the cart who's driving around picking up the balls.
That's horseshit. That's like incidental fun. They should zero in on that and be like, ho. Turns out everybody's favorite part is when the ball guy comes out. So why isn't he always out there? Matter of fact, why don't we just put a kid like in some armor and have him curse at the players or the customers? I'd love that. I love that shit.
Like, I don't know. I'm not good at golf. I've played some. Driving ranges are a blast. They are so much fun. Like, there's no better way to play golf than just like hanging out with buddies at a driving range, trying to like hit towards, because there's like pins out there, obviously, and some of them I haven't played at Top Golf, but I have friends who played there, and they say like it's almost digitized at some of them. So like there's a pin out there, and if you hit your ball like within that pin, like you can score points, and so you can be like competing against people.
That's interesting.
As you're going, and it doesn't get frustrating at a driving range because like you don't have to go get the ball. If you really fuck up a shot, it's like whatever. Whereas if you're really golfing, it gets aggravating so quickly to have this idea of what you want to do with the ball and just not be able to do it. Like golf is hard as shit. Like,
yeah, I'm glad I never got into it at all. We just goofed around redneck style at the farm because we had a handful of clubs and I stole a bucket of balls from the driving range. It's like $5 a bucket. I'm like, thanks. This is way cheaper than the store.
$5 a bucket. You just walk away.
Went home. Just dumps the bucket in the fucking truck.
That's hysterical. I'm gonna need 2. And then you just leave, steal their buckets, get fucked. I'll never be back. You'll never see me again.
They never did.
Just got a bucket of these cheap dog shit balls with like those like black hash marks on the side to denote that they're the shitty range balls.
Yeah, the fucking golf course in like Royston, Georgia. Fucking yoinked them bitches. Mine for sure. On. Yeah, we would hit them and then I also would use them in my cannon, like grape shot. So we'd put like the big cannonball in there and then pour like a whole bag of balls on top of that, and it was just like this rain of golf balls with a bowling ball backing it up. That's what I shot at my dad that time accidentally. So he thought it was like World War I. He was getting shelled by the fucking Jerrys.
A bunch of Titleists.
He yelled. He's so far away I didn't know he was there. He was hundreds of yards away. But I heard him once, like, the boom. I was showing some chick my cannon and set the thing off and boom. And I heard him, hold your fire. And I was like, oh shit. Apparently I narrowly missed him. He said the cannonball itself missed him by like 20 feet.
Oh my God.
That
would have ruined your whole day. Just fire a cannon into the woods and you're like, that's weird. I don't remember a wet thing out there that it would thud against.
Yeah. Him and
I'm sure there's a lot of
Jeremy.
viscera in the trees.
Him and Josh. Yeah. Him and another guy were out there. Nearly got him. He yelled the other guy. He told the other guy to run because you can hear it coming. It spins in the air, and the holes in the ball.
Oh, it's like whistling.
Woo, woo. Yeah, the faster it's going, the quicker the woo woo woo. So when it's going slow, like if you want straight up in the air on its return journey, it's going woo woo woo. But if you blast one at somebody, it's got this Doppler effect going on too. So the sound kind of piles up on it. So it's going woo 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 woo, and you're like, oh my God, it's coming. But it was like knocking tree limbs down, and the golf balls come raining down as well. So yeah, that was one of those unfortunate incidents. Yeah, I was more careful in the future.
Thank God. Well, before
Woody gets
back. We're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors.
And I've had a couple of bad outings recently with my cooking. It's like, well, that was ruined.
What hasn't gone well?
I cooked some steaks the other day, and I wasn't there when they got vacuum sealed. And somebody used my old vacuum sealer not my new fancy expensive one. And so if you don't vacuum seal the steaks just right when you sous vide them, they sort of like simmer in like watery juices and they get gross. So that happened.
Or a boiled egg with a crack shell.
Yeah. And I usually get filet mignon. So it's like, damn it, I just messed up like $40 worth of steaks. That's lame. And then like now I got to get
dogs were happy.
Yes, they were so happy. Dude, all right. That's why I had to get up earlier. I don't know, like I was gone for a long time there. Like I went to take the dogs out and they fucking like the old one like got lost in the fucking yard. She's like it's like around the front of the house just barking into the night, scared and lost. She's like 17 and like losing her little mind. And it's raining so much that they don't want to go out because the whole yard is a goddamn lake. Like there's standing water out in the entire yard. Like it's been raining here for months every day. Every day
in a valley.
No, I'm in Atlanta. Every day it rains.
Atlantis.
Every day. It never dries up. Like my yard hasn't been anything other than like muddy in months. Like there hasn't been, like if you went outside and like kicked the ground, like dust wouldn't come up. And it's been that way. It would be mud. You'd make a muddy footprint. It's been that way for months.
That sucks.
So fucking gross.
Just wet and dirty. And all the dogs are coming in with shit all over their paws every time.
Every one of them I have to get like, I go through so many paper towels because I'm like getting his paws and like squeezing them individually with the paper towels and like shammying his whole furry body down to like get the rainwater off of him. So every time one comes in, it's like I'm detailing a car and fast forward, like getting him ready to go, like getting his little jowl because he's got this crazy mustache. Dude, I got to take another picture of him. I figured out who he looks like because I gave
Rocky or Toby.
Toby, the Bernie Doodle, the new puppy. He looks like Ron fucking Perlman, dude. He looks just like Ron Perlman because like he couldn't see very well. His fur was like just he's so fuzzy that his eyes were getting encroached upon. So I got him in a fucking headlock the other day and I got the trimmers out and I like cut him out some eye holes. And like I got all the fuzzy stuff like on the bridge of his nose so he can like see
He can actually know what's going on.
He's got peripheral now. And now he looks right at you like a person, like he won't just glance at you. Like you'll be like watching TV on your phone and you're like locked eyes with him across the room. He's like looking you in the face and he's got eyelashes and he's got like, what do you call the white part of your eyes?
Your
iris.
They're very prominent. They're very prominent with this dog. So like when he looks around, I can tell what he's looking at. I sent you guys that video of him watching The Wolf the other day. Like he's sitting there watching TV for an hour at a fucking time, looking at wolves and like dingoes and coyotes and shit. And he's not like getting all crazy. He's just like, yeah, motherfucker. All right. Yeah, you run that shit, huh? I could be like that. All right. I see how you do it. And he's just like watching and learning. But then I started watching The Wire and I looked over and he's watching them like stomp the shit out of that black guy. And I'm like, no. Those are our friends. God, I got a
those are
window.
Friends.
You're gonna walk in the room one day and he's gonna have a Back the Blue bandana on.
Can't have that.
Blue line, Kyle.
No,
shut up, Rocky.
Fucking narc, get out of here. No, he's getting tremendously big. I gotta find a groomer for him, and I gotta get him fixed. He's got balls.
How old is he?
I think 6 months now, almost exactly 6 months.
Is that when you get him?
That's about the time. Well, it depends on the breed. Because the ruling is like for like miniature dogs, so small dogs, 6 months. But for bigger dogs, you may want to let them grow a little bit, like 8-9 months before.
When I was looking at
before a year is like the.
When I was looking at purchasing a Borzoi, I spoke to a Borzoi breeder. If you don't know what they are, they're the really long-nosed dogs. Borzoi, if you care, or the subreddit Long Boys. Boys is spelled Boyes. I wanted one of those because they're like super cool internet dogs. They're expensive. Like they start out in the $3,000 range.
Oh,
and I had found one that was like affordable, I think, ish because of something or another. I don't know. He was like 8 weeks old instead of 6 or 10 weeks old instead of 8 or something. and it was more like 2,200, 2,400 or something like that. And I was like, all right, yeah, I want the long boy. And the lady who was selling it, like, anti-sold the dog. She was like, have you ever had a Borzoi before? Are you aware of the complications that Borzois can incur? Do you know that you cannot have them fixed before like 18 months because their bone density needs to be like this? And it felt like she was like attacking my ignorance rather than trying to fill in a potential customer. And I was just like so turned off that I went and bought Topi.
We
like,
bought
keep your fucking dog.
We had a similar experience. Like they quizzed us, have you had Great Danes before? Yes, this will be our third one. Do you know about this? Yeah, we know. We needed a letter of recommendation from our veterinarian to buy the dog. I'd never heard of that before.
And they came in, like, looked at your place too to make sure he was going to have a decent place to stay.
Maybe
I thought maybe
that's a little extreme.
Might be. I don't know if we.
I know
they
that,
asked
like,
us about our place. I know they asked if we had, like, does anyone work from home or is anyone home all day? They asked us about that, but I think the dog was in Georgia, so they didn't come here.
So I looked at I looked at a lot of different sources for puppies and rescues, and like for months I kind of like tooled back and forth over the many options, and I would say the majority of places that you would get what I would call like a good dog, like, you read all the stuff that they do before you get the puppy, and it's like a paragraph and a half, and then some like lineage horse shit. They like DNA test the dog to see if it's more likely to have X, Y, and Z problems. Like, there's a lot of value in that. And oh shit, I lost my train of thought.
Something about a good dog. They quiz you.
They wanted to come to my house and like tour the house and the backyard and like see where the dog's staying, and they're like, we don't like they absolutely won't give you a dog if you don't have like X amount of fenced in backyard. They won't if like, and it's like,
what the heck?
It's like, y'all can be picky and choosy like that, like
right?
Like, I want the dogs to be happy. I hope every dog has a happy, great life on a farm with my dad, but most of you aren't. Okay, you're not gonna get to chase rats as my dad kills them with his combine. That's the dog life. That's the fucking dog's life. Until one day you run too fast and you go into the combine yourself, and then it's over like that. You don't have to die that slow, pitiful death where you gotta. Here's what they say on Reddit now: little Timothy crossed the rainbow bridge today. I wish they'd just be honest. I gassed my dog who was in pain today. This is the last iPhone picture I took before I let the strangers kill him. Like. Oh, your fucking euphemisms and colorful fucking language. Cross the rainbow bridge. Kiss my ass, the rainbow bridge. This ain't Thor.
No, I eat.
You think Idris Elba's in there?
I use every part.
Sleep? No.
Wing said that it was part of a man's duty to put his dog down himself with a firearm. Do you think that was...
Wow, what a pussy. I use my own 2 hands.
Did he say that?
Was that in the same? That was in the same conversation about the cat, though, wasn't it?
I don't remember him saying that, and I'm quite the historian. But if he did say that, I wouldn't say that he's entirely wrong. That's how, like, I've put dogs down that way, and their pain is ended instantly, and you feel good about what's happened, because usually if you're doing that to a dog, its guts are hanging out because it just got crushed by a vehicle, and every moment of its life is awful, and you're just crying while you kill the dog.
Going to die. Like,
I do have a horrific dog put down story.
No thanks.
No, that sounds good for a laugh. Come on.
Okay. So my dad, back when he was younger, he used to be sort of a foreman up on a coal job up at a strip mine up in Kentucky. And he had this Doberman that he had bought. He said it was like he put thousands of dollars into, getting it from a breeder, training it professionally, and it was the dumbest dog he ever had. This thing would just like get away from him. It always like just ran out into the woods. He'd have to go find it. Well, one day he brings it up to the top of a strip job where they're up on top of a cliffside. And I think what happened is the cliff started to give way. So everyone started panicking, like, all right, move the trucks off, move the dozers off the side. So Dad's trying to coordinate this. And what had happened whenever he got there is he put the dog in the truck, and the dog managed to he had the windows down. Dog jumps out the window and it just disappeared. He didn't see it. Well, while all these bulldozers are moving, he hears, "Arr!" And what had happened is this dog just laid down in dozer tracks, and as the dozer was coming for it, just didn't move. So Dad, he's like, oh no. So he takes the dog, puts it in his truck, and he was staying in I'm sorry, Kyle. He was staying on site there at the bottom of the hill. So he drives down the bottom of the hill, he gets the dog out, and he lays it on his porch, and he thought the dog was dead. Like, it's quiet laying there. He's like, oh man, this is so sad. But I've got guys up there with equipment. It's a dangerous situation. I got to go back. So he goes back up the hill, handles that for about half an hour. He drives back down afterwards. And what had happened is the dog was not dead. Instead, the dog had used its back end was flat. It used its front paws to drag itself into the road and got hit by a car. And it was still alive. It was still alive. So Dad's like, oh my word, it's broken on both ends. He drags it around to the back of the house and he gets a gun to put it down. And he looks down at it, and the dog looks up at him with these sad eyes, and Dad starts to cry, and he's like, I can't look. So he turns away and fires and puts a round straight into its heart. And it starts screaming and shouting. So Dad screams back at it like, ah, and unloads the mag into the dog. And every time he tells that story, he's like, yeah, I didn't have a dog for a while after that. I needed time.
You were right. That was awful.
He got hit by a dozer. Then he gets run over by a truck. And then he gets shot
several times.
Oh. Wow. He didn't deserve that.
No, he didn't. He did not.
But he's in heaven. He's what did you say, dancing on the rainbow
crossed the rainbow.
But in real life, he's dead.
No, yeah. No, I remember
like
what
we'll all be.
Like we'll all
blackness.
In the blackness.
The nothingness.
Man, if hell is real, fuck. Like
dude, you wish.
Dang, that's crazy.
It would almost be better if hell were real, because maybe eventually God and the devil truce it out, and we'll all live in some other place. We'll move the suburbs of hell, but the alternative, like Marietta. And Atlanta people get there. Oh my god! So that's a stink cannon. I think I'm guessing.
Wow.
I choose to believe they're shooting something so putrid on these people that they have had enough. They don't want their freedoms anymore.
Imagine getting covered in your face with stink juice, whatever it is.
Have you ever been pepper sprayed?
Yeah, I did it to myself. My third YouTube video ever to try to get views. It didn't work.
I same story.
Might work better now. Try again.
It really fucking sucks. It really fucking sucks. Which is why I like seeing when they use that too. That would completely demotivate me in 99.9% of situations. Like if we're mad about some horse shit, you pepper spray me and I'm completely out. I'd have to.
What
be fighting for
non-lethal
my
weapon
life.
would you want to have if a dude was getting aggressive with you?
Pepper spray. Me.
I want pepper
not
spray.
taser.
If I definitely not taser. If I could get the bear spray, the one that looks almost like a small fire extinguisher, and you sort of squeeze like this, and has the big, like gaseous almost cloud of effect, that would be the ideal weapon if you're going hand to hand with anybody. Unless you're some ninja. You got to be some. You would be training with that fucking sword if you think you're going to be better with that than I am with my bear spray, because you're going to completely change your mind when you get shot with bear spray. But with a taser, the closer they are, the closer the two barbs are going to be when they impact you, your target. So there's an ideal different, and the further the barbs are, that's the distance that's going to be affected by the arc of influence that's being pumped into your body. So if I get one in the top of your shoulder and one in your ass cheek, you are going to get dropped like a sack of taters, because everything between your top of your shoulder and your ass cheek, including your whole glute system, is about to start locking up at a I don't know what
but if they both hit the same nipple, I might be able to shake it off.
You will. If I shoot you point blank and they go into you 6 or 8 inches apart, then it's just like a real bad stun. And especially if you're a larger person and you're strong and you're not maybe you've been punched in the mouth before. There's different, some people are tough. Some people are used to getting hurt. They're like, oh, you think this is the third time I've been assaulted today. Come on, motherfucker. And then some people are like, oh my God, I've never been touched before. Well, I'm shocked. So if you get I've seen lots of people just pull those things out or just sort of brace themselves and eat it and then come on, give me some more. But if they're spread apart, you're dropped like a sack of potatoes. But
How
again,
long can a taser tase?
5 seconds at a time. I don't know. It automatically does 5 when you pull the trigger, and then you can give them another 5. But there's a brief pause between the two. If you just kept rapid firing the trigger, it probably just rides you. It probably keeps you on a continuous ride. But when I shot Jeremy, I gave him 5, and I was so hyped up. You know, the adrenaline goes, and time is just moving for you. So I was like, damn, that was not cool. That 5 seconds felt like 1 second to me and we're recording. So I gave him 5 more. And and he's a tough guy, but he was crying when he got up. It hurts a lot, I'm told. But still, if someone's trying to get you, you're probably just going to piss them off and they'll take it away from you. And then they end up like torturing you with it or something. I'd rather have pepper spray.
Dude, I got pepper gelled directly into my eyes by my dad. And I tried to read Dr. Seuss because I thought I could like do it and then read a little bit, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
If I had to play tag for $1 million, I couldn't after getting pepper sprayed. Like it was completely.
That's kind of what I did. So my video was I get pepper sprayed and then I try to shoot targets. It's like spray me and then I turn around with a gun and try to shoot the targets. And I immediately was like, nah, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
So bad, dude. It was like 45 minutes of fucking absolute hell. You ever had it, Woody?
No.
It's so bad, dude. Oh my god.
Shit, I haven't been really any of this stuff. I've been what's not tasered? What's like weaker than a taser? Stunned. I've been stunned. Those it's funny, like it gets you and you're like, you big reaction. But if you decide not to react, you can. It's almost voluntary.
Yeah, it's just pain. And it's if you're cutting me, I'm not just afraid of the pain, I'm afraid of the damage. That's why I'm so afraid of being cut. But when you're getting stunned, you can kind of be like, I fucking hurt. Stop fucking doing that to me. I can eat about 3 more seconds of this and I'm gonna God, get it off me. You can kind of pull one of those, especially if it's not like a cattle prod. I've never been hit by a cattle prod. I've only been hit by like army surplus, like stun guns that you might see in a glass counter at a shop or something.
All right, so I'm here at FPS Rush's house, and somehow we got the great idea to bring out the taser.
200,000 volts.
I'm starting to regret this decision a little bit.
Most people do regret it.
So let me see, how does this work?
So you press the button there and you stick those. This is very painful. So you might not think that 200,000 volts would be very painful. You see, grown American man react this way, but Russian, you just take the pain.
I'm gonna try it again.
Now he has to be big man.
I was gonna wait. Get him!
It seems to hurt. Seems to hurt a lot more than someone else's.
I'm not even in the video! That's good.
Like on the side of her face.
Oh no.
Try the lazy Susan ice pack to take down that swelling. Bitch.
What are you gonna do? Go to the police? You can't even vote. Johnny, get me my thumb with staff.
Yes, Papa.
We're about to put a little bit of that's the olden days.
I love the old timey talk, like put a little mustard on it. But people, I saw a whole thread today where people had never heard the phrase "the juice isn't worth the squeeze." Like, it's like is that not in common like vernacular? Does everyone not know that?
I thought that was very common. Is it a Southern thing? Maybe
I thought
it's probably a Southern thing.
Really?
If I had to guess, it's a Southern. That's a very like grandma phrase. I've heard it too, but I'm from Tennessee, so that's probably.
I feel like I've always heard it, and I'm from Jersey. I don't know.
Like, it really
Well, then
applies
that's
to anything and
confirmed.
everything.
These people just
It's
don't
not
get
just about juice.
They're just dumb. That's all it is.
Fair enough. Fair enough. On your beard, let's not stray too far away. I was going to say the most difficult facial hair to take on is that tiny, thin little line that dudes will put at like the perimeter of their face, like framing their face like a little artist or something.
Chin strap, I think it's called.
Oh
right?
my god. Yeah, okay, but a chin strap, I imagine being like at least the width of a pencil. But
Yeah.
I've seen those laser thin lines on people that kind of come up and do a. How long does that take?
It's got to take forever. There's
One
no way.
mistake and you just and you shave it all off again.
Nah, I choose to believe they have a stencil they just put on their face and shave around it.
It's like a football mask guard.
I mean, that's like a facial hair style for someone who has a good jaw and wants to have facial hair. So
That's just showing off at that point.
Yeah, it's showing off. I don't like it. Beards are for those of us who want to add a little.
You say that, but
yeah.
I'm not sure this applies to Skinny Taylor. I want to see the beardless Taylor now.
Maybe I haven't trimmed it in like 2 weeks because I'm getting, other than like the top part here, because I'm getting a haircut tomorrow, and they always offer. They're always like, "You want your beard trimmed up too?" And I've always been, for the most part, like, no, because I'm like worried they're gonna fuck it up. And then it's like, no, I trust them with my hair, so tomorrow I'm gonna let them trim me up. So if I come back Tuesday looking like a tard, it's because the lady fucked up.
I do have to say I like the beard. It's looking solid. I dig it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just imagining different iterations, like you're a Fallout character or something, like bleep, bloop, bleep, bloop, bloop, like Mr. Potato Head style. And you may have nailed it, but I would like to see if I had like a big bushy full manly beard like you, I would want to do that thing where you sit in like a reclined chair with the steamed up, almost burning you towel like wrapped around it. And then they really mop that old timey, like they mix it. They mix the fucking shaving cream right there, and then they mop it onto you with that little fucking.
Have you had that done, Kyle?
No.
I
have had like the guy whipped out the straight razor before to like do the back of my hair.
Yeah, I've had
like back of my neck, I should say.
No,
But-
That made me nervous.
I've been shaved by my barber.
Straight razor.
Yes, yeah, he had a straight razor and he had that like mopping, the shaving cream stuff he put on. I'm trying to think. I think honestly, it is the gayest thing I've ever done. It was so gay.
Aren't you a blue belt in jits?
This was way gayer. He was like cuddling my head as he held my face and like touched it and did sort of this thing. And this guy is a man's man. He's like a 40-year-old Italian barber.
Mamma mia.
Yeah, and just the way he, I don't know, stretched my face and held it and touched it and shaved it. Like 5 minutes in,
I don't think that's a shaving you're describing.
The way
Is that what he told you?
Finger inside of me, does he? As he caressed my newly shorn.
I don't think that's standard procedure.
Is it normal to suck on a finger?
You were gonna be a bella, Woody, bella.
You are gonna be so beautiful.
No, I
Jackie gonna come to the door. She gonna say, "Who are these men that coming to my house right now?"
I can barely put my finger on just because Wyatt was so gay. Like the way he held my head, the way he touched my face, the slowness of the like the cut. Like it wasn't like when they do the back of my head, like I'll get a number 2 or something. It's just like rah, 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 like he's mowing my head.
Sure.
He didn't mow my face. He caressed it with a blade. It was a gentle experience and super gay.
Because Enzo, a gentleman.
It's a great episode.
I think it's the gayest thing I've ever done.
No, Kyle was right about the jits thing. Jits is, as someone who has no experience with having my face shaved by a masculine Italian man or jujitsu, it's much straighter to let the Italian guy rub on your face for a bit than to be like, all right, day 4 of the gooch grab practice. Like,
you ever been in a body triangle? I'm sorry. It's just it's a little bit gayer to roll with a man. Here's how I know, because I was always like hesitant to roll with a woman because I was like,
Eventually, they shut off the markets because the supply of souls is too much, and they don't need to intake anymore. You know, the exporting's already enough of a hassle. It's
Yeah, the demonic Fed is raising rates.
You can have you can only have so many people who are rulers of the world. You know, so like that's getting complicated.
Yeah, you got the demons have to be like, who wants something like less, like way less. Like we'll take
Senator,
a portion.
State senator. I got plenty of souls around here.
State senator.
I'm a senator. Anytime, just let me know. We've got a couple positions we can fill out. Midwest states, if you're cool with that.
Kentucky's about to open up, I think.
Yeah.
You can be the president. Hear me out. Somalia. No, I'd rather be a middle class person.
First
here.
president of Somalia.
Dude, what I'm learning from this, you're saying the demons, they aren't traditionally scary in that way, which actually checks out with Christianity. Like they want to imbue you with pride or one of the sins of thinking you can get ahead. But they also help people. They do things like curing the blind by the thousands, curing the deaf by the thousands. Curing the deaf, yes.
The deaf.
So does that make you give any more thought to the Mr. Mark of the Beast theory?
Oh, yeah. Wait, Mr. Mark of the Beast? You're talking about the Mark of the Beast from Revelations, right?
Yes, with Mr. Beast. You've seen those people on... Yeah, Mr. Mark of the Beast.
Have you seen those people on...
I did
have
not.
You had
I
your
should have
chocolate yet? Have you taken it into your body yet?
Have you seen those people on Twitter? There's a bunch of people on Twitter who are...
I should have known that's where that was going, but that blindsided me. Thank you, Taylor.
Yeah, there's a lot of people online that are convinced that he's trying to pull the wool over people's eyes by pulling the wool off of their eyes.
It's interesting. No, I won't say to Mr. Beast specifically, but
I don't think so.
Man, I have to give a good transition before I talk about this, or else it could get clipped so easily.
Yeah.
But not Mr. Beast, but insert another person is similar to a lot of Christian ideas around like the Antichrist, right? Like the purpose of the Antichrist is to unite the nations. It's not that the devil needs to win, he just needs God to lose, right? That's his whole purpose. So like for one, the devil's a losing battle. The devil knows it's a losing battle. He's just trying to get as many souls as he can while he's there. And what's the better way to get people's souls? By, tormenting them, making their necks spin around and like float off beds, or to be an administrator of wealth and, knowledge, prosperity, what have you.
Sure.
And it's interesting to see like the shift that had, because previous to, I would say, Enlightenment era, all stories around demonic activity were about that. It was always about like deals with the devil that were made, of like the devil was portrayed as like a false member of the clergy, or perhaps a ruler or a king who'd come to people and give them, wealth and wisdom. The stories like Faust, capitalize on a lot of those legends. But then after the Enlightenment era, in time where it like the religious tone shifted from God being prosperous, the devil being prosperous, but God being a true prosper in like the afterlife. Once it shifted to these kind of black and white ideas of good and evil, like the devil, pitchfork, horns, going around trying to torment people. Once that cultural idea shifted, then our stories around the devil shifted. It went from, kind of this person who wants to give you what you want into someone trying to trick you, or someone nefarious looking to cause harm or kill as many people as he can. But again, to Christianity and Judaism, that's not his MO. That's not what he's trying to do.
I could believe that about the devil. That makes sense. If you've got some sort of figurehead, he's got his own plans.
Yeah.
But what about a rogue demon? That seems more interesting to me.
So that's an interesting point. It's something I think about a lot with these things, because there, again, a lot of the stories in the Bible around demon, like he's described, around the devil, Satan's described as the morning star, right? He's described as beautiful. Another was stabbed to death. Like it was like a Breaking Bad level hit, like all at the same time. Because Ervil, yeah.
All his accusers.
Because Ervil LeBaron had such a grip on his followers.
That's what happens to liars, Taylor. The Lord punishes them.
The Lord struck them down.
They were smited by God Almighty for their filthy lies about the great Kevin Spacey. I'll tell you what I would sell my soul to a crossroads demon for. go back and make Kevin Spacey fix that last season. I want to see what was going to happen.
For one season of a show that was already
bad. Of a show that was already downhill. I want to know what Doug was going to do. I want to know if he was going to kill that bitch wife of his. I want to know. I need to see it. Bring Kevin back. Hashtag save Spacey.
I think that's
all of his accusers are either dead or gone. And
I'm not sure that proves his innocence like you're implying.
It does not. Dude, the list of this guy's wives and accomplices on Ervil LeBaron is insane. Like, he had like 60 kids, and they included in that and also raised a couple of step kids as though they're like pumping his tires a little bit here. It's like, it seems like a bad guy. Killed on behalf of the cult. That's a whole column in this enormous table. Killed on behalf of the cult. Why? Like a lot of yeses that they killed on behalf of this cult. So how old
was he? Old enough that here's my question, because this is, I'm imagining, I know y'all haven't seen it, but the TV show about this where the guy had
Under the Banner of Heaven.
And were his children, like he had 60 kids or whatever, does that mean he had like an army of sons? Because you can imagine when that would be very formidable. Most of the killing.
Yeah.
If you had 20 grown man sons, that would be difficult to deal with the guy who has 20 sons who are like 18 or older. Yeah. That would be a problem. Right?
Not as difficult as the guy who has 41 sons.
I grew up without a big brother, but I hear about this circumstance where like someone would beats up your little brother and then the big brother goes and beats them up. If there's 41 bigger and bigger brothers, like if you start on the totem pole, it's gonna be a long fucking day before you get to the dad to say anything about anything.
It's like a video game. He like sends out the C team first, and then you have to beat like the boss son who he had with like an enormous Mormon bitch.
He just sends 2 mean girls. He sends his 2 meanest daughters to get you first.
It's funny too, because this is going back to like medieval times thought. It's like I have to have so many sons because if not, this castle's getting destroyed. Like we gotta have more kids. Yeah.
You thought like, all right, I need like 15 sons because 8 of them are gonna die in the wars they're conscripted into.
Or at childbirth, like a quarter.
We don't understand how germs work yet, so that's gonna take a few.
We don't know what they are, but we're really afraid of them. Like people just die. It's weird.
They can you imagine how hard we pray?
Like back in the day, it was just like the only conception you could have of germs was like
make us
100 days old.
100 days. Get your ass out there.
It's like American presidents. You got to
contribute. You did it.
Make something happen right there.
I've heard all these different landmarks, but none of them match up with my family, right? Some people say 13 years old, 100 days I've never heard of. I've heard people saying you're a man when you hit puberty. Growing up, it was always when you're financially independent. When you're financially independent, that's what makes you a man.
Not even. I'm financially independent, and I'm still like fucking eating cereal at 4 a.m. playing Modern Warfare 2, and I'm like, this can't be being a man, really. Like, it can't be it.
You say that like that's any different than like some people that would consider like the manliest men, like Lois and Clark on that fucking adventure out west, mapping the fucking continent. You don't think one night they stayed up late and played chess while they had some brandy? It's the same fucking thing. You're just as manly if you stay up late, play some goddamn video game.
That sounds so much manlier than Modern Warfare 2 and cereal.
Brandy and chess with your homeboy Clark. Well, those savages died poorly today, didn't they, old boy? Oh, yes, they screamed like babes. Well, many of them were babes.
Good year. You know how you know Brandy is
around for another jolly.
Another funny thing about the
shit.
Oh, you said brandy's classy because it tastes like shit?
Yeah, brandy's just. Have you ever had brandy? I've only had it once, so I'm judging an entire class of beverages.
No, so am I.
Horrid.
I like so whatever Grand Marnier is, I've always enjoyed that for like sipping. I remember I used to think it was classy when I was 19. I had that like 25-year-old roommate who was a bar back. And he was Polish, and he would sip that shit and like make a whole show of it, like swirling it in the glass, and it.
We're like, yes, me too.
Yes,
what's a
me too.
Swishing your 40. Yeah.
I don't know exactly what he did. It seemed like he just drank a lot. I think that's what a bar back does, because he was a full-time alcoholic.
That is common in that industry, but yeah, Woody, a bar back is
like a
just
running
someone
back,
who,
except for he drinks.
Yeah, he tackles unruly customers. He just like picks up like empty glasses, so like the bartender just takes all the orders, and the bar back will be like, "Oh, your cup's empty. You're done with your fucking potato skins."
He's the assistant bartender. No, assistant to the bartender.
That's probably all
Another thing that I noticed about Chinese culture that was pretty interesting was I started seeing this Chinese doctor. Here and there, yeah, like extra from like different from my real doctor.
So when you said you're seeing the doctor, you're not fucking her. That was my
initial
him assumption.
It was a him, so yes.
Still stand.
Long Wang.
I wouldn't be gay.
I would go and it was interesting. I would get an appointment, and when I first met him, barely spoke English. He made me stick my tongue out, and I stuck it out, and he was like, "Ugh." And then, like, literally, he did that. He would like point at things. He would like touch me. He would like touch me like on my he would touch me like on my foot, and I'd be like, "Ow!" No, I think it's because I have a topographical tongue. You guys familiar with these?
It's like bumpy and stuff.
It's like it looks like I don't want to stick it out because that doctor's made me self-conscious. No, I won't.
I've got coffee.
Also, so did Sam. I stuck it out for Sam. I told him this story. He's like, "Let me see your tongue." I stuck it out, and he was like, "That's disgusting." That tongue.
What is it coated with? Like a yellow bacteria or something?
No, not at all. It's perfect. The color's fine. It's just like it's one of those tongues that are not smooth. Like it has cracks on it. It looks like the dry land in the desert.
I've never
almost.
seen a tongue I don't like. Show me.
Oh, so your tongue's like the beginning of a conditioner commercial.
Oh God.
It's looking kind of gray, guys. It's not that gray normally. That's
great.
Harley, I would let you lick me.
I've been eating sand.
It looks like a fairly standard human tongue.
But it's not gay.
Wait,
maybe those little extra papillae on your tongue
results from the loss of tiny hair-like projections. That's it. Yeah, that's my tongue.
Nah, take that away, please. I'm begging you. I appreciate good effort.
That looks like you licked a cold pole.
Kyle's making me feel bad now.
No, your tongue was fine. Mine tongue looks similar to your tongue sometimes. I got coffee tongue right now. It looks like I've been eating doo-doo, but like I want to hear about Woody's PC debacle because I know you don't know this, Harley, but
I wouldn't want to strike Richard Simmons. He seems like a wonderful man.
I'd wear you out.
Yeah. And as Dick said earlier, he performed a wonderful service fighting the obesity epidemic, which is we're losing the fight, people. We're losing the fight.
You're
fatter than ever. The country's fatter than ever.
Yeah. So we're bigger than ever is what I'm hearing. More stout.
That makes us
hardy.
Yeah, but you don't remember because you weren't a husky kid. Do you remember going? You went to the husky section?
Probably, yeah. Like my weight fluctuated throughout my life, throughout my childhood. I've definitely had a husky phase for sure. Yeah.
Now they don't even shame children with the husky section. They just
what do they call it now?
The bravery section.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Look at you, a brave
I
little
choose
boy.
to believe.
It takes a lot of bravery to be a big fat piece of shit and to be like smug about it. That's one of my favorite things you have, Dick, is your anti-fat
my fat watch
hatred. Yeah, you hate
well
fat.
It started like I do this thing on my show like Fat Watch. Guys send in videos and like articles of women being fat on purpose, and then we read them and make fun of them, and it's grown from like one tiny little email into like an hour of content every week. Like these fat broads they're getting uppity. They're trying to secretly record guys like reacting to them on airplanes because they're spilling over onto their seats. They're making their own towels. Fat women have kickstarted their own towels because they think towels are fat phobic. Like there shouldn't be one size of towel. So they're making a whole
They're not
new
happy with beach towels. They're made for whales.
Yeah, you need one like a bug bombing tent.
Actually, I'd like a bigger towel. This sounds dope.
Okay, well, Woody, go to the fucking fat lady towel,
Where
which
do you
is
get
called
fat towels.
It's called Towel. is their amazing name for fat lady towels.
How do I distinguish that from all the other towels?
Good question.
I don't know.
I don't know. They want to blend in. Like it's kind of like
shop for towels right now though.
now you need like
17 bath towels for plus-sized women.
Where is it?
Kicks-
Link it up.
Kickstarter.
I'm fine.
Towel.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. This one's just a cover for a monster truck.
Oh god, it's the fattest woman ever. It's like a whole room. Like they cut out these gigantic rooms of towels, and then you get them wet, and you have to install special hooks in your bathroom so that the wet towels doesn't tear the towel rack out of your drywall.
What?
It's a whole lifestyle.
I want this kind of towel.
That's a
This is
joke. That's a
dope
fucking
towel.
joke. You do not need heavy duty anchors to support the girth and mass of a fat woman's sodden towel.
You might.
Yeah, you might.
What's it made out of? Lamb's wool? How much water is this thing holding?
It's
It has to
100%
be-
cotton.
A
It has
lot.
to be really
A
absorbent.
lot, man. Imagine
No,
how
dude,
fat
if
a
you're gonna
fat
get some
woman
towels,
is.
Woody, I highly recommend you go to the My Pillow guy. He's got his own towels, and they're
Okay.
made out of some. He's got this like Christian cotton. It's like grown in like the Nile River Delta or some
Picked
shit.
by Egyptians, not blacks. That's
Yeah.
They guarantee that. They guarantee that. There's a little symbol with like a black fella and like picking cotton, and then it's got like the Ghostbusters thing, and the black guy's going nope, and so you know it's only Egyptian picked cotton.
It says the name of the Egyptian. We're like, God, Muhammad's making a lot of pillows.
yeah, dude. I watch Fox News because I go back and forth between Fox News and CNN because
I
I
watch it every day.
I like
You're
seeing
going to be misinformed from both sides.
I really do. And it's interesting to me what they're focusing on because one side will think a particular item is very important, all encompassing. And the other side will be like, in other news, like they'll go do another thing, whether it benefits them or not. And that makes sense. You know, they're both playing. This is what I've been wanting to bring up for a while. Do you know who the king of late night is?
The king of late night, Jimmy Kimmel.
No.
David Letterman.
No.
Wait, is this like a historical question? Like now?
Now.
Oh, I have no idea.
Sneeko?
No.
Stephen Colbert.
No.
The king of late
Aiden
night.
Ross?
Is
Who
it that
does
guy that
late
does the
night?
music? The
Chelsea Handler?
Nope.
Certainly
who's
not
the
her.
skinny guy that's kind of musically oriented. He does the lip sync.
Oh, Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah. Him?
Nope.
What other late night people are there?
Gutfield over on Fox News. He blows them all out of the water. The guy who advertised on the Super Bowl with the dog and that one guy in the crowd being like, is this cultural appropriation?
Not good.
Yeah.
Not good content. Not when I can watch that guy, Nile Red, throw fucking chemicals into other chemicals.
Is that what you're
10
watching
seconds
right
at
now?
a time.
What's
that what
your
you're
like
into?
main go-to on YouTube right now?
Open your YouTube page and tell
honestly,
me about your recommendations.
It's mostly going to be, I was looking at it earlier. It's like Age of Empires 2 stuff, hockey highlights. There's always like animal videos in
So
there.
do you want like the top bar, the words that are there?
Sure. Hit us.
It says all, or I can red letter media, podcast, gaming, DC Comics, Punch, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, baseball, history, basketball, dogs, action adventure games, recently uploaded, and that's it. So that's what it's pushing to me.
I'll say it real quick. All news, Reef Aquariums, NBA, mixes, podcasts, gaming, motocross. I'll stop there.
I like it.
Yeah. Dude, it's funny. Mine has Magic the Gathering Arena specifically.
Nice.
Let me tell you a little parallel in my dad's universe. I was on the phone with him today. He had me on speaker and I had him on speaker. My uncle was there, and my uncle has advanced to the TikTok generation, and so he's sitting there on his phone on TikTok, like flicking through it. And dad's like, Kyle, your uncle has a video here of a woman with a 2.5 foot long titty. And she's standing in Walmart breastfeeding a little child that's got shoes on and is walking around. And I went, Dad, the way that works is it shows you what you like to see. So that means that he's really into long-titted women in public. And I heard my uncle in the background go, damn right. and then I guess he flicked it to the next video, and there's another one.
Just on this long-pitted woman's page.
And I explained to my dad how the algorithm works, and I'm like, Dad, what does yours do if you go to Facebook? Because he uses Facebook Shorts, and he's like, it's mostly like lawnmowers that they put big tires on, and like hot rod cars being modified, and like
Dude, he should get into hot rod lawnmowers. That's like
seems like he
fuck yeah.
I went to a lawnmower racing event once with my off-roading redneck friends, and it was pretty cool. There were all these different categories of lawnmowers. These things going like 50 miles an hour on a dirt track.
He likes building cars, and then he'll drive them for 6 months or so and then sell them. He just sold his El Camino, I think, for like $30,000. And he's about to start in. I was like, I'm always trying to get a free car. So I'm like, Dad, what you really need is like I think it's a 76 Trans Am. It's the one that Burt Reynolds drove that's got the Firebird on the hood. I'm like, you go get one of those, and there'll be carburetors and intakes showing up at your house out of nowhere. I'm like, I'll help finance this thing. He's like, there is one of those sitting over. I'm like, say no more. So I'm hoping
I haven't seen one of those in like 30 years.
He says he knows where there's a body of one.
Awesome.
He said it has the bird on the hood, but it's all fucked up. It'd have to be redone. But I hope I would love one of those.
That would be awesome.
I just watched Kill Bill the other day, and her character is the blonde with the eye patch. She's driving one of those out through the desert with the T-tops. That's a beautiful fucking car.
Do they still make Trans Ams?
No, they haven't made the Trans Am since like 98 or 99.
Trans Am was a Camaro, right?
Yeah, it's the Pontiac version of the Camaro. It was a sportier, tricked out version with some niceties.
It seems like, well, maybe I'm missing the like retro wave. Like in 2005, Mustang did it, and then Dodge did it with their Charger, and but Trans Am seems like a fruit ripe to be picked.
Yeah, Pontiac went out of business, so they just do all those variants of the Camaro now. So they have like I think the ZL1 is their like top of the line Camaro, the supercharged 6-liter, probably the one that they throw up against the GT500 or I don't know, Hellcat. Something like that. But like their class of that.
Pontiac closed, but I think they have the capability to make a Pontiac badge. Just do it.
I'd be down with that. Yeah, I'd love for there to be a Trans Am. I've seen Trans Am concepts drawn. I saw a bunch of people stealing cars in a video. I don't know why I'm phrasing it so carefully after what we did earlier. I saw these guys stealing Hellcats. They stole 6 Hellcats in 45 seconds. It was like another Nick Cage movie gone in 60 seconds. It was like some shit out of that. They essentially had the keys, but I think I saw one of them stop, put a fake license plate on, and then they just all got in the cars and left. And they're in the showroom stealing the cars. Like they're stealing the showroom Hellcats. I don't know what a Hellcat costs, but if I would guess $90,000. And I bet there's a dealer markup on top of that. So I think that's a 6-figure car, $100,000 buy if you're getting a Hellcat. They took 6.
Did you see the TikTok trend of stealing cars?
Yes, the Kias.
We saw
the Kias because so you can like hot rod or hot wire a Kia basically like they do in the movies, right?
I just read in the news story. I didn't see the TikToks, but I guess maybe hot wired or maybe it's super easy to get going with a screwdriver is what I thought. I'm not very sure.
That's what I kind of mean. Like you can like tear the bottom of the console off underneath the steering wheel and apparently like break the key thing off or maybe, and just a screwdriver allows you to start the thing up is what it sounds like. And a certain kind of Kia, I think they were saying, and then they're calling them the Kia boys. And I guess for whatever reason, they just drive like assholes. They drive like it's Mario Kart. So there's all these wild ass videos of them. And it reminded me of those Saudi oil guys who will have like a Range Rover, like on 2 wheels screaming past going 100 miles an hour. It's I don't know. They're pretty entertaining, but I feel bad for like the innocent bystanders and the car owners. Cause you're driving a Kia, you're probably a working guy. You can't, that wasn't your 2nd, 3rd, 4th car. It's not like they stole a frivolous sports car maybe that was somebody's plaything. They're like taking somebody's working vehicle and destroying it. They're never getting their money back after a Kia boy wrecks your shit. So I feel kind of bad seeing those.
Just like okay.
No, I was gonna say I felt bad with that drone video the other day where the guy's face got mushed in. That was upsetting.
When I first got this house, I ended up getting a golf cart, but I was shopping for a John Deere Gator, which is kind of like if people don't know, like a golf cart, but a little more durable. Replacing them, I'll just say. It's crazy to watch, and the Ukrainian counteroffensive seems to have just begun. We'll see.
Yeah, it's like the playoffs are coming. It's my third favorite sport. It's my third favorite sport.
Please tell me
MMA.
baseball's not ahead of war.
No,
it is by a bit.
No, I think no MMA and it's always been MMA and women's beach volleyball.
Mm-hmm.
Solid choices.
Yeah,
I think MMA only wins because it has better marketing. If MMA didn't have the marketing, if you put all the MMA marketing onto the Ukraine war, I think it would overtake it.
Monster Energy
Sunday
pay-per-view piece brought to you by Modelo.
yeah. That's honestly, yeah. Sunday.
All the soldiers stripped down to just board shorts.
Yeah.
Oh,
pay-per-view. Get on there. Like
this Reebok uniforms, chief.
Yeah. Jake Paul's gonna fight a starved Wagner fucking Mexican.
You listen to me, Vladimir Putin.
Yeah. That's all I want to say. We get that really hyped up.
That would help.
Harley's gonna box a Russian.
How about some monster trucks in the war? That'd get my attention.
Solid.
Monster trucks? Dude, how effective would it? All right, just hear me out for a second.
Okay.
Let's say tomorrow Russians wake up. They hear a roar over the hillside, right? We've been fighting for days. We know where they are. They know where we are. Drones are always overhead exploding. Artillery fire is constant. The only reprieve is the short bits of sleep that we can manage between the explosions that kill our friends left and right. But we hear this roar, and we look, and what is that? That's not a tank.
No,
it's all that smoke around it and fire.
It's Grave Digger.
It's Grave Digger.
Grave Digger was the one. And I want to play John Cena's song.
It's Grave Digger coming over the front lines. Pouncing on the top of tanks.
Dude, I swear to God,
The
Grave
tanks
Digger.
are completely unharmed.
I swear to God, Grave Digger would make it through the trench easily. It would hit it and bounce and
for
fly
sure.
through that thing.
I think the
How
only
far
behind its back wheels a little bit? Show off.
How far into Russian lines do you think Grave Digger could go?
This is a great idea. We should do this.
The flag.
So
Like I want a Photoshop of it like going over a line of Russians and they're like crouching in terror.
jumping like a fucking T-34 or whatever they're
Donald Trump in it.
fucking
Donald Trump in the seat.
This is revolutionizing like the way Americans with shotguns in World War One. Monster trucks. They're too bouncy to hit. Russians can't pick them.
I don't think that's true.
listened to a podcast about monster trucks the other day, and there's one thing that would hold it back.
Really?
I think. No, seriously, I listened to this. It was just this like random fucking podcast about like how monster trucks. So I listened to this like how stuff works thing because it just like fills my head with the general knowledge that gives me dopamine, so I can just like tell my friends random facts about shit and pretend I'm smart.
Yeah,
you know that. Yeah, but So this, so I listened to this monster truck one, and they're talking about like how many miles per gallon this like fucking Grave Digger gets, and it was just like abysmal. Like this thing could drive like fucking 200 meters, and then it's fucked. It's like out of gas. So like,
I bet it gets less than 5 miles per gallon.
Yeah, I
It's
think
enormous.
I think it's in like measured in yards
Yeah,
per gallon.
I mean, sure.
yeah.
What kind of a drivetrain does Grave Digger have, Zach? Let's break it down. I'd like to know how many horsepower.
But this is the thing. They have different grave diggers. So like there's not it's not
the
just
same
one.
Me.
No, it's not the same one. So they're just like
Santa
plastic
Claus.
shells. So there's like fuckloads of these monster trucks, and they tour them around, and they have them everywhere. But they just have this plastic shell of Gravedigger that's just like.
So we could have a squadron of Grave Diggers.
You could have your own fucking Gravedigger if you wanted. So
We put a dozen Grave Diggers out there. We mount 50 caliber machine guns to the hoods.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
pretty
just
cool.
saying. They'd all
What is
die.
that
And
called?
it'd
A
be so
technical?
cool, though. A technical? Yeah, that's called. When you like.
you could just
Yeah,
get
be
like
careful. When you jerry rig a vehicle up to what? No, because
Did you not
sometimes
say?
instead of saying jerry rig, I say jury rig because that's a thing in Fallout. It's a perk.
Nice.
You're rigging the jury. Makes sense. Were you guys excited? I don't know if Slush experienced this, but I know Kyle's similar enough in age. He definitely did. Do you remember like being excited by the monster truck commercials on the weekend? Like I remember like seeing those and being Sunday, pay for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge.
Yeah.
Kind of shit. And it's like
I have seen them before.
I was so excited
that wasn't a
at
thing
the
in
prospect,
Australia.
like as like a 5-year-old watching. Because like I guess it was because I was at the same time at like Tonka trucks and all that. Like seeing a truck that big, like jump in a pit was like, what? Like, this is a machine.
See the mechanical dinosaur eat the junked cars.
Yeah, that thing's neat. I forgot about that.
Cool. Did never actually eat it, just crushed it. Disappointing.
Yeah.
Unless you digest it and poop it, I'm not interested.
That's what I wanted to see.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a junkyard magnet? One of the like from the cartoons that you can the electromagnets of a junkyard.
On Junkyard Wars, they used it.
Breaking Bad.
I mean, in person though.
Not in person.
Oh, they're pretty cool. I went to a lot of junkyards over the years to procure cars and other things to shoot and blow up. And
what is that?
That's the dinosaur that eats the cars.
God
damn, that's cool.
Apparently.
You can look at.
It's like photoshopped. Like the Ferrari is like photoshopped.
Yeah, the Photoshop's not. Yeah, the Ferrari's not really there. I don't
Nor
think
the flames. Or the
I think the flames are real.
I'm disappointed that it's still on the tractor trailer. It seems.
I think that's just the way.
I think it has wheels.
I think that's its legs.
Honestly, we can do this was cool a long time ago. We can do a lot better than this now. This isn't that good of a robot.
It looks like the fucking Power Rangers like came together and made a Zord.
This is like Draft One robot.
Does look
so
very
long. This is so cool.
Yeah.
You have like YouTube videos make robots better than this.
Taylor,
like
are you accustomed to better car-eating robots?
I don't mean to be spoiled, but I would prefer a little effort, a little digestion.
It's 40 feet tall,
Look
man.
at that. You think those teeth can actually sever that?
And that is real fire.
It needs a conveyor belt that eats the car and like just puts out car bits from the back.
I would like that if it had that threshing thing where like with like the gears that turn together.
Yeah,
I think,
or you know what? Like it destroys it, and then it like poops out like one of those heavy cubes.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
I love watching those thresher things. Just like, oh, what's it? Is that going to stop it? Oh, it's never going to stop it. Oh, oh my god! Can it eat an entire engine?
The bowling ball's bouncing. It'll never. Now it has a chip out of it. There's a vulnerability in the sphere.
Dude, a thresher, like, because my grandparents are farmers, like in their circle, like having fingers ripped off by like a thresher because they're like in their late 70s and like farming in the like 60s or 50s or whatever. Like everyone just knows multiple people that had their like fingers
ripped off. Just a rite of passage in your teenage years.
Just a rite of passage. My great grandpa, when he had which fingers were it was half of this finger and half of the ring and the middle. No, it was half of the pointer and half of the middle. He got his hand caught in a thresher and it tore off half of both of his fingers there. And I remember obviously it happened way before I was around because I was a child. Giant course in your backyard on your estate. It's for go-karts and motorcycles that you're in and you're driving them, right?
I get motion sick, so I'm the host of this event, even though I do race across the country with my Cannonball friends. I still and I do DJ on cruise lines. I am on more Dramamine that's physically allowed. But yes, we built a walking path for like the neighbors and Kyle's dog with neighbors and stuff like that, just to walk around the path. And then we fenced it in and did everything. And then, of course, one of my heavily intoxicated friends was like, "Dude, you don't have a walking path. You got a go-kart track." And I was like, and so of course that turned into the backyard 400, and we had 33 carts in our backyard. When they all have to look like Shriner carts, though. They can't be like a shifter cart with the Hans device and helmets and all that. Well, helmets we needed those, but needless to say, we had 33 carts and had a go-kart race in my backyard. And
is it a dirt track?
No, it is a paved 1/3 mile go-kart track with 12 turns in my backyard.
That rules.
Cost of
That's so
I had my
fun.
driveway paved, and it was a financial event.
Financial event of the decade.
That is it. There is some of the paved path that goes back behind them, probably about 1/3 of a mile. That is the turns 7 and 8 that go between the trees, and we was in and out, and that's what everybody had to look like. You could not show up. You had to have a body on the cart, and it was a 6.5 horse, and it was the craziest. I was very sure we were going to put somebody's leg all backwards.
What's the top speed you get up to in these little cars on your?
Unfortunately, it's about 41 miles an hour.
Whoa!
That's pretty quick in those.
No, that's deadly in those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then of course, if you get shoved off the track, you're going to end up in a tree, and so that the person. Yep, that's my brother-in-law going ass over tea kettle right there in turn 11, and
he's wearing his gear.
He ended
he's
up
wearing a helmet and a t-shirt. Doesn't he have gloves on?
Yeah, we kind of that's him again. He was notoriously on 2 wheels all day, but we made sure everybody wore gloves and long sleeve shirts until my brother-in-law showed up, and then he just went out there and laid the wood, and we had a mariachi band for the opening ceremonies. We had everything, a grand marshal. If you won the Backyard 400, you won a 1989 Chevy Cavalier Z24 convertible. So I have never seen more people competitive over a Cavalier.
That's
Your
awesome.
brother-in-law's got an Alpine Star t-shirt on. That's got to have some level of protection.
Yeah. Well, and then like I said, you got the Corvette and
clothing,
whatever. That's Chris Michaels up there in a that's on VinWiki, and he's on the Hot Wheels Challenge. He's driving the little Dodge Mini Ram up there. So yeah, it was
hilarious.
It was pretty ridiculous. And there's a comedian called Alex Morrison, and he is notorious for 305 Come Alive or some crazy. He can do it substantially better than I can. But we invited him up here, and he was our grand marshal, so it was ridiculous. But you can see there's a fence all the way around the property, and there is a go-kart track in my backyard.
That looks like an expensive fence.
Yeah, it's I have great neighbors except one, so he got the fence.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the go-kart course.
That's an expensive fence.
Yeah, he is difficult, and I've lived on this street basically my whole life. He's lived here for 3 years, and I should never know my city inspector, but I know him real good because of my my neighbor on the other side of the fence.
Quick question, Travis.
Nice.
Is it possible that you are difficult?
Yes.
Like my neighbors, he complains about the go-kart races I hold in my backyard.
Oh, he's always like, I'm 85. I have dementia. It scares me.
But it's once a year. I mean, they're not out there racing right now. It's one day a year, and so if he can't live with that, that's not a problem. There's a fence, so enjoy the fence.
That's actually really cool. Now, my first concern is what if one of these fellas cracks his skull open on my little course out here in my backyard, and then I have to sell my fence to pay him off?
Or with a backhoe or whatever.
Yeah.
Do we
sign waivers before we?
Yes. Oh, yeah. But that waiver is about as good as the paper it's on. It's.
Are you in Georgia?
Yes. No, we're in Indiana, Indianapolis. We are about 4 miles from the track, maybe 6 miles from the track. So.
Oh wow! So if you get bored of your track, you just go to that.
Well, I own one of the. I own a Winston Cup car from the very first Brickyard 400. So I have problems. And the last time I went to Indy to drive it around the track with Ed Boley and then a bunch of our YouTube friends. We got rained out. We actually had a pass to drive it on the track, got rained out. So I drove it home. And so out there on the interwebs, there's me driving. That's it. That's my number 99, Danny Sullivan's car from the very first Brickyard 400. He also won the 1985 Indy 500. Then the city of Indianapolis put him in it. That's it. And
Zach, you were doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Yes,
You're
and
appreciated, bro.
I drove it down 465 and all the way home because I was shitty. So we had a pass to get on the track, but
that's pretty awesome.
We got canceled. So if you kind of Google out there the Chevy Lumina NASCAR on 465, I drove it 16 miles home. So,
and is that like frowned upon?
Oh, so yeah. Let's
it's loud.
It's and it wants to go left a lot. So
it's fucking loud.
Yeah.
I didn't consider how loud it would be.
Yeah,
I didn't consider that. Does it just pull left all the time?
Pulls left hard all the time. It is set up to go left. So we left out of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, drove down. It was myself and Ed Bolian and Jared Pink from Questionable Garage, and Jared was driving my Ute. Ed was driving one of his crazy exotic cars, and they just followed me up onto the highway, and I just went home. So
you should have had your police car escort you.
Man, that thing. I have no idea how I don't have a felony because of that car, but that was probably the funnest.
Get my heart, and I could leave it in
my
my
want
will.
anymore. Can't you hang yourself?
I'll have
I'll hang myself.
Be a bro. Come on. I don't want your carbon dioxide.
Woody, I'm gonna kill myself tomorrow. Give me I know you need a new heart. Give me $100,000 in cash, and I'm gonna hand that off to my my baby mama that you don't know about, and
which one?
And then transaction done, right? I donate the heart to you. You get your heart. She gets some hush money. That's all good. She take care of that little bastard that she was supposed to get rid of.
Yeah,
fucking liar.
I don't know exactly how.
Vito, you're on that weight loss drug. What is it? How do you pronounce it?
Semaglutide.
Oh, okay. That's the.
There's the what do you call it?
Brand name too.
The brand name is Ozempic, and then there's another brand, Wegovy.
How long have you been on it?
About a month so far.
Is it a weekly injection?
Yeah. Weekly, you inject it. And I inject it into my tummy.
How? Oh, you do it solo. You don't go to get it injected.
No, because I bought it from some weird website and I had to mix it myself, and I'm worried I did it wrong.
Oh, you got the powder and you had to put it with the water.
I had they send you these little vials of powder, and then you have to add the, the pure water to it.
Scary.
Mix it together.
And hope, my drug.
And hope that
I'm sure you got it right the first time ever. I mean, you did read all the internet how to
and medical science are pretty easy.
High risk, high reward. Come on.
Pharmacists don't know shit. I can do this.
Like I've seen memes about Ozempic being like people claiming like miracle weight loss drug, or that's
dude. Look at the marketing. Apparently, everybody in Hollywood's on it. I mean, have you seen like Mindy Kaling looks like now? Have you seen a?
Oh, if Mindy Kaling's thin, then
dude, Mindy Kaling thin looks crazy.
Works.
Who is that? Mindy Kaling.
That's from The Office, the Indian girl.
Oh, yeah. I saw that she
Ryan's girlfriend.
She has a new swimsuit line. She has a swimwear collection. Is how skinny she's got.
Can we see hot pictures of this chick, Zach?
Does she still have that gross birthmark on her shoulder?
Let me see if I can find.
You've got
pictures
a wild
here.
memory about some things.
How do you know
that?
On my shoulder.
It's her left.
It's my left.
Here, I think. Is this pictures of her though? Mindy One Piece. Oh, there she is. No, I don't want to unlock.
No thanks.
She actually looked. This is actually must be older pictures. She looks way skinnier than that now.
Yeah, she looks unhealthy now. It's cool.
Yeah.
She looks like
her neck looks like it can barely support her head now.
And she lost too much weight. Not.
Oh, no such thing. She's still alive.
Yeah. Silly Taylor.
We were watching the news.
She's really funny. She's one of the funnier women in existence. She wrote a lot of The Office.
What is it like to be on it, Vito? Does it make you? I'm hearing about how it makes you sick and like gastric distress, and is it a rough life to exist on this stuff?
It hasn't been for me. I mean, I'm unhealthy to begin with, so I probably, I throw up every hour anyway. No, but I supposedly the idea is that you have less food cravings, and I think. Maybe it's all in my head. Maybe it's a placebo effect. I'm still on like a lower dose and I'm ramping it up. But there will be days where like I go, hey, I really only ate like one thing today. That's awesome. Whereas normally it's like, I don't know if anyone's experienced being a fat guy, but sometimes you're just like, if I don't eat a cake right now, I'm going to kill myself, And
all of us are like a little
sometimes it do be like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, like it feels like I have way more control over it's not my food decisions are no longer based on like eat this thing or I'm going to slice my wrists open. It's okay. Well, what do I want to eat?
Does it help with your gambling?
Well, that's the other thing they say. Actually, it is supposed to affect other impulses.
Yeah,
they're finding that like as a side effect, like gambling addicts are like, I don't feel the need to gamble as much, or like shopping addicts are like, I don't feel like I need to buy a bunch of shit.
Yeah,
you know, it actually is rewiring brains.
I think Prozac does that too. Prozac has some sort of effect where it helps with gambling addiction.
Yeah. Hopefully, I mean, eventually
episode.
this all reflects and I can have physical changes to show. But for the time being, it does kind of, I'm like, I think something's happening.
You on the juice yet?
Which juice? The HGH? I'm trying to get testosterone. I keep my labs keep trying. Well, I was trying to get it prescribed.
Yeah, of course. So go to our boy Derek's website. He's got a clinic. More plates, more dates.
Okay.
It's Merrick Health. That's what I use.
I keep sending in my labs to this company and they keep rejecting them, and it's taken way longer than
I would say this. Different doctors have different viewpoints about what those numbers mean. And really, I think over at Merrick Health, they find that it's more about how you feel than what some number on a chart.
I'm not sure what your numbers are, but Merrick Health thinks they're too low.
They seem low.
They seem low. We can squeeze more tea in here.
The fact that you already have, your blood work done, you could. Yeah. You're like 6 days from having meds if you were to set up an appointment with them, because you do like an initial consultation. They're like, okay, we'll schedule your blood work. You've already got that, so you skip that whole step. Then you just have a video conference with the doctor, and he's like, so you're erectile dysfunction or low energy, like
all
symptoms. Yep. And he's like, all right, well, you fucking need it then. Let's put you on X amount of milligrams. Here's some, and he'll recommend some syringes.
Well, I need to get the. I was told I should get the pill form because
fuck
I don't.
That. No, whoever said that doesn't know what they're doing. Do not get the pill form.
Well, no, because I don't want to be sterile.
You're not gonna be. Well, I mean, there's a free some sperm.
So they would get all the money. Yeah. So it would have been bad. So we're definitely going to be strapped up next time with better legal.
I didn't know
the whole time. You didn't know that?
Just figured that out.
You didn't know that? Damn.
Your life was on the line.
You thought you were insured the whole time.
We're good. We were not.
No. That's
Damn,
like
that would have made it a more stressful endeavor.
That's like finishing a fucking car race and noticing the seatbelt.
Yeah, I wanted you to be comfortable.
What is?
I wanted you to be comfortable.
I want all my friends to be comfortable. That's why I tell them there's plenty of insurance. We're covered.
Of all the people you had in as like freeloaders, the one who came off to me as the most genuinely insane was Airsoft Fatty. Is any bit of him at all an act?
He was leaning into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knew what we wanted. He was giving us what we wanted. The time when the real Airsoft Fatty is when we had him go tell the girls, we had him go explain breeding. We said, Chris, you got to go up there and give him your explain breeding. Talk about all the types of breeding that you love. And then the girls, we told them that the first one to talk to Chris would get lose a point. So they're both like giving him the cold shoulder, and he's talking about like, well, when the man sticks it in the woman, that's breeding right there. And he's doing all this like sexual. It's basically it looks like sexual harassment because they're not replying to him, and he's getting into the details of breeding, and that made him break character. And he goes downstairs into the confessional. He's like, I can't do this. I can't talk to these girls. But that's the real Chris. The real Chris is like very compassionate, like nice guy. He does have like fat kid anger.
Yeah.
Which is that's the most beautiful thing in the world when a fat person gets angry. But he's a really good guy, and he's also like he's funny. Like he knows he's not fully the way you think he'd be. He's kind of funny, you know?
He's good.
He's a good character. And we got to bring him back too.
I didn't know you had him explain the breeding thing, because I did a separate challenge the next day. That was, explain your top 5 porn.
Yeah.
And then they had to remember all of it, and then we quizzed them on
it. That's so fucking funny. Dude,
one of those things I was going to say, one of the things I really liked about that Ice Poseidon used to do is he had a robot that you could control with a camera on it and a knife. So you could pay some money and you could, or maybe everybody was controlling, but basically you could stab people and get upskirts with the robot. So
it was a Roomba, right? The robot.
A good idea to steal. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. You got an upskirt robot that can stab.
Yeah, you're not insured anyway. Fuck.
Get code.dev or whatever the fuck his name was on it.
It'd be easy. You get a stun gun on the end of that thing.
Yeah,
imagine if you had a challenge where they had to crawl from like one end of a house to the other, but they're being attacked by multiple Roombas with tasers being controlled by people for $100 a minute.
Can you control a Roomba?
We can rig it up if we're making $10,000.
I thought the whole point was that you just turned it on.
Well, yeah, a Roomba's got it maps a room. We just want a robot that we can drive. It could be a race car.
You guys should bring in you guys should. I think I saw someone suggest have a psychologist or an occupational psychologist come in. Like a psychic could be funny, and then you award them based on who has the best future, like just some horse shit. It could be funny to make them participate.
We got to remember this.
A Catholic priest. I want a Catholic priest, but he's not a real priest. So he spills the beans on everything that they tell. Like, no, you can trust me. You can tell me. I can't tell anything. And then he just comes out and is like, actually, Dave's a pedophile. We should lock him up right now. And
you could probably organize. You could probably organize like a drag queen story hour and make them sit through it.
Oh no! The contestants have to do a drag queen story hour. That's why you do it in Texas. That's the hardest challenge ever.
Can one of you write this down and?
I'm actually doing it for you. Yeah.
Will you text it to me, Woody? Thank you, man.
I've got a list of things that as I was watching, I was like, oh, this is a good idea.
A drag queen story hour would be fucking so funny.
That'd be hilarious. Yeah, it'd be so uncomfortable for everyone involved. I also like pyramid scheme, multi-level marketing people. If you could organize having 5 of them from different companies arriving at the same time, then make them compete for it. I'm sure you guys have all these ideas. And more.
No, we don't. These are good.
We wanted to try to sell the house while the show was going on and do have a realtor come in and do house tours during the show.
That's very funny, especially if Airsoft Fatty is bumbling about shirtless,
totally naked.
Yeah,
you're just you're showing the master bedroom and he's naked, but he's Peter Griffin naked, and so I saw a still of him hands over his head. Could not see his penis.
Yeah.
Could not. He's totally censored. He's perfect.
Yeah, that's our guy. Yeah.
You don't have to blur it.
He's pre-censored. One thing we tried to do was line up a clown. And the funny thing is clowns, actual clowns they're mad professional. They take themselves really seriously. So you'll call them and they'll be like, "Hi, this is Dave the Clown. How may I help you?" And we explain the deal that it's a reality show, and he's like, "I'll have to think about that. Let me think it over, and I'll get right back to you." And then they don't want to mess with their image as being a clown. They all take it mad serious. We call it 3 of them.
Dude, Jesus. Clowns are the biggest fucking losers on the planet. Woody's got a friend who's a goddamn clown.
They call themselves.
Yeah, clowns all fucking year round, and they're in there's groups to defend them. They got mad when the Joker came out because they thought the Joker gave them a bad name. You're a clown. You're a clown.
Yeah.
I hate clowns.
Clowns give themselves a bad name. Or maybe do magicians take themselves seriously? Probably not as serious as a clown.
Magicians are fucking cool.
You'd think, or you'd have to get a sleight of hand artist who's really high on himself, who really thinks he's the cat's pajamas.
My friend's a clown.
Mime's in there.
You should get him. He's really tall too. He's 6'4", 6'6".
Yeah, but he's a scary clown. He intentionally tries to be scary.
They have PTA meetings about your friend.
I think being a clown's a little mean-spirited. No one likes it.
I would hate crime your friend if he lived near my children. Nothing physical, but we'd kill his grass and take his mailbox and stuff.
Yeah, what else?
What's the equivalent of burning a cross to clowns?
I don't fucking know, man.
I'll think that one over.
Oh, I was thinking that you should come back season 2 as Dr. Jason Goldstriker and perform physicals.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
I've got my doctorate.
Hell yeah.
Doctor, or that's come back as funny. Dr. Jonathan Goldstriker, never address it. I liked that.
Well, I was saying to Jet, we should do if we get into this to where it's like 10 seasons deep, and we're searching for themes, we should do one that's like a hip hop theme.
Yeah.
And we would all have like, I could be like, yo, what's up? I'm Jay Strike. And we would all be like hip hop, but doing the same shit, and it's just doing it to black people.
Yeah, we're coming to you live from the dark continent. Yeah, from Kenya. Rent a house.
Yo, we in Queens right now. I'm Jay Strike. What's good?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to season 10, man. That's gonna be a good one. When is season 2? Winter? 2023 winter?
Yeah, we want to do it. We want to do it in the winter, as soon as possible.
Good. I'm really glad this was so successful for you guys, because I don't think I realized like how much I wanted a different kind of content to watch at night. Like, and because it's so like actually organic, there like it was hard to look away, because you're like, I don't know when it's gonna go off. I know Airsoft Fatty's pissed about something. I have to wait and see. Like,
you got sucked into the Truman Show.
I got sucked into the Truman Show, man. I was like watching along early on when everybody hated Letty, and I was like, dude, come on, she's taking the most shit. Give her props. Like, stop hating on this lady. Like, it was very entertaining. Very good. Yeah, I think these two will watch more season 2. My favorite contestant was Letty.
What?
Yeah.
Is that the girl?
Letty did a good job, man.
Yeah. She took more abuse from text to speech and all that than everyone else, and she just came bouncing back every time.
Yeah,
and like just like you're getting no sleep in that house. Did it smell as bad as it looked like it smelled?
Towards the end, it smelled very, very bad. And the cleanup people, after our guys cleaned it up, like after the preliminary cleaning was done, we had cleanup people come in, and they said it was the worst they'd ever seen. That was after it had been cleaned up. But it's, I think, it's at the end, the fish head.
That was the worst part about
really did a number on the place.
Day 3 fish head was pretty rancid.
The fish head did not do a good service there for us, our noses.
Regarding the text to speech, like, because I remember early on, Sam, you tweeted like, I'm shutting down all the Sylvia Fat comments. We cannot let this be torture on hour 46. How long did that have? Like, did you shut down text to speach for a lot of stuff for a while?
No, because the point was that it's supposed to be gradual. You don't listen.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be doing this for 6 weeks. You don't have day 1, guys. It's nigger every 5 seconds. You're fat. Kill yourself. You're fat. Kill yourself. Like that. That show lasts like 5 days at the tops. So we had to have it be a gradual rollout. We're not making an alternative to Gab. Like, it's not a free speech platform. It's a fucking TV show. So we had to kind of curtail the fat stuff in the beginning, and then at the end we kind of let it rip and
let everything rip.
Yeah, let it fly there at the end. But that's the building towards this crescendo of hell is what we were going for.
There was a lot of stuff that we didn't let go through. I mean, you're sitting there in the moment and someone's having like, they're finally about to release and have this like big like freak out, which is good for TV. And then someone says, what would your mother think if she saw this? I'm not gonna let that through. So it's part of directing is like not letting certain things enter people's heads. It's, as manipulative as that is,
it's also a timing thing.
Yeah, timing matters.
That makes
sense. Sleep deprivation is going to be big for season 2. You get like just 36 hours of sleep deprivation, and people get real wacky. And when you're already starting with broken people, so you go to a scary place.
Yeah,
Jet, you were the producer.
Was how well they slept through all the noise.
Yeah,
they after the first week, they were just trained to ignore it. They slept right through it. Even like the mariachi band sound effects was the loudest sound effect you could hit them with.
Oh yeah.
So it wouldn't always wake them up. So they really just like got accustomed, and the
mariachi band killed me. Like when you kicked the Asian guy who wrote a book about how to pick up campers, and then you brought in the new Asian guy to replace him, that guy like didn't know what the situation was. I paid to play mariachi for him a couple times that night, it makes me. Because it's so fucking loud. It's so jarring how it starts. And like, he's clearly trying to sleep and he's upset. Like it's hysterical. Like, how did you find another Asian guy so quickly that looked just like that guy, but not, with the?
It was one of the guys who does the Twitter Spaces. They would do a show, like a community-driven show every night, like a watch party. He linked me this guy. He's like, hey, this guy's a comedian. He's Asian. He looks like the other guy. So I was like, I knew nothing about him. I did no research. I got his flight within like 24 hours. He was on his way here, and he turned out being awesome.
Yeah.
His real name's Tai Nguyen. I'm probably butchering his last name. Nguyen.
Yeah.
Look him up. Nguyen. He's good. He's really funny, and he rolled with the punches, and he played it up too. He was like, I remember one of his meltdowns. We went and checked on him, and he was like, no, I like what you guys are doing. It's art. The things you guys are doing is art, and you keep writing good scripts, I will stay.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Ty, man.
Yeah, he's awesome. But for him, he probably had the hardest start because we put him in the shoes of a monster without him even realizing.
Yeah.
We were like teasing the fact that it's summer camp week all week, and then we're like, all right, walk in with 2 bottles of vodka and say you're the camp counselor.
And he just doesn't even know what a fucking ghoul he looks like.
It's crazy how much happenstance happened.
Yeah.
Like we had Chris Chin and Letty and Betty.
Yeah.
And I know we're intentionally trying to find people to replace them, but they worked. The way it worked was crazy.
Yeah.
And then Lance and Vance.
When we brought Lance and the Vance clone, we didn't expect that we were going to start like a clone theme, but it just went down that way.
And he did like a mad good job too.
Yeah,
Vance.
all of his studied him for like a week,
copying Vance's mannerisms and like even wearing his clothes, like buying the same clothes as Vance. That was crazy.
Yeah, we were lucky to have people who were on the show who cared about the show a lot too.
Yeah,
like the effort that guy put into getting down Vance. He didn't just show up like, hey, I want to get Twitter famous.
Yeah.
He was like, this is serious. I'm going to take it serious.
He did a good job, man. Tyler Little, is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out Tyler Little.
Yeah, he did a good job pretending to be when you started bringing in doppelgangers for everyone, that was very funny and surprising how quickly you got it. It was like the amount of spitting was shocking.
There's a lot of spitting.
There was a lot of spitting. The Airsoft Fatty spitting, like I knew that was an angry spit because he like did that, sucked up first and then fired it hard, and that I can't believe Letty handled it as well as she did. Like
I know.
I would not.
That was the heavy one because didn't he spit more than once?
3 times.
Three times.
He spit on her 3 times in the face.
Jesus,
that's crazy.
It was crazy.
That's
spitting
crazy.
in someone's face 3 times.
Speaking of spitting in the
crazy.
Speaking of spitting in the face, any romance possibilities on the next fish tank?
Oh,
just wait.
For season 2, we're not letting anyone on that has a significant other.
It's gonna be called Fuck House. Welcome to Fuck House.
You have to be a horny pervert to get on.
No, that's Airsoft Fatty's going to be a natural again.
We were trying to get Chris laid, for weeks.
Yeah, get him laid this time because when that prostitute said that he smelled too much like shit to fuck him, that made me sad. But she did it in a nice way. She said she alluded almost that there was an ether about the air that smelled like shit. Like not the shit covered gentleman.
You need to find a prostitute with lower standards.
Jesus.
Yeah. That was friend of the show, Brandon Buckingham. Shout out Brandon, another cool guy.
I don't know how it would work, but I almost want the contestants to think that they're getting on an airplane to go to another country where certain rules don't apply anymore, but they're really sitting in a fake plane rocking back and forth with airline sounds.
Yeah.
with black and you're like 12 hours later, you're like, all right, come out. We're in Cambodia now. Anything goes, bitches.
The Uber driver plays Spanish music.
Yeah, you can make them play Russian roulette where you're like, yeah, we can do this here.
That'd be great.
With a paintball gun.
Big TSA.
No,
we should put them on a fake space shuttle and tell them we're on the moon. Guess, hey guys, we're on Jeff Bezos' Atlantic Blue. What's this shit called? Blue Horizon?
We're on
Blue Horizon. We're going to our moon base.
They did that. There's a reality show where they actually did that. They made the contestants think they were going up in the rush to a Russian space station, put them in a fake ship and sent them up, and they believed it.
Wow.
They're crying. Awesome. They're crying, thinking they're in space, and they're not in space.
That's sweet.
I don't even think
we got to do that to John. Yeah. We'll do a spin-off called John Goes to Space. And
I would be like, I don't believe we're in space.
Dude, I was gonna mention that your John is so fucking perfect. Like I was dying laughing at the end where you would just go around perfectly, like with the inflection on his voice,
it's
like so calmly.
It was. I wish I could talk like John all day.
My favorite part of your John impression was that I knew that
it was federal prison though, so it wasn't a big deal.
So yeah, you get 3 for 1 or something. Actually, I just said here is the think of on podcast 658. What was the weirdest thing that Travis said so far, other than he had a possessed backhoe? Apparently, I sent a letter to a federal prison today to a famous prisoner that I am friends with.
Epstein's dead though.
If you could, and maybe Zach could start going Google crazy. He is in Inglewood Correctional Facility in Denver area, Colorado. And I grew up with this person and never knew he had a problem, and he is serving time. And he did not have a bunky roommate named Kyle. So boom. And Jared Fogle is absolutely correct, Zach. My friend,
I was close with Epstein.
You know Jared Fogle? That's so fucking funny. Tell us about Jared.
Yeah. So Jared was a great friend of mine, and people go, oh my God, he was this, that, and other, whatever else. Jared and I did. We went to more NASCAR races, I've been to a Super Bowl because I knew him, and people say, well, you never know what your friends are into or whatever else. So Jared gave up a addiction and picked up a addiction. So I would always be like, who wants to have sex with your fat ass? Like I was always like, we were just pals, we were just friends. But since I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, I don't have any earrings, cavities, tattoos, body piercings, I was always pretty boring. But I was a club disc jockey, and Jared liked to party, and he would come in and hang out, and he knew, since I didn't drink and anything, that I would just drop him off. He literally lived 6 miles from my house, right? Like, and we were friends for years. Oh, he had a gorgeous home. And he had but
is this mid Subway years? Like he's already.
Oh yeah, this is Subway years, and he would call me. I would drop him off at home, and I would just go to bed, and it would be like 7:10 in the morning on a Sunday, and it was like Travis, come pick me up, and I'm like, bro, it's 7:10, and I'm like, what are we doing? He goes, I have to say, gentlemen, start your engines at the Subway 400 at the Ontario Auto Club Speedway in California. And it's first class all the way. What time are you going to be here? I'm like, fuck. All right, I'll be there in like 20 minutes. Mm-hmm. And so it was always weird because when Jared and I would travel, he could, like, if he needed coffee, he could never walk up to the like if there was a Hardee's at the airport, I would go get the coffee because someone would take a picture of him. Mm-hmm. I'd be like, oh God, Jared's at Hardee's. And so, but there's a big fat ass picture of Jared wearing a blue Dallas Clark jersey. And we are in the Indianapolis International Airport, and it's a terrible picture of him. And he's kind of turned sideways in like the Bigfoot pose. You know what I mean? Like, and if whenever you do like the wide shot of it, my dumbass is standing right next to him in that picture. So we fly all the way out to somewhere. And when we land, like his phone just explodes, like, and there's all this stuff that says, Jared's off the bandwagon. He's a fat fuck, whatever else. And I am standing right next to him in that photo right there. And he
not
just
a good angle. Not a good angle.
Yeah, he just looks like a fat fuck. So, that's that baggage terminal.
Can I say the fact that the part of his body that protrudes the most seems to be the middle of his chest, that's a good look.
So needless to say, that is us leaving Indianapolis International. So I don't know where the hell I'm at. I'm definitely not that guy right there. But we were going to California, and his phone explodes because, of course, he has no cell phone service when we're in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this big non-thing about how he's a fat fuck and whatever else. So we go do our thing and then end up at a hotel. He goes in his room and does whatever the hell he was doing. Travis, married and happy, went to bed. And that evening was the evening that Tiger Woods and his wife got into a fight with the golf clubs, and the car went into the ditch. And we were like, thank you, Tiger Woods. We're like,
thank you, Tiger
but so, yeah, I mean, it was, and knowing, and so we kind of, didn't hang out very much anymore when his co-defendant, which is Russ Taylor, and him became friends, and he became like the chairman of his Jared Foundation and all that stuff. And I could kind of see the wheels were falling off. But if everybody has a friend that has a problem, and everybody that's listening to this or watching this is like, yeah, somebody either drinks too much or smokes too much or what they watch at home or what they do, you can never control what your friends do. And so I was like, okay, the morning that Jared's house got raided, because this is Indianapolis, and Jared he lives right up the street, and he's a local celebrity worth, $15 million at the time. And so, your phone's going, helicopters over somewhere Jared's house. And I'm like, got one eye open, and I'm like going, wow. Right. So I go to the bathroom, comb my teeth, walk back in, turn the TV on. It's probably 10 after 7 a.m. And I'm like going, and my wife rolls over, and she's like going, wow. And I looked at her and I go, no matter what, I said, they will not be here at this house. And she's like, no matter what, they will not be at this house or whatever else. You're friends with Jared and blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
he's this creep.
Damn, you're getting it at home already? First thing?
Dude, so it's like, two days later, and I'm like, oh shit, right? So my daughter, 18 at the time, now 28, she answers the phone. She goes, or answers the door. She goes, Dad, 2 guys in a Dodge Charger in the driveway. I'm like, oh. So I'm like, all right, put them in the front room, and I, put clothes on, walk out. My wife's going, they aren't going to be here, right? There's not be here, right? So I'm like going, Haley, I'm like, babe, look. So I walk out there, and they literally questioned me for like 15 minutes, and then the last thing they said was, because anybody who was in his phone got a knock like that week, like any text, anything. And of course, Jared and I would communicate, and we'd whatever. So the last thing they said to me was like, hey, do you think Jared would ever cheat on his wife? And I go, no. I said, I just DJ'd their wedding like 3 years ago. He's got 2 kids. Like, he's always dying to, and at that point they knew I didn't know a thing, and that was it. But like when I was almost let down, because of course, some of there's a really terrible documentary right now with some chick that really wants a lot of money that was on Investigation Discovery recently, and you can't defend your friend that's has a frickin' problem. But Jared was always one of those people, and and no matter how creepy it is, like the age of consent in New York is, let's say, 15, and that is pretty damn disgusting. But the age of consent in Indiana was like 16. But he would set up his little rendezvous using his phone from Indiana, and then he would say, hey, I'll pick you up at the airport because I have to open a Subway or something in New York. But by doing that, that's a federal crime, and that's why he's in federal prison right now. And the chick that kind of set him up was kind of creepy. His co-defendant is a super creep, and he just kind of got mixed up in the wrong crap. So anyhow, I was like, man, I need to be a better friend, even though I don't agree with the things that, some people may be very opinionated that, oh, I heard Jared do this, I heard Jared that. But I was there firsthand, and I saw, and I had no idea this shit was going on. So literally, when he got arrested and everything else, or well, he didn't actually get arrested, he couldn't go back to his home. And he had a beautiful home, and his parents still living in Indianapolis. And of course, they lived on this cul-de-sac. And so I drove over there, And I'm driving into the driveway, and here comes the camera crew, like racing up behind me, like, all right, like we just won the Publishers Clearinghouse, like they're up my ass, like up the driveway. And I knock on the door, and they expect there to be another camera crew in the driveway. And Mrs. Folk answers. She's like, "Oh, it's Travis." And I wander in. Of course, there's a video of me like walking in the house. I'm like, "Oh God, here we go." That's like the local DJ hanging out with Subway, creepy ass Subway Jared. I'm like, "Oh, that's all I need." So I put my cell phone on his parents' like island, and he threw his phone on the island, and I said, "Let's go downstairs and tell me what the hell I missed. Like, where did I miss all of this?" Because I was friends. There's pictures of us when I had red hair, and I'm like going like, dude, what happened? So I sent him a letter today, just stating that I was going to be in Denver in the next couple months, and I would love to come see him, because he looks, if Zach does some due diligence, and if you remember what Jared looked like, he doesn't look like that anymore. And like before he went to prison, I took him to go get LASIK, because these are readers, these are reading glasses, but he was always notorious. You'd see him push up the Sharknado. He had a bit in Sharknado that they cut out. They had to cut it out right when literally he got arrested the week that that Sharknado happened. But yeah, that's him right there. That's what he looks like now.
Really?
Yeah. On the left.
They're still getting them sandwiches in there.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
And I knew the one on the right with the Indianapolis 28. That is a whoever the running back was back in the day for the Colts, but I knew that Jared on the right. So, but yeah,
so there were never any like
nothing.
Yeah, like and crazy moments where you're like, this doesn't make sense. Why is he with this super young girl? Like
and nothing. And I was always, since I was such a good friend, it would always just kind of like, well, I should keep that from. And we took him to get LASIK. That's why he doesn't have any glasses on in the picture. But
that's great.
It was always
he knew he was going to prison, so he was like, better get this fixed.
When we did, I took him to go get it. So yeah. It was,
I wonder if he was thinking, you know, in every movie, the first thing they do is take the guy's glasses, and then he can't see to defend
what did he
himself.
do? You told the story like he was with 15-year-olds, and it would have been legal if he wasn't.
So yeah, and well, and then but by making his rendezvous via, state lines, that's federal. And so
he also
even
has child pornography.
Yeah, and that was the Russell, his co-defendant. So that's very, very creepy, and it was like
so child porn, and he met up with 15-year-old girls. That's what he
pretty
did.
much. Yep. And that's so he would always be like hanging out with Russ, and Russ was a creepy bastard, but he was like the person who shouldn't be on drugs, but you got that one friend to be like, hey, let's go do some drugs. I'm like, yeah, let's go do some drugs. He was the very much the enabler. And
I'd so much rather I would so much rather have a friend with a drug problem than a
so
pedophile.
much rather. Dude.
Like if I found out a friend of mine was a pedophile, it'd be like, number one, it'd be like, how did I not see this? How did I not know?
Yeah, that's
like I'm sure that's the number one thing you think is like, okay, what did I miss? What did I miss? Like that. Did you do that? Like when you found out, you went back through your
completely.
Like, what did I miss? What
did I miss? Why didn't I see this? And that's why, like, I went and met up with him at his parents' house, and I was like, what did I miss here? But yeah, that was co-defendant, and he was super enabler, super creepy.
Are his parents normal people?
Yeah, his mom was, of course, was a school teacher, and his dad was a pediatrician, and just the nicest people on earth.
Did he have any relationships with like ladies, just regular women? Like, did he ever date or have a girlfriend?
Yeah. And so, of course, like I said, he was married, when it all went down. And Katie is a super amazing, nice young lady. Has obviously nothing to do with him now, but it was very weird because.
But she made out.
At that point, at what cost? So. She has kids. I'm sure there is now, but
the mental cost of realizing you were married to someone like that, like that's
right. Well, or the cost of realizing that I had no idea, and I was like, literally, they raided his house on a Monday, and I talked to him on the Saturday, and had no idea, and I was like, oh wow. So when we start talking about Kyle's mean stint in the clink, I was like, my guy, you know, I got you on commissary, put you some money on your books, and I got you hooked up, you know.
I can't relate. I knew Kyle smoked pot the whole time.
Yep.
I was well aware.
I can't believe
y'all are
you
technically
Jared
culpable. You could do time.
That's so funny.
Fought.
What was the most fun you ever had with Jared Fogle? Like
Super Bowl. Going to Super Bowl. Yeah, we went. Well, no, he had I owned one of the General Lees from the Dukes of Hazzard, and Jared was a big Dukes of Hazzard fan growing up, as kids my age were, kids Woody's age were, and we all went to a Benihana, and I drove the damn General Lee to a Benihana, a Chinese or Japanese restaurant. And so we're all sitting there, and everybody's doing sake bomb. And of course, I don't drink. And I'm like, okay, it looks like everybody's piling in the General Lee on the way home, like whatever. Mm-hmm. And so Jared is heavily cocktailed. And I know John Schneider, Bo Duke, John Schneider, like real well. And so I said, okay, so for your birthday, we're going to drive the General Lee, and I'm going to call Bo Duke, and you can talk to Bo Duke in the General Lee for your 30th birthday or whatever it was. And so we're driving through Indianapolis, and we come down to this like club district in the damn General Lee with the most famous face on earth, which was Jared at the time, and in the most famous car on earth. And Jared's like, pull over here. And I'm like, and he was fun. Like he was, I mean, you know, you can roast me to the end of time that I was friends with him, but we never knew he had a problem. So so we pulled over. I'm like, why? And we are in the freaking Jimmy John's parking lot, Subway's head competitor. And he's like out the window, like Jimmy John's and all this stuff. He's like, Travis, hit the horn. I'm like, so little like the drivers that night at Jimmy John's walk out and they're like going, dude, Subway Jared is in a General Lee out in our parking lot hitting the horn and flipping us off. And I'm like going, does it get any better than this? Like, this is my life.
That's pretty good.
So, but yeah, we had a lot of fun.
Jared's on his phone texting. No one knows. No one knows what he's really that excited about that evening.
It was that girl behind the counter at Jimmy John's.
Yeah.
I'm in this hateful detention.
So yeah, I mean, it's just
couldn't see me.
You can watch a lot of, and we ended up on TMZ a lot. You can watch a lot of you know, tabloid stuff, and a lot of it is very kind of, you know, fan made and whatever else, and leave Britney alone kind of stuff and whatever. But it was weird because he was just a normal dude to me. But then when it all went down, everybody's like we followed local disc jockey Travis Bell because he was friends with here he is right here in a picture. What do you got to say? I'm like, dude, keep my name out of this shit. Yeah. Because I knew nothing, and it was almost sad that I couldn't help. But he had a horrific co-defendant, and at that point, you can't do anything. He was a very big enabler.
And he's what's his like thing now? How long is Jared in prison?
And so doing federal time, like back in the day when Kyle did federal time, if Kyle got 1 year of federal time, Kyle would get 3 for 1. So you get 3 days for 1 day. And that's federal time because federal prisons are pretty loaded up, Kyle, right? Back when you were locked up, they were loaded.
So that long ago.
Sorry, bro. So if you had 1 month to do, you're going to do 10 days, and that's it, because it's 3 for 1, 3 for 1, 3 for 1. And Jared had made a financial agreement with all of his victims, quote unquote, even though these ladies of the night were already paid, then they got paid again. So none of them came to testify against Mr. Fogle. But the judge knew that that's the game that he played. So he took a plea agreement for like 12 and a half years or 15 and a half years. But by that time, remember, if you're doing 3 for 1, you're going to do about 5 and be out. But she sentenced him to like 21 years to make sure he did all 15 and a half of his years. Mm-hmm. So he is already kind of up and over the hump, if I remember right. But I haven't been out there in a while to see him. So I'm going to.
So these girls, were they? You called them ladies of the night. Were they prostitutes?
They were paid. Prostitutes? They were paid. Yeah, they were all paid.
It looks like what Zach linked is that he got in trouble for, what is it? child sex tourism. So he was going places for the purpose of having sex with people who were underage.
That's another thing of how do you prove it? But of course, he was hanging out. Well, where's Kyle got to go? He's got to let the dogs out.
Probably. He's probably got one of the.
I'm gonna take a piss while you talk about your pedophile friend.
But yeah,
I mean,
so
like,
it's,
you can't be buddies with him after he gets out or anything.
You can't.
I'm surprised you're talking to him now. Really, like I really think I would cut all contact with someone if I find out. Actually, that's not a thing. I 100% know I would.
Yeah, and for me, I was like going. We were such good friends. I was like, fuck, and so I have not talked to him or seen him in 7 years now, and I just had a printed out thing on my computer's desktop. It was like, you should send him a letter, and so I did to this morning, which is bizarre, but and everybody's like, and oh my God, there is no worse crime than that crime. There is nothing. And you do not come back from that shit. He will never be seen in public again. You will never catch him and me in an airport ever again. But think about how on top of the world he was just for eating frickin' Subway sandwiches. So
he was, and then he had to be a pedophile, and then go to jail for it.
Yeah,
thankfully,
but his co-defendant has got like 30 some odd years or something. And his co-defendant's wife just went to jail too, so she fought it forever, and she ended up with a ton of years too. So, damn,
that's a whole lot of people spending a lot of time in jail for nefarious activities.
She got 33 years and 4 months. Oh, wow.
And they were
4 months tickles me,
but but they were like just the most disgusting, like creepy people. But they latched onto Jared and then enabled him, and he had a effing problem anyhow. Like it wasn't, oh, Jared was this. No, he was a creepy fucking bastard. Like that is sick as could be. But then they were just feeding him a shit sandwich right there, and he was eating all of it. So
yeah, but he had to eat it. He had he was the money man, I would assume, like facilitating all of this.
Absolutely. 100%.
And he wasn't doing it magnanimously. He's doing it because he wanted to have sex with underage children.
Creepy.
Yeah.
So that's why I had to remove myself from him when all of that shit went down. And I was like going, all right, I'll be in Denver. Maybe I'll take a visit. Maybe I won't take a visit. But like I said, if you're right, if you find out some of your friends are up to this shit, you have got to be like, they are dead to me. But, I never knew he had a problem. He was not that person that I knew. So.
Oh yeah, there's no way you can hold someone accountable at all for their friend doing fucked up shit. If they encourage it and excuse it, of course. But that's unreal that you were friends with Subway Jared Fogle.
For years.
Jokes aside, like 100% serious. When he gets out, do you think that he could have a career in?
Done.
Not in the sandwich business. Not in the sandwich business. But
he won't be able to be like a counselor. He won't be able to do. He will have to live in nowhere.
Well, definitely not a counselor.
Yeah, no, he can't even work in a high school.
He can't even.
Those are his favorite people, and
he can't even get a job at a daycare, Kyle. You don't get it. It's over for him. But he
can't be a school nurse.
Had a podcast. If he had a Twitter that was interesting, like a whole social media thing, like I'll say this, OJ is very interesting. I watch OJ's
a podcast just called Foot Long.
Yeah,
the full 6 inches with Jared Fogle. Like
6 inches is funnier.
Well, you used to take footlongs or whatever else. So it's.
I hope not.
I wonder what his prison experience is like. Because I know it can be tough for child molesters, but I assume he's in some protective unit with the other ones.
They are, and I figured that out too because I was like, I told the CEO of my life, I was like, he's not going to last a week. Like he's going to be dead by the end of this phone call, basically. Yeah, and they Inglewood has a protective side for chobos and child molesters and whatever else, and of course he's on that side. But he got the complete living shit kicked out of him about 7 years ago, and what probably well deserved. But that's what do? You like go if
he doesn't look like
a
fighter.
No, hell no. But I figured that Kyle may have bumped into him during his stint, but I guess not. So
I was down south. I was at the Alabama Federal Correctional Institute, or whatever the fuck they call that nonsense place. Talladega. Yeah. It's in Alabama.
Sure.
No chomos there. Mostly tax cheats and ex gang members and shit, stuff like that.
Right. Was it minimum security? Is that what it was?
Yeah, you can call it. It's a camp. It's a camp. So yeah.
How long ago was this stint?
Fuck, it's been like 3-4 years ago now, right?
Yeah, like 3 years, probably.
Damn, man, you still got street cred with that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was in there with some scary people. Actually,
they called them White Lightning by the end.
There was somebody famous that was in the medium side of where I was
running around the track,
like not down low where
because he came too fast.
Well, there's that.
No, but seriously though, I would watch Jared Fogel's YouTube. I would watch his podcast. If he had, it sounds to me like he was traveling around doing a lot of fun stuff, and he has interesting stories. I like hearing like the stuff you did with him, the 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times or whatever. Like those trips sound interesting and fun. I bet he's got cool stories the same way that like OJ does. I don't.
Sure.
I guess it's a fair comparison. I don't mean that he's as bad as OJ. I guess
no. That's a fair comparison. That's a very.
He cut heads off. Those girls are fine.
Yeah,
they're compensated.
But yeah, I mean, it's just.
I wonder how they feel about their experience. Right, because it's voluntary. They were paid. Then they were. It looks like he paid him another $100,000 later.
$100,000 each victim. So, at what point do you be like, yes, creepy. No, don't want to have anything to do with these people.
I would watch a porno with Jared Fogle where he fucked the girl from Wendy's, Wendy, like have some other chick dressed up as her, and have him fuck Wendy. I would watch that. So he could have. He needs tell him that.
Kyle's like. I would watch his podcast, his YouTube, his chatterbait, his porn.
I'm a big. I mean, Travis likes Jared. I love fan. Jared.
It's not. It's not that I liked Jared. We were just friends.
Of course.
But this will come out on the YouTubes, and there will be video of you saying that you would watch Jared go to Pound Town with the
we say ridiculous stuff.
Well, all right, but I want the Wendy's that's on the girl that's on the sign. I don't know if you've ever seen Dave Thomas's real daughter or nephew or niece rather, or whatever she was.
Sure,
that kid had not enough chromosomes or too many. I can never tell which, but that's an ugly fucking child. Yeah, I guess if you want to keep throwing Rocky under the bus, okay. who didn't do anything to any little girls, by the way. He's just down there being a nice boy. Guarding the house.
I bet he humps everyone he meets.
He's fixed. Poor guy. No, he's just got floof back there. Yeah.
Floof.
So anyhow, that was when you went down prison lane, I was like, damn, I just sent a letter to a prison today.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I don't think there's a lot of people driving in the same car you are, because if he came out with anything on social media, Twitter or whatever else, and I don't know that he would legally be allowed to because of sentencing guidelines. I think there'd be more people waiting outside for him to kill him versus I don't know if he'll ever be able to set foot anywhere. So
I think that he can absolutely have, it's freedom of speech. They can't say he can't have a Twitter where he talks about the good old days of being Jared. Or I would self-produce a documentary. I would have a YouTube channel, and I would have a podcast if I were Jared Fogle. And I would tell Jared Fogle stories, and I would keep the sketchy stuff away from the show.
I'm gonna let you know the co-host of that show will not be Travis Bell at all.
I mean, someone's gotta be there for him.
No, I had my friendship. I feel like
you could do a themed race for him in your backyard, like Cops and Robbers, where he's there.
Yeah.
Or he could announce
that would be the OJ race, like the OJ Simpson race.
Yeah.
Everybody has Broncos in the backyard.
We did a themed paintball thing that was like Cops versus Blues Brothers one time down in Joliet. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's time for a rewatch on that.
Wait, name a number.
3.
Those are both numbers. Everyone's a winner.
I'm killing it. I don't like that game.
I don't like that game. It's stupid.
It wasn't educational at all.
Yeah, Korea definitely. I've heard they drink the most.
It's hard liquor too that they drink a lot.
They drink more than you think, right? Like sake.
Oh yeah, sake is good.
Or wait, what is the Korean one? That's awful. Tastes terrible. The Korean liquor. That's.
I have no idea.
Have you tried soju?
Soju.
No.
That's what it's called.
Soju's good. It's you're fucking with me. It's like it tastes like juice, but it's like 20-something% alcohol. It's good.
Maybe I've only had bad stuff. I've only tried one kind that I got from the grocery store like a couple of years ago, and it is only half as strong as vodka, and it has every bit of unpleasantness. At least the kind I tried. And
Soju's like known to be one of those ones that's like it doesn't taste much. Like you might have had a bad one. I don't know what it was, but it was one of those ones where you need to be careful of how much you're drinking of it because you don't quite realize how much you're drinking. It sits in
it doesn't impact me. I'm an ally. I only drink Bud Light. So
I'll be honest, whenever I hear someone say that about alcohol, I'm like, yeah, you won't even realize how much you've drank. It's like, dude, I pretty good track of how much water I drink. I can't keep up with this special elixir that comes out of a bottle with a cork in it.
If someone stuck vodka into this Fanta, I'd be like, oh, you put vodka in my Fanta. Like I wouldn't, like I'd know immediately. Like, so you're right. Like when they're like, oh, you can't even tell this hard alcohol. It's so smooth. It's like, no, you have like an acquired taste. The same way, like you're not lying to me that you think it's smooth. The same way the cigar guy isn't lying to me when he's like, this is a good one. No,
I don't know enough about the cigar thing to shit on it, but I know I'll never enjoy the taste of alcohol. The taste of alcohol itself, I hate it. Now, what I do like is getting like slamming a few so that I've got that buzz, and now they taste pretty good. I'll say this: I've drank some strong ass fucking drinks if I'm buzzed, and to me it's like, I can't taste caramel and vanilla at the same time. Fuck yeah, and some. Is that leather? Hell yeah, Maker's Mark, baby. But I hate having to go to that place to begin with. I just so much rather get stoned, man. It's just someone was asking about a drinking episode today, and I was like, man, please don't make me do that. All right, so I will do a drinking episode if, here's my if, it's just a friendly have a few drinks sort of thing, but it could have no drinking games because I take the drinking game seriously. And for whatever reason, like I do every goddamn game, we couldn't play Twister here without me calling a rules violation. I promise you. I'm a fucking asshole.
Let
whatever.
go of my dick, Woody.
Yeah, like Woody bit me.
It's part of the game focus.
Those were both the same incidents.
You could have a whistle watching. I didn't see nothing. Like it's just
you could totally have a drinking 43 minutes, you know.
But I don't have any alcohol.
I don't have any alcohol.
Yeah, probably
Fucking
don't. I don't know.
pussies.
Let's talk about. So what I will say is like if we just have a few casual drinks on an episode, I'll do that. But I don't want to like promise blackout. The last one we did, I don't remember that show. Like I blacked out an hour or 2 hours of that shit legitimately, and I've never blacked out in my life, and that was uncomfortable because I was like, what did I say? They were like, you went on a rant about Elena and her husband and him being crippled and her leaving it. And I was like, all right, well, I stand by all that, but did I say anything? No, it was awful. It was awful.
But were people laughing? Was it funny? Okay, kind of. Like
I was more laughing at you because you were belligerent.
Well, you had Taylor laughing. He was loving it, but he was tanked also.
Taylor is my muse. He's the only reason I do this.
I can never
get a laugh out of him.
Drinking. It's really rare that I like get to that really happy place, a nice buzz where everyone's having a good time.
Yeah.
And then stop there or maybe just maintain that. No, I either zoom right past it or fail to achieve it.
Do you drink? How long are you out partying or doing whatever you're doing when you're drinking?
Okay, so let me quickly inform you that Taylor is a bit of a casual drinker. Occasionally he'll have a beer every now and then. Woody and I don't drink. And what we mean by that is we have no reason to possess some. We would never possess some casually, alcohol. We would never order a drink with our dinner. We would never do that. If we are in a social situation where everyone else starts doing it to fit in and to be friendly, I will drink a good bit. Woody will begrudgingly have one or two, but he'll probably have none.
Yeah,
I might get none too. You might. Yeah, I might just.
Our drinking, most of Woody's recent drinking experience, and I mean that in the last 5 years, has been on drinking episodes on this show.
Wow. It's not a good habit to pick up.
I mean, like a drinking day would be like some kind of activity. Yeah, there we go. There's I think Kyle dominated.
So these are different shows.
I can see why people want one though. That's funny.
So I started.
It is fun.
So, if I remember correctly, I went through an entire fifth of vodka, which is a lead, a fifth of a gallon, and then I think, again, I blacked out quite a bit of this, but there was a second bottle. I know I came back with a second fucking, and I think here's the funny part. In my glasses, there's a reflection of Elena's nipple titties, or big pepperoni nipple titties. That's how good my monitor was. That was that Asus Predator, the fucking ultra wide. That shit was $1,500. You can still see her huge pepperoni nipples in the reflection of my glasses.
They're lovely.
It's pregnant.
Look,
Dude,
I'm
I
just
love that we're
saying.
relitigating this.
I think they're lovely too. We all love a giant inflamed pepperoni nipple, Woody. We all love that, and we understand that it's natural, and that turns us on. Motherhood's hot. All right, I'm not shaming anybody. But those were two different episodes. And the one on the right, that's one of Taylor. Before Taylor was a host here, he was a guest, and that.
Oh, that was a Lefty.
That was the night that
was
he
the greatest
melted down on
episode
Lefty.
ever. Yeah.
My fucking internet went out. My internet was out on the night of the Wings 1v1 and on the night of the fucking of this
Lefty
of the Lefty meltdown.
Damn, you 0 for 2 on that. You had bad luck.
I always had shitty fucking internet. It was really. I love the modern times.
Dude, I remember that. How weird it was to like have a friend who was into the same shit we were, like uploading videos and being like, "Oh yeah, I'll see if Kyle wants to play this." Oh no, that's totally prohibitive. Like he's not able to play because his ping is 260, and so he's getting shot before the gun sound is made.
A long time ago, but it was hilarious how Wings would just kick people out of the strangers. You know, he'd be like, Boy Toy 69, leave the game. You got host and you're terrible. Leave the game. He would just like bully strangers into leaving games, taking L's because he wasn't enjoying their ping.
No.
I don't blame him for that. He wasn't there playing for fun. He's trying to get a commentary, right?
He's not there to conversate.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what kind of videos you were making. I don't know if I did a lot of team-based stuff. I don't really remember what kind of COD videos. But his stuff was often team-based. Him playing domination and getting a bunch of kills. So, kind of makes sense to want to kick those people out.
Yeah, makes sense. He's playing for his job. It's his livelihood. He needs those epic scores.
When did monetization come into YouTube? Because I hear mixed opinions on when it was like easier or harder to be a YouTuber, and I don't know if that was during that time where you could do like COD gaming.
Modern Warfare 2.
It's your date, like you track dates via what video games are out.
Because I'm remembering the video that different YouTubers made at the time. I can picture them talking about how you needed to pop over and watch their commentaries on Machinima now, because we were going to be sending them like our best videos and having them upload them over there. That was the beginning of monetization for us, and that was a few months into Modern Warfare 2, I believe.
I want to say during Modern Warfare 2, we went from like it was only monetized on Machinima's channel to it was monetized on our own as well.
That happened, yes.
It makes sense why there were a bunch of like, I guess the whole, whenever I hear about that era of YouTube with Wings and everything and the whole, all the drama that came from it, it sort of makes sense because no one had a grasp on it yet, I guess. I get why it's a bit more toxic, I guess.
No one had a what?
Like a grasp on, because everyone started to make money. And so naturally, and no one really knew exactly how it would work in the future. And blah, blah. I get why that created a strange environment, or one that Wings would kick off about losing a fucking, 1v1.
Oh, that wasn't. Sure, that's
not on the line though.
There was a lot on the line. Like you have a short lifespan typically as a YouTuber. And back then you made like good money, but not retirement money. You know?
Yeah. But I guess like now it'd be way harder to break in and make something. I feel like the huge guys are like Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Like he's so
well. It seems like he's kind of
like,
transcended the platform, even like
yeah.
he's
It seems like he already has with the kind of like views he gets. If you just go by his channel and just look at his video catalog, it's like every single one of them is like 100 million, if not close. It's ridiculous. And what is that compared to like, if you're just taking like apples to apples views, what on earth compares to that? Like other than some of those YouTube accounts that like have.
But back in the day, I brought like the 164 banger in.
God damn.
Did yours have the sharpener and the side of the box?
I don't remember. I was 5 years old. I remember being in Miss Crow's class and there being a whole thing. I think some kids were stealing my crayons and shit because they didn't have a chartreuse and a peach and a I can't remember all those silly names they have. All right, I got a couple things here. Do you want something that's about I'll rename them. Politician titties, fat hate, or go woke, go broke.
What was the last one?
Go woke, go broke.
These are all some of my favorite things.
I know. That's why. I'm
going to speak on behalf of the audience. Politician titties.
All right, I found a new subreddit, boys. This is a gold mine, okay? It's called AOC is Mommy. Don't judge me, all right? I didn't name the thing. AOC
of course you
is
found
Mommy,
this.
all right? Now, this is a subreddit that's all about AOC and her big mommy milkers. I had no idea they were so big. I thought it was just a meme. I knew she had a big ass and she was fit. But yeah, I could go full screaming in the streets libtard for them big old titties. Go top all. Go top all. I'll help you snatch the guns up. I'll give you names.
I'll give you names.
I'll name names.
She does have big boobs. She must strap those things in with a sports bra on normal days.
Yeah, she's got them buckled up, but every now and then them bitches turn loose. What you want to do? I don't even have it up, but I've already perused, if you know what I mean. If you scroll down, there's one where she's in like a nighttime environment, and so there's like this purplish blue lighting, like maybe a bar or a convention. Maybe to me it felt like right after some event because she's wearing like a gown, and she is less protective of her cleavage because it's so dark. But you can tweak that little photo editing, and then you've just got these big mommy milkers hanging out everywhere. There's a few good images on there. The best one to me, honestly, is probably when she's in that white thing with the sleeveless number and her nipples are just going to town because she's got like nickels for nipples.
Dude, there's like half of these images of that one dress in particular. She must have really scored some points.
Yeah.
Do you like big boobs?
I like all. See,
yes,
it's like if we had a character slider and we were going to slide it until they look like what they were going to look like, they'd probably be like some sort of magically firm and perky C or D. But then again, that's some sort of. But in real life, it's never like that. There's no
right.
You don't. It's
having them be nice is better than.
It's like, oh my goodness, they match. Some people like variety. Like you got like A cup.
I like a C and an A.
It's like dating two chicks. It's like,
you're like, honey, I like to pretend like you're a different woman.
Yeah, I'm fucking the left one.
You know, in real life, I've dated girls who had like almost none. You know, and then just the huge other end of that spectrum, so that they were just gigantic, double-handed, big crazy things. I don't know. Titties are titties. They're all real nice. What I don't like sometimes when a lady has had a child or two and breastfed, their breast sort of becomes this shadow of its former self, and it's just sort of like this bag of of
Sand.
marbles. Yeah, of sand. It's just this bag of sand.
Bag
That's
of
sort
marbles.
of like
You sound like someone who's never seen a movie.
You know, chicks and they're goddamn jingling around and they're hey, I can hear you clacking around in the kitchen in there. Just cut it out.
After a woman has a baby,
it's just this
filled with
loose
marbles.
amalgamation thing. Like it just really loses all of its consistency. It's not a titty anymore. You know, it's just no good.
That's what you don't.
But yes, I don't know. Titties are titties. The same thing with when I don't understand that question. Like, I think dudes just want to talk about titties or something. But if we're just, I don't know, wherever titties
I was asking
that are on.
It seemed like a simple.
I
was prepared to answer because I seem to be the
I know
rare
your
guy
answer.
that genuinely thinks little ones are better, and I'm in a wild camp on this, and that I've almost never seen too small. I have in pictures seen girls who have like almost boys, right? Like they just like you really can't find boob at all. But women who think their boobs are way too small are oftentimes just right for my tastes.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't
And
like
it's more
them
about
like
them
tube sock
looking
titties either.
Good.
Having said that, I can't be convinced that women see a really small penis and say that one's perfect for me. So I get guys who are insecure about that, and I get girls who think that their boobs are too small. Because if I had a 3-inch hard on or something, I'd be like, there's nothing you can do to convince me this is grade A.
True.
So girls who have grade A, I get why you think they're not perfect, but I think you're wrong.
Sure.
Yeah. I think again, like the issue there is that they don't give as much of a shit about what we think. They've got other ladies to compete with big old knockers, and women be shopping, you know. And
So
most dresses,
true, man.
there's a lot of dresses that
they are shopping,
dude. Preacher, choir,
Michael
online, in person, drive through.
That's a Michael Scott reference. What I was going to say is like a lot of dresses don't fit appropriately if you don't have boobs. Like you just can't wear certain tops if you don't.
It goes
have,
both
like,
ways. If you have really big boobs, like certain kinds of tops are almost off limits to you, unless you want to look kind of slutty, which is fine. But
yeah, they do. Yeah. It's rare that they want to hide them toddies. So the AOC, that she's a prime example. So yeah, everyone out there, you're welcome. AOC is mommy.
Man, you were on that quick. Is this a brand new community?
Yeah, we started up last week. Yeah, okay. Got fired up. I got the boys out there, my spiders, as I call them.
Wow,
creeping about.
Spiders.
You can filter by flair. Mommy worship, milk, this Latina,
milk.
Yeah,
there's just a category called milk.
There's a category called milk. Literally, divine goddess, based mama, big booty Latina. I'm gonna filter by that.
Yeah,
not disappointed.
I legitimately do think that chick is real fucking hot. Even with those I like the bug eyes. I really do like the bug eyes. For whatever reason, they're just so intense. I think.
Well, she doesn't always have.
She reminds me of like
she's
a Black
like in the
Widow
middle
spider.
of a yell.
Yeah. Do you like having sex with me? Do you? Yeah, I don't know what this is.
I don't know, but I want to go home.
His eyes are so big and judgy.
I'll tell you, so I thought of her as really pretty and perhaps one of the better looking people in politics.
For sure.
Yeah.
She's not super pretty in most of these pictures.
At some angles, you know what I mean? They're candid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think when she's just at a podium and looking straight on, I think that's a pretty lady. And she's got an amazing body for a I don't know, human being.
How old is she?
Yeah.
That's
she's young. She's like 30s.
In the world of politics, people are so largely fat and ugly oftentimes. Like you're gonna look better. Like all of us, imagine us standing next to Lindsey Graham.
Oh, Lindsey Graham and Chris Christie. And I'm
a fucking smoke show next to Mitch McConnell.
And Dianne Feinstein. Oh, yeah. That's my fucking trio. That's my wingman at the bar. I want Dianne Feinstein, Chris Christie, and Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham's gonna be talking up all them cute boys in the corner anyway, and Chris Christie might be a good wingman because he's got $1,000 in his pocket if you'll suck our cocks.
Now
that sounds perfect. You do not have to compete with Lindsey Graham for the same people.
Totally definitely not. And me and Dianne Feinstein, I think the ladies see me with her and like they contrast my sweet. I'll be like feeding her, some bourbon, like spoon feeding her.
Yeah.
And we're at the bar. What am I gonna do?
You're like she's like crying, so you're like rubbing bourbon on her gums like she's a baby.
Little maker's mark.
Yeah, little maker's mark.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good look. But God, our politicians are awful. I would love a president who is running right now and he's 34, right? Like he'll be 35 when it's time. You know what I mean? Like I'd love that shit.
That's too young for me. Maybe I'm old, but
fuck it, let's go. Let's have somebody who remembers 9/11, but not all that well.
So I know people are living.
Someone like my age that remembers it as a day that I got to go home early because I got to play Pokemon with Alex and play in the woods all day.
The day.
I got to go home early. It was just from sister.
Not us. We toughed it out.
You had a hard 9/11. One of the worst.
I forget what I was gonna say. Anyway, yeah.
Some people had it worse.
People live longer now. But are politicians more geriatric than they used to be?
Absolutely, yeah.
Wants this, needs this, and means it.
Mm-hmm.
I saw them on stage, and I was like, Wings fucking wants this, needs this, and means this. Boogie's like, I'm so happy that I'm not in a wheelchair.
What?
And yeah. I mean, Boogie's like, I'm so happy I'm not in a wheelchair. And Wings is like, I'm fucking ready to put you back in it. He literally said, I'm going to put you back in there. And I think that is an element. That is an element that Wings has.
Oh, man. Well, look, I'm going to have to watch. It's Saturday afternoon at like 11 a.m. for the East Coast America people. Obviously, the fight's taking place in London or whatever. Man, I was completely wrong. I didn't think Wings would actually go through with any of this. There's like 5 steps along the way where he could have backed off and quit.
Didn't he have a hiccup that was like an excuse?
Boogie said that too. Boogie was
there
like
was some contract stuff, but I don't think that was on his end.
I thought there was like
Boogie was like, you got.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Boogie was like, you got fired from your own show because you couldn't go camping. And after this fight, you're going to have no money. You're going to be living in a tent at the end of it. And I'm like sitting there next to my girlfriend. I'm like, he's saying that because what happened? There was this thing. And I'm like trying to break down all the dumb shit. And she's like,
The Lord.
But after I went up to Wings, I was like, yo, man, I'm fucking here. I literally, like, don't tell KSI, but Wings versus Boogie is why I bought a fucking flight to shit-ass country. Just kidding, but I was like, I really want you guys. And he was like, hell yeah, man. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to go on PKA tonight. He's like, oh, yeah. He's like, tell Kyle that I want to have the PKA reunion.
Okay.
No, I want it. I want it too. I want it more than Wings.
Maybe
I was like, oh, really? I was like, really? He's like, yeah. He was like, tell Kyle. I was like, okay. I was like, all right. So that's it. Yeah, I told you. And I have to tell. No, okay, yeah. No, I don't know what it is, and I'm going to save it for later because I have no idea what it means. But yeah, continue.
I was going to say I was wrong. I want to be clear about that because I really did not think he was going to go through with it. I really didn't.
Me neither. I agree with you. Neither did I.
And
good for him, man.
He's still got to get in the ring, but he's like 95% of the way there. So we can almost call this good,
bro. Like if he backs out now.
I'd be very surprised if Wings does anything but win this fight.
Yeah,
bro. If either of them back out right now, like I'm right here and I'm like, funny, I brought my gloves just in case this shit happened. Turns out I'm a heavyweight too. I got fucking redemption. I think I can fuck one of you guys up after getting my ass beat by a wrestler.
Did you go in there and actually kill Boogie? Like that's what would happen. You'd punch his head off his shoulders.
Dude, I actually have a speech
of this fight being anything other than total Wings victory or Boogie being kind of, injured badly. Like, hopefully that doesn't happen, but just looking at Boogie standing there, he really struggled to stand next to Wings, even in the belly bump.
I don't think Boogie could get injured. I feel like the thing is he'll go down too easily to get hurt. To get injured takes a lot of stick-to-itiveness, bravery. You have to weather a storm or two to really get rocked in boxing. Boogie will drop too quickly for any lasting damage.
Oh, no, not a punch. I'm meaning like he puts too much torque and his leg shatters. Like his ankle breaks, his knee gives out. Like after that much time of doing nothing, like trying to like throw a hip into a punch, like I bet you could really easily overexert. Like I'd be pretty scared if I was Boogie way more than Wings. Like he knows the limitations of his body.
I just think the fall could be bad. Like I know it's a canvas and it's springy.
No, you're right. You're right. I thought that too, Kyle. I thought the same thing. I was like, falling is not something you do when you're like a big
is a
boy.
boxing
Like,
ring the same as an octagon? No, I've been in boxing rings. They're bouncy.
They are bouncy, and I recognize that. But still,
not like as
so
much as you would think.
I don't know. I worry that a fall could break a hip or dislocate something.
Like if you're bouncier than the ring isn't that bouncy. Like the ring's hard. You know what? It's funny. Like when for my match when I was going down there, like I'm sure they'll have this too. I did my I'm walking to the ring, and as I'm walking, even though if you guys watched, like I was very stoic and I was so like I'm fucking do this. I was conscious, and I'm walking down there, and I'm like, bro, I can't believe John Hennigan's gonna be punching me in the face. And like, I'm like, this guy's gonna punch me. I have to punch him in the face. This is fucked. And like, I don't know. Wings, I feel like almost has it, but I don't know if Boogie has that. I don't think if Boogie grasp, like, you're gonna have to fucking punch him in the face. Yeah. And I feel like Wings means it more. I'm surprised neither of them got a trainer or anything like that. I did that right away. A lot of creators on Creator Clash the first time didn't get a trainer or a boxing coach. The second one, everyone did. But the first one, I was like, are you fucking crazy? Someone's gonna be trying to punch you in the head. You don't want to learn how to. And I see them both. They're punching their things. They're punching their things. But I don't know.
Talk to me.
We were talking about this
You're
before the show.
Boxing aficionado, a boxer, professional boxer. What am I saying? You've looked at the form of Wings. You've looked at the form of Boogie. Tell me your analysis.
Both very
well. I think Wings, his punches. Just watching like the Keemstar thing that he filmed there. I think Wings looks like he punches harder and more accurate. He looks like he punches harder and more accurate. And like I said, like, bro, like Boogie's been a little cushy. Like if you could think of a person who's got some pent up anger on YouTube, like
it's these two.
Yeah, but Wings especially, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Wings doesn't walk out there. Wings isn't even gonna see Boogie. If he's smart, Wings will see Sean Ranklin in front of him. He's not gonna see Boogie. He's gonna see every person that's ever made a thing or a video or whatever.
What if he'd beaten up Keemstar right here? Like how crazy would that have been? If he'd taken this,
that's not even Keemstar.
That's overt flow. You can tell because
he looks a lot like him.
Well, except I'm pretty sure overt flow is like normal height.
But look, I mean, they look so much. You see, right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, you're totally right.
I didn't know that was overt flow because I don't know him by like sight. But I made a joke the other day when I saw those two together, also wearing sunglasses at the same time. That Keemstar was like Hitler, that he had a body double at all times, ready to take that bullet for him so he can disappear down to Argentina with all his money. Like one day he's gonna push it too far and he's just gonna that avert flow button's gonna get pressed.
Man, I'm living my nightmare timeline, and I can't believe it that I'm happy with it. Because like my nightmare timeline, I was like, what if I like lose in spectacular fashion after like beefing with Keemstar a whole bunch? And thank you, my brother. and beefing with Keemstar so much. And like, what if like that happens? And I'm like, then what if Keemstar makes my dream match happen and actually gets Wings out to the UK? Then I'm gonna have to be like, Keemstar's the best YouTuber that ever existed. And he doesn't even have a YouTube channel anymore. I don't even think he's allowed. I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
He's
like, here I am. I'm like, well, I lost, and fucking Wings is in London. I'm here to watch him. I'm like, it's actually kind of chill. This whole thing, you know.
I didn't know Keemstar wasn't a YouTuber anymore.
I want to give my 2 cents on watching those two throw punches, because the thing that we noticed way back when we first saw that first footage of Boogie was that like he doesn't rotate his hips; it's all arm punches, and that's not poor technique. You don't fix that with a trainer. That's someone who's immobile. That's someone who has a handicap because of their weight and hip issues. So that's why I say these guys don't need trainers. All you're gonna do is get hurt. Like all they could do is overtrain. They're both handicapped men. You're not going to teach them this new physical skill that requires coordination and endurance and power and all those things combined.
But you know what? But you know what? I think like what a trainer can do is finding what's good for you. And I've gone to a trainer like when I was in bad shape, and he was like, he's like, let's go on our let's do crab walking. And he made me crab walk, and I never saw him again. I was like, fuck that, too hard. Like I don't mean to be rude, but like if I'm like a trainer for Boogie or Wings, and I've been there too, I was like, for over 310 pounds. If you're a trainer for me, I just want someone to come with a fucking leash, put it on my neck, and take me for a walk. If that's the level that I need, then I like that I have the accountability, and I've paid for a person to come take me for a walk. So they should have hired a dog walker and had them walk around the block
that he needed
3 times a day. And you know what? That would be a big deal.
Look, there's
Lift with your knees.
Oh my God.
All right, this is silly and for YouTube. I think you should have hired a trainer, and I surprised I'm the only one who thinks that. Like, someone teach this guy to keep his hands up. Someone teach this guy what defense looks like, to blade his upper body. Like, these are all things that are quick.
Yeah, look, he almost hurt it himself. He almost hurt himself right there.
Someone teach him to set up his right with his left, right? Jab, jab, hook. Like just some combo.
What for?
Because he doesn't know that. There is some low-hanging fruit of improvement that they didn't grasp. They're just going to show up with emulating people they've seen on TV and never having learned, really?
I mean, they've seen the best in the world. They've been watching.
Do you think? Let me be like crazy for a second. Okay. There's no shot that these two guys are like posted up with fucking Mountain Dews and hot Cheetos in the same hotel right now, and they're like doing rock paper scissors to see who takes the fall in the first round, 1 minute and 30 seconds in, and they're both like, "Fuck Keemstar."
Here's what. There's no way Wings would do that. Wings
here's what I
knows he
actually
has
believe.
the W.
So Wings would do that. Wings has tried to do things like that before. But what I will say,
I know. I actually know this.
He's literally tried to pay people to take the fall before. Like, okay, so don't act like, don't say Wings wouldn't do this.
I didn't know.
I know so much about him.
Yeah. When people try to fuck, people be like, Wings wouldn't do that. I'm like, actually, he did that. Here's the recording.
Can you fill me in? What was the fight?
Quickly, what happened was after he lost that 1v1 on Bog, infamously to
Syndicate.
Syndicate.
Oh my God, Zach! Amazing work.
This is literally his communications with Syndicate. Maybe a few days to a week afterwards, after there was a big stink. He's wanting to redo the match, and he's wanting Syndicate to take the fall, and they're going to split the prize money that's going to be put up by Alki David to stream the whole thing. And in this deal, if you look carefully, Wings gets the money. I think, right?
No. He's splitting it 3,000, 2,000 Syndicate's way. So he's going to give him 60%.
Okay.
So
Sorry, you happen to accidentally mention like the one person more fascinating than either of them. Have any of you met Alki David?
Yeah.
You met him in person?
I spent a weekend with him. He tried to hire me. He tried to hire me to run one of his companies.
Really?
What? This guy, by the way, guys. This guy is he's like a multi-billionaire or something. His family has some like Europe
or something.
Yeah, Coca-Cola in Europe or something like that. And he got obsessed with like YouTube gaming and stuff. We took a couple meetings with him, and he was getting sued at the time by like Discovery or something because they didn't have the rights. He didn't have the rights to do some shit. I'm not sure. And he happened to be one of the most interesting guys ever because he's just like, he was just so crazy rich and somehow was like balls deep in the YouTube gaming community,
he, like, fake
the battle rap
suicide?
community.
No.
Oh, wait, did he? I didn't know about that.
Well, actually, fake live stream suicide might be pretty accurate. Yeah. So here's what he did. He told everyone, he announced that he was going to live stream, what is it called? An assisted suicide?
Euthanasia. It's my favorite rock band, but Euthanasia.
All right. So he said he was going to announce this guy who was, live stream this guy who was terminally ill, and they would live stream him dying. And I'm not even against that. Like, well, the live streaming seems a little not cool, but the idea of someone like just living a few more weeks or months in pain and ending early, like, you get my thumbs up if that's what you want to do. But the internet whoa, thumbs down. He was going to like murder this person is how they viewed him. And it turns out that this was all kind of a scam. It was sort of a prank they're playing on the viewers. They ended up doing the live stream. And after they killed the guy, they got up and danced and they played Monster Mash.
Yeah.
Zach, if you can, what we were talking about, can you pull up Alki David farting into the microphone at his wife's fashion show, if you want? I just found this like such an excellent demonstration of power. This guy, like he put on this fashion, like whatever his wife was doing here. I don't know what her thing was, but she had dreams and ambitions, and he helped her do it. It looks like he kind of made it all happen, put it all together. And it's this show, and they're like on the red carpet for her launch. And
of course, the owners of 9021 Go and of course Have Faith and Film On and many, many other companies. Good to have you here.
Thank you so much.
You look beautiful, Nishka. Well, I'm a little bit chilly, Jen. That's okay.
What the fuck?
And then he gives it back. He gives it back to her to like talk into it. She's like, Alki, I don't want this in my face right now. And then he laughs. He's like, ha ha. And he's pointing at the sound guy. You heard it really loud. He's like, this guy. And I think he owned Film On. I think Alki owned Film On at the time. I think
hilarious.
he did. Because I think, I was like, low key, very respectful behavior.
He just, for those of you who didn't watch the video, he just grabbed the mic from the interview and farted in it, and that was awful.
Is he still going on podcast?
I like
It was awful.
It is a demonstration of power. It is like all of these people are subservient to me. I can fart in this mic with no consequences because I'm Alki David.
Yeah,
so
and
cool.
no one knows anything about what happened there or what they were doing or what any of it was, but we remembered the fart into the microphone.
Well, I mean, there's not there's fart police out there. Any of us can do it. It's just uncouth.
You feel like you have to have a fart at the time, and you have to have the timing to grab it before it's done. Like it's an in the moment thing. You don't walk around locked and loaded with farts. Like
you think he came there?
He made a decision, real time, real quick, boom, improv.
Real time.
Yes,
No, he planned that. He had some cauliflower 30 minutes ahead.
He was like eating cabbage, steamed broccoli in the limo.
Peppers.
We had a meeting with him, and like we went, and it was my partner and I. And we were kind of like waiting, and he was like, we were like, oh yeah, we were meeting with Alki, and they were like, oh okay, he's just like he's busy, and we kind of saw that he was like over there, and he wasn't really. He was like eating a sandwich. We were just like kind of waiting, and we kind of hung around for like 35 minutes. We had other meetings. We're like, oh, okay. We're like, okay, well, we're going. And they're like, okay. And like he saw us, and he just like looked and didn't think much. And then we were leaving, and then the girl was just like, oh, she's like, oh, they're leaving Epic Mealtime's leaving now. And he was like, that's. And by the way, context is like 2012 or 2013. Yeah. So he was like, that's Epic Mealtime. And like he stood up and like ran out after us, and he had like a mustard stain on his shirt and like mustard on his face. And he was like, do you need to do a hologram Epic Mealtime? I can get the hologram set up. And he's talking to me, and there's mustard all over. And I didn't know who he was really at the time. And I was just like, but later I said to my brother, I was like, that was the richest guy I ever met in my life. He told me that he'll turn me into a hologram with mustard all over his shirt. I was like, this is crazy. I was like, I better go look him up. I look him up. He's farting in the microphone. I was like, damn, we should have fucking stuck around waiting for him when he was ready.
I like this guy. He knows what he likes. Mustard and fart.
I didn't even think of him as the richest guy I've ever met, but he's got to be.
Yeah.
I think he's up there.
Billionaire.
I've never met a billionaire either.
No. Kyle has a friend who's very wealthy. He, you know what he invented? This is cool. You know, when you take a picture of a check to deposit it instead of like mailing it or something like old school, this guy somehow created that system and sold it to banks and made
I love that
money.
guy.
Yeah.
What a great guy. That has made life so great. What a good invention. Like that's great. It is great. Yeah.
I don't know the details of fraud prevention in that, but it must be pretty hard to do.
Well, they prevent fraud by making sure it's on a dark background, and then you take your phone and go up and down until it eventually takes the photo, and then that's
I guess that's all it takes.
That's all it takes. Sometimes, like I'm going down on the check, and like it like cuts off some of it, and I'm like, I guess, you're the one taking the photo here. Like, I guess that's okay. You don't need to know, I guess, exactly what it's for. But this is tangentially related to like the boxing and very
Feldman?
very Dracula hairline. I like that.
Well, I was gonna say he aged in such a way that when Hollywood tries to guess what an actor's gonna look like in the future and they never get it right, they would have nailed it if they'd made child. He looks like they made child Corey Feldman old right there. He looks exactly like he used to. It's like makeup.
He does. Have you seen the guy who played what was his name, Beans on Even Steven? I mean, you guys are a little older than me.
Watch that shit. Yeah, we
Disney
watch that
Channel
shit.
show. That was pull up a picture. This is actually I don't even want to actually no, it's funny. Yeah, pull up the picture that Zach. It is the most unfortunate aging of a child into an adult I've ever seen in my life. And it's the kind that hits you. Make sure it's a child and the side by side bit because it's really, really rough. Like every once in a while you see a young, ugly child and you're like, that's a damn shame because that little fella is going to grow up into an ugly man. And that's the situation.
The opposite happened to that one Harry Potter guy. He was a very ugly person in Harry Potter. Then he freaking killed people.
Oh, yeah. The not one of the main crew. You're talking about the Cedric, not Cedric Diggory. Cedric
there he
Diggory
is.
turned into fucking.
Damn.
Oh,
there's
shit.
Beans from Even Steven. See,
damn, he didn't have a phase in life at all where he was. He just went from one weird kind of look to another.
No, he went from pedophile victim to pedophile.
That's how that works sometimes. Yeah.
He looks like the victim and the accuser. If he ends up being a time traveler and completes that loop, I'd watch that movie. Hey, get him in that. Get him in that. That's what I want to see.
That poor guy. Get him some hair plugs. That would fix so much here. Yeah.
Oh my God. Or just a hairpiece. Or a hat.
A hat. Give him a hat.
Wow. No, that's fucking the rapper.
I don't even know why this is an interesting
but I don't know
photo.
who that child is.
It's Post Malone.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
They're both Post Malone, clearly.
5 minutes or something, just so you know.
What?
I should probably head out in like 5 minutes.
Okay. What other questions you got for Sam, Kyle? I won't. God, that worked out too hard.
I wanted to see Macaulay Culkin on your show, and I'd like to see someone really put the nails to him once and for all on what Michael Jackson did to him, because he's been covering up for Michael for a long time.
Yeah.
And I want to know why, and I want to know if it's so that his brother Kieran can have a Hollywood career. I want to know if that's what he gets in exchange for his not just his silence, but his complacency and his false stories, alleged false stories.
Have you seen
by some?
You seen any of Corey Feldman's musical performances on Good Morning America or shows like that?
I have.
I think they let him have these he's terrible. He's the worst ever heard.
Is he really? Oh no.
At one point he was like a Michael Jackson impersonator. Like he just copied everything about his style and his vibe.
And feel him out on these TV shows that he has no business being on, like Good Morning America, popular shows that normal people. And it's just obvious that the reason why he's able to get these gigs is for his extended silence about whoever did whatever to him in the 80s.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. It's like you can keep, being a peripheral member of this, club if you just don't spill the beans.
Part of the idea here, we get Kevin Spacey, we get Corey Feldman, we get him on the show, and then we just like lock him in a box with no phone.
Yeah.
And just like
no condoms.
I think I'd be good at extracting information in a way that would like minimize the legal damage later at a later point. Like I would just be like, you don't know what time it is. You've only been in this box for 5 minutes. And like hurting them in a way where it doesn't bruises.
Yeah, beating them with phone books or a bag of oranges.
Yeah, or just putting a lot of weight in their chest with like a soft rubber band. You're not. This doesn't hurt, does it? You're being hysterical right now. Tell me what you know.
This would be a good sketch. You just have to be the torturer. You're a natural.
Yeah, no, I'm ready for this. I think we got to get. We're trying to get as many washed-up Hollywood personalities as possible so that I can torture the basement. And then after that, we buy them Chick-fil-A and be like, "See, that wasn't so hard, was it? You got
Andy Dick. Get Andy Dick,
so
dude.
Yes, Andy Dick. That's a good.
Andy
pick.
Dick is such an easy get. You got him now. I
don't think has he been molested as a child by Hollywood executives though?
For sure, dude. For sure.
Yeah, that guy's got a lot of stuff going on.
I think he's a molester. I think he did some there were some improprieties. He
No, it doesn't mean he wasn't.
No,
awesome as a kid.
what does he know about the Hollywood hierarchy? Do you think he got information?
Honestly, no. I don't think he knows anything.
No, he was on an RV.
Pauly
only
Shore
use me
might.
blade, so probably not.
So Pauly Shore is one of those like nepo babies, right? Like he'd be an interesting get to like talk about. I bet he's seen a lot of weird shit, and he's just he's had a real sad career. I thought he was funny as a kid. Remember that? Do you remember the Pauly Shore movies like Son-in-Law, Biodome?
I never liked
Encino
that guy.
Man.
Biodome was cool. I like Biodome.
I like Biodome too. Yeah.
Do you know? Like I didn't know this.
I think there was a Biodome too.
Oh, I meant as well.
I
don't know if
choose to
there was a
believe you
sequel.
like the sequel.
yeah, the sequel was way better. It's kind of a Godfather 2 kind of thing.
That dude's only famous. Apparently, like I learned this from listening to like Opie and Anthony show back in the day. Apparently, his mom owns like the biggest comedy club in New York, and that's enormous. That makes you very powerful, obviously. And so he just started getting roles by extension because people wanted to play there. It seems like Sam and Kyle know this.
Well, you know the thing about the nepotism thing, like it's first of all, it's kind of a weird thing in 2023. It seems like a lot of people are first now learning about nepotism. Like why? Yeah. But the other thing is like all that means is that your parents were so cool that everybody around them wanted their kids around too. Like, you're one of these. If you're like on Twitter, you're complaining about nepotism. You're probably just unlovable and uncharismatic, and nobody in Hollywood would want you around their cool parties. Because
they're fucking losers.
I like it. You have a lot of like you talk a lot, like you have a lot of opinions. But Gwyneth Paltrow's kids, they're probably chill.
Yeah, they probably like. I bet in like the Hollywood circles, they have like some Little House on the Prairie rules for the kids, like speak when spoken to, like be quiet.
It's not my fault they suck at choosing parents. Take some responsibility for your actions.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the way it be.
Yes, you choose your parents.
I saw a good idea from Belarus today that Belarus made.
Where is this going?
It was that Belarus made it legal to pirate content from unfriendly countries.
Nice.
And honestly, I think that is a great idea. Like that's a really fucking good idea because I mean, honestly, it benefits Belarus way more than it would us because like I don't know any Belarusian actors, but like I think we should implement the same thing. Why should I have to pay when I could pirate from a film or movie or show or music or whatever game made in a different country that we don't like?
You're just trying to pirate Escape from Tarkov.
Boiling it so they change it.
I saw a teaser for it the other day for season 2, I think, and
Invincible.
it had that and it had that Cyclops alien that flew to like, hey, is Earth protecting itself well? You know, it's fucking Seth Rogen, and then so it's Seth, and so it's him and Invincible sort of chatting about where's season 2, and I think that's what it was. I think it was some sort of like breaking the fourth wall chat in a diner between the two of those, but I saw it months ago, and I think now. So I'm guessing it'll be out this year. I hope so. That's one of the things I look forward to more than anything. Everybody I've shown Invincible to, even if they don't traditionally like animation, they can get into it. Woody had me fucking sucked in when he told me that Pink Chick was going to have a lot of camel toe, but I just never saw it. I thought there was going to be deep camel toe. Like
Wait, you were in it for cartoon camel toe?
Yeah, Taylor's coming across a little kink shamey.
Hey, what's your problem, man? Hey, that's what you need, Fencer. I get these pictures of bulges. You need to work some camel toe into this shit. Like
you want to know
one of those
little moose knuckles.
Get one of those false pussies.
You want to know a crazy fucking thing that I learned about from someone I won't name because it will definitely expose what they're into. There's a thing. Oh, you wait. So you guys have heard of chastity cages, right?
Yes.
You know how they work. I'll take this one step at a time.
Not
Are you aware that some of them actually have like a cylinder that pushes your dick back in you?
Oh Jesus!
I didn't know that was a thing your dick could do.
So what I have
seen that can't be
someone. I've seen someone push their dick back inside themselves and like wrap their balls around their dick before.
It's almost where I'm going is almost that.
It's like, remember those 90s commercials where they'd show you this device that make your mom's hair go into like 30 different dues if you just twist it the right way. It's like that for your junk.
I'm old enough for that joke. I loved it.
That's a remarkably similar thing. Like, essentially what happens is you tuck your balls back into you, you tuck your dick back into you, and then you're left with scrot, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what you
But
can
your
do
balls are back into you as well.
Yeah, oh, well, that's common, though. That's just tucking. I can do that shit. Everyone. You never, like, put the waistband of your trousers on a little bit weird and one of them just fucking, and it feels weird
Yeah,
for a
man.
second?
Yeah, I'm pushing them all the way up in there. Yeah.
One of them,
Storage.
like, so this little 3D printable contraption is what I was told, which is like, it doesn't look anything like, it just looks like two ovals, essentially, but you thread your ball skin through it, and it looks like a labia by the end of it. So all of your
don't
shit's
do
back
that.
in you, and you create a vagina-looking thing.
All right, don't do that. So
Why?
just get some, dude. Just to get one of those, like it looks like
That's what you
like an
like.
athletic cup, but it's just a vagina. Like who are you trying to fool here? I just want some camel toe.
It seems like that's too low tech of a solution. Seems like Finn's got a whole sort of tuck and tie.
Very
thing down
early
there.
2000s.
Camel toe is one of
We're
my
past
favorite
that
things.
tech.
Really?
For some reason, women like in the last 20 years just decided they didn't mind showing their camel toes.
Mhm.
In my day, women did their best to conceal a camel toe. It was like, oh, is my slip showing? Is my panty line showing? Is my camel toe showing? Nope, all good. Do I have barbecue sauce on my shirt? Oh, let's go out then. Now they're like, oh, get it in there deep. They want a deep camel toe. They're like, you can't see my clit in these pants.
Fashionable.
Like a Victorian
Does
just
this
learning
make
that
my
women
clit
show
look
their
big?
ankles now.
Actually, I am 1000% on board with Kyle. This is a trend that's happened during my lifetime, and it's a trend that I like. You know what I haven't? Here's the trend that I predicted and hasn't really come through. If a girl's nipples are hard, she gets an overwhelming amount of attention. People see those hard nipples and they're like, fuck, this is great. But I haven't seen girls like try to make it happen, promote it happen. I haven't seen bras with pebbles on the front or anything like that. I don't know why the hard nipple or fake hard nipple trend hasn't taken hold yet.
You might have just created a good product idea
This
there,
could
you
be
know?
it.
All right, so here's the
Yeah.
product idea, and it
Hokies.
makes more sense for like people like you, Finn. But it would be a bra that you could have like a little. Remember those Air Jordans?
Ooh, yes.
All right, you got a little pump, down in your pocket. It'd literally be in your pocket. You can pump your that's perfectly concealed. It goes. It's in your pocket, runs up your leg, up to your fake titties, and you can pump those like nipples hard. Like
it's a good idea.
You know, I just want it on the side. If I see a girl flapping like a chicken, we know the nipples are coming out.
That makes that's so much better. Oh my god, that reminds me. You know about the penile implants, how those work, right? How you've got
exactly what
you
I
have
was
a
gonna
you have
You
you know
told us.
this
Fourth job.
So this is the implant that helps you get hard, right? And this is, I think it was more in vogue before sildenafil became a thing, but I think it's still people have to get it who are non-responsive to any of the pills or even the injections.
Trans guys.
Basically, they put an inflatable thing in your dick, and in your gooch between your balls and your ass, you've got like a nipple, like a basketball or a football has, like an athletic ball.
Do you remember those Air Jordans you could pump like to jump higher?
Yeah,
as a kid. Yeah,
it's
I
like
think
it's
the
exactly
button
that.
is like above your dick to the side, like where your pubic hair would be. There's a button, and they press on that. I once saw a guy on like a talk show. It might have been Oprah. If not, it was something like it. And he loved his so much. He's like, "This is the greatest thing." Before sex, I just pumpa, and I'm solid. Rock hard. He's like, every guy needs this. And they're like, no, not every guy. He's like, no, you should have it as a backup just in case. And I was like, oh,
everyone should have expensive invasive surgery.
Just I was young. I'm like 7 years old. Like, well, shit, I guess I might need a backup.
God.
I don't know.
7 years old.
Yeah.
Like, I should be watching something else. Like, it's like a very clear memory
Daytime
for you.
TV, stay home from school sick. This is what you learn.
I guess you didn't see a picture. You can't see a button. Like, you can't see like a push out area of like, oh, that's where his dick button is.
From what I get, Finster, maybe you know something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know there's like, so trans guys, this is a big thing for them for obvious reasons. When you get like so for example, like you're transitioning from female to male, right? Now testosterone's crazy, it can do cool shit, but it can't grow you a dick. So they'll have like a penis they'll construct you a dick, but the dick won't work. We're not quite at that level of tech. So there's one that I've seen that is essentially like a switch, like a light switch under your skin. You can just sort of dook right on your side, and it will just. You don't need to charge the thing often, or at least not for years, and it will just robo dick.
I want to explain away the USB-C connector in my
you're like Dick techs out. Like, fuck! You're like 70 years old. You have 5 dongles attaching your dick to like some.
Woody, that thing's fucking cool. The RGB lights were my idea.
I was just imagining if you bump into a door frame.
You bump into a door frame. You're always getting stopped by TSA.
Dude, what's something like, I'm so afraid of a car accident, and it like sir, you would have been fine, but your penis was activated and it exploded, sir. It exploded. I'm sorry.
All you're doing
anything
is providing...
left? No, nothing. We made the decision based on what was remaining, and well, sir, we made you a vagina.
We had to make a call, and I did it. I'm a shot caller. So I had an idea for you, Finn, for an additional revenue stream.
Holy
shit. Have you considered Foxy boxing?
Huh? I haven't even
Everybody's doing boxing now. And if you haven't heard of Foxy boxing, it's where girls dress up in foxy, scantily clad outfits and then they box. And so you could either take an easy route, challenge a woman, or
break a little laws there.
Yeah,
you need to take on that Bud Light person.
You could do it in America. We allow that.
We allow that.
Yeah,
Florida for sure.
Yeah, I've got the Fallon Fox fighter. Yeah, I've heard that story.
Actually, not Florida. No, never mind.
Florida's the worst.
They lock you up just for existing.
Oh my god! Yeah, we were planning hold on. I won't skip the subject. The boxing thing. Do you want to know some insider information into the Creator Clash thing that went on, like the first Creator Clash or the second one, technically?
They're magic as well, though. They could get away if they really tried.
But the magic is what makes them not be able to get away.
That's right.
If they weren't magical, they'd just be like, "Fuck you" when they're left. But but like there's actual magic compelling them to stay there, and so it's just, and they live for like longer than a person. So like this has been your slave for 130 fucking years, and he's old with dementia now. You know what I mean? It's like sad as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems really just needlessly cruel when you could like wave a wand and have like your clothes wash themselves to tune and like, but instead you're like, no, take your little fingers and work. Like,
well, I mean,
they're not allowed clothes.
A point of that, again, a point of the J.K. Rowling story there is that you free Dobby, you free a house elf. So I mean,
Dobby is. I don't mean to keep cutting you off. I've done a couple.
No, please go right ahead. Go ahead. It's all good.
I just love Dobby. I'm such a
Dobby's
big Dobby fan.
Dobby's the best. Yeah, Dobby's the
best.
I love him.
I remember being in that theater with my girlfriend, and Dobby fucking eats it, and we both were just.
Yeah, that's what I said. I cried when Dobby died. It was so sad.
Tearing up in there over Dobby because
Dobby, you did this 3 days ago, Master. Like, don't be even a free meal or something. I don't know. I have no idea what that character sounds like.
Why did Dobby die?
Really close. Dobby gave his life. He jumped in front of a blade to save a character, and even in the end, he's like, "Did I do good? Did I do good?"
Did this character he saved have the ability to travel through time?
No, not at that moment.
He was also
she's traveled through time before, but she doesn't have a time turner on her or anything.
It seems like maybe if she really cared, she could use that power.
They were being tortured. They were being pretty mercilessly tortured at the time, and he like came in like Rambo and like did some magic and warped him out of there, but he dies in the process, and like Harry digs the hole by hand and like all blistered up and bleeding.
It was in sand, I believe, right? So. A very temporary, lazy.
I like to imagine that he had stepped up on the hill. He was on the hill. It's not like he used one of those little plastic
That body
shovels.
stayed buried for hours, Taylor. Show
Till the crabs
his fucking nose getting eaten by crabs 2 hours later. Getting eaten by magic crabs. No,
dark.
You know what? Like
they put magic on it to keep the crabs out.
I'm the least familiar of the four of us with the Harry Potter universe. I watched all 7 of them. Okay, well, I watched all 7 a couple years ago, and like one thing, maybe it's because I watched it as an adult, but like
7?
It was a good story. But the absolute balls on this woman Rowling to in like the 4th movie be like, we've got time travel, and it's not an ethereal thing that we're almost figuring out. It's like a time-honored, like, we know how to use this. Look how old this is. They use it to get out of a situation, and they have 2 more movies where it's not addressed. It could have solved everything at any time.
It's addressed in the books.
That's the dumbest thing they did.
So it's addressed very thoroughly in the books. The whole idea is that time travel device is like a nuclear weapon in the magic world, and they are kept not just under lock and key, but in like an abyss of puzzles and mazes and magic precautionary devices. Keep all the time turners that exist locked away, and they got one.
It's like the time stone,
and they're destroyed in the books. Like there's an instance where like, and then the fucking spell hit the cabinet, and the cabinet of the time turners fucking exploded, and everything goes wonky because of the explosion. One of the characters is like aging and turning into a baby back and forth, like as he dies.
Well, it's like the time stone in the MCU, where like you can use it, but people always say don't use it. It's super dangerous, etc. It's just like that.
Don't! It destroys the plot. Ah!
I feel like time travel ruins almost every story in which it's employed in, because of all the way that time travel is being dealt with in the Marvel universe, and the way that I guess physicists theorize that it would work is that, you know, you're creating a different branch off the tree every time. There is no going back and saving Lincoln. Your Lincoln's dead. Now, you can go back and save a different Lincoln, but now there's another branch coming off the river, and the branches keep branching off. So you can't go back and change what's happened.
Like the Stephen King book is different, unless the thing is about time travel. Time travel is usually more of a problem.
Well, Back to the Future is great.
Yeah.
It's about time travel.
It's about time travel, right? But when you just make it one of the character's superpowers, it's like, oh well, that guy who can bicep curl a lot is kind of worthless.
Yeah,
like he's not doing anything for us now.
A Stephen Hawking who can control time is more powerful than a billion Supermans. Like you just pause time and then wheel yourself over there.
Well,
with
if
your,
we're doing by
with your
Superman the
fucking
movie, then Superman can control time too. So by your calculations, nothing is more powerful than Superman, because
if he can control time too, he truly is the most boring character in all of canon.
Here's what he did. It's the worst. It's in I think Superman 2.
It's the worst.
So like he has to choose between saving Lois Lane and like saving the city, stopping a nuke, something big, right? And he has to make the choice, and he saves the world, the city, whatever the fuck. Lois dies. He's like, no! And the way he turns time back is by going backwards around and around the earth super fast, and it turns the earth backwards. Now, first of all, the earth isn't like the earth has nothing to do with
kill everybody. It would literally kill everybody.
Oh, the earth is already moving 1,000 miles per hour, almost exactly, weirdly enough. So slowing that down would take forever to do it and not kill everyone here because of the momentum involved. It doesn't even, there's no breaking it. You can't break it. We'd all jolt forward.
What did he do?
The air, the atmosphere is moving 1,000 miles.
He just like grabbed a mountain and pushed.
No, he just flies around the earth.
Flew through the atmosphere.
It's really terrible. It's a terrible.
It's awful.
It's a horrible.
He
horrible
goes
thing.
back and like saves her, and it's like she's I'm not even that pretty. I can't believe you saved me. He's like, well, I'm not even that good looking. If you think
a better
about
actor.
I don't know. I didn't like that.
Well, I won't
those
watch
movies. No, we don't. Never watch the original Superman movies. Don't do that.
I was just reading about time travel because people are saying it's theoretically possible. However, time travel can only occur for when you finally have that, like when time travel exists. So what I mean is, let's say you invent a machine that travels through time. From that moment on, you can time travel, but you can't go before the machine. So let's say you created a machine in 2016.
Yeah,
you could only go back to 2016. You could never go any further back than when you.
That's an interesting. That's like what's that wonderful movie that we all like that we can never remember the plot of it. We have to watch a refresher video every time.
Primer?
They build a time machine.
Yeah.
Primer. They build a time machine essentially in Primer that works, I believe, on that basis.
That's true.
But
it's
complicated, so I always forget exactly how it works.
Yeah, that's the theory, is that you can't ever go before that machine exists. I don't know if you've ever watched Dark. Dark on Netflix is, I think, the same general concept.
My favorite way to look at time travel, or not to look at it, but like form of theoretical time travel, I suppose, in sci-fi, but apparently it would just work, is time dilation caused by gravity or speed. So like the idea, like on Interstellar, when they go down to that planet and time is moving faster, that form of time dilation, not only it's not theoretical, it's proven. Like all of us, when all of us were born, well, let me just say from this moment right now, if all of us had a perfect stopwatch and we all hit go, 10 years from now, our stopwatches would all be out of whack slightly because we had all traveled at different speeds throughout the last 10 years. And thereby time is affecting us, or we're experiencing time at slightly slower or faster rates because of our speed. And Woody would probably be in the lead because he goes so fast so often. He's often flying.
Does that
true.
make a difference?
Yes, that's exactly
it really
what
does.
makes the difference.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's
I
why the
honestly thought it was
satellites
really about what the Earth was doing.
No, the Earth is
And your
irrelevant and entirely irrelevant in this situation. It's about your speed. The Earth's
Relative
rotation,
to
if
what?
that's affecting us, is a common thing, right? Because you're not going to be on like Saturn or something. Like
It's all pretty much the same.
We're all going to be right here.
I kind of thought you were going to say whoever was closest to the equator was doing the most traveling, was spinning the fastest, and whatever I do on a motorcycle is irrelevant compared to what Earth is doing as it travels through space and time.
If you look at with the satellites, I know because those go very fast, right? Around and around the Earth. Some of them do anyway. They're traveling at thousands of kilometers a second or something. I don't fucking know. It depends on the one. They're all moving at different speeds probably. Those have to be synchronized like pretty frequently because their time gets their clocks are moving at a different speed than your clock and on your your wrist or wherever you're wearing it. But yeah,
how fast do you have to go to stop time?
So
you can't stop.
You can't stop time, but you can't slow it, like what Kyle's saying. And they've done studies where, let's say somebody flies in a jet all the time. They're like they commute 200 days of the year.
Yeah,
they actually are aging slower than we are. So by just like tenths of a second, or it's like nothing.
So here's what you could do, Taylor. This is how your time machine would work. You jump in your spaceship. That's I guess I don't know, between here and the moon, and you take off super fast toward Pluto, whatever. And you fly. You have an onboard clock, and you wait till that does 5 years. You turn around and head back for 5 more years. You've been flying for 10 years, but you've been flying so goddamn fast that 1,000 years could have passed back on Earth.
Right.
So you're 10 years older. That kind of sucks. But because you were going as fast as whatever your spaceship can do, which is presumably, I don't know, 7/10 the speed of light, something outrageous.
Yeah.
Back on Earth, a huge amount of time could have passed. You can literally travel forward in time. You can experience fractions of the time that are passing on Earth yourself if you move fast enough, or if you create a singularity, an area of gravity powerful enough.
I would love to do that. That would be a wealth generation trick, right? Like, it is easy to
Man
be a
loves his compound
multi-millionaire.
interest.
Oh yes, Kyle sees exactly where I'm going with that. Right? Getting rich is totally easy, super simple. You put like $1,000 in the S&P 500 and you wait 300 years. What else do you need to know? The hard part is getting wealthy when you're not dead, right? That's the challenge. Or having any accumulated wealth while it's still fun to use.
Any poor vampire's a fucking loser and should be killed immediately on sight by a fellow vampire.
Exactly.
You see a vampire that's not wearing a rollie or better, he's done. That's
Exactly.
scumbag.
Kyle gets it. But if you were like, hey, Woody, put the 4 of you in a little space vessel, come back in 1,000 years, you'll be a billionaire. And I'm like, yeah, sign me up. 1,000 seems risky. Let's do 600. It's like 75 years or something.
Cool.
Yeah, it's like you think the S&P 500 is going to give you a return in 1,000 years? Like you're going to show.
I'll do the math, Taylor.
Do 100.
You're going to
The
see the Stone Age. Like
the S&P will probably be gone in 1,000 years, but it'll be around in 100, right? It'll be gone. It'll be around in 100.
It's
hard to
enjoy
know.
immortality.
I really
when you can.
well, hopefully not. Hopefully there won't be. Hopefully there won't be monetary. There won't be any form of monetary. There won't be any money at all. We'll be past
Star
that.
Trekky, yeah.
We'll be
Like Star Trek?
Trekky.
Oh,
yeah.
We'll be back to trading precious stones in a nuclear wasteland.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize it until I was a man grown that Star Trek is about space commies. And another thing I didn't know until like last year is that Dune is about space jihadis. It's I guess in the Dune universe, Islam took over, and it's the prevailing religion of mankind. So when they talk
Star Wars about that,
no, Star Wars is in a different fucking.
Star Wars is fantasy, yeah.
That's
it was like the terrorist thing I've heard. That comparison. Like,
No, I knew
the-
exactly where Taylor was
terrorists.
going. A lot of the
Yeah.
terrorists see themselves as the Rebel Alliance against the Empire, and when
Oh,
I look
sure.
at it
Yeah, sure.
objectively, I'm like, I mean,
Totally.
You can't say really America's the Rebel Alliance.
Yeah. We're the Empire.
Yeah, we are not the Rebel Alliance.
And in real life, we would crush that Rebel Alliance because we wouldn't have let, with all our billions of dollars in space military budget, we wouldn't have had a hole.
It's an old code, but it checks out. Bullshit. Shoot it.
Yeah, bullshit. Shoot it.
That's what an American would have done. An old code, you say? You know the rules. That would have been it.
We don't work at a, we hold your food till you pick it up place. So yeah, old code's not going to do it here. Just dead.
So Bruce,
they would have done.
I typed into an artificial intelligence engine some personal questions that you would ask Bruce Green in a podcast.
Oh, okay. All right. Is it ChatGPT? Is it GPT? Is that what it is?
Yeah, or that or Bing or something.
No.
ChatGPT actually.
No.
So I was like, maybe this will help me in the future, right? I can be a better podcaster. So I'll
using a robot? Okay.
Using a robot to come up with interview questions.
Okay.
How do you see the field of law and legal ethics evolving in the future, and what role do you see yourself playing and shaping its development? Go ahead, Bruce.
I don't have anything to do with law. Or
are you calling it artificial, not very intelligent? That's rude.
I'm going to go vote in the St. Louis City election and say, as the sole white person, and go, I'm here to say no.
Did you see this article where this lady bought this 1998 Ford Escort, $289 a month?
What?
For 84 months.
She got, well, is there more to the story?
Are there diamonds in it?
Did she trade in a car that was like super underwater?
Oh, that's an interesting. But that makes it's wild.
How could you $288 a month for 84 months?
Mm-hmm.
What is
do the math on that for me?
84 divisible by 12. Is there anyone capable of this?
That's
level
7 years.
Oh, yeah, that's 7 years. Just like
7 years for what is this? A
1998.
98.
The car is already 25 years old. She's gonna keep it until it's 32 years old.
Oh my god!
Look how happy she is.
There are girls who have retired from porn younger than that car. that is and who is that? The happiest salesman of the day. Like who's that guy? Hopefully he doesn't
car is
know.
worth like $900.
Is there a level higher than assassin? what kind of salesman is he? The
Dude,
serial assassin?
Keeper.
This should be a crime. Like you shouldn't be.
I want to talk about this too. Zach, can you show us Finster's Twitter? Vince, I think Finster's only.
Gotta say,
I'll hit up the fucking Ghost of Kiev. I'll be like, bro, can you fucking run into me like 15 times in the fucking parking lot, throw me up against this dumpster and beat the shit out? I need to be hard again. I need to be Rhode Island hard, you know? I had like one. It's funny. I had like one. I was like, well, I beat up that gamer YouTuber, so I'll box that guy now. But in reality, every single boxer, like every single one, even the YouTube boxers, you box easy people. Bro, when I boxed Aaron, no one said to me, bro, you beat up a gaming YouTuber who you're 60 pounds. No one said that. Everyone's like, bro, you fucked him up, dude. Hell yeah. Like,
you did fuck him up.
Even John, people are like, bro, you fucking fucked that guy up. And I'm like, yeah, bro, okay, you beat up a Jewish YouTuber. Like, let's put it on paper. But no one says that. And instead, people are just like, they like the win. So I'm just saying, if any of you guys ever glove up, just choose an easy opponent.
Oh,
you get no credit for taking on. Well, I mean, Woody gave me credit. I love that. Hell yeah, but like, I mean, beyond that, like, it's like not like you really get credit for it. People are just happy when you win. So just go and win against anyone you can win against. Like,
how young could they be? Like, do they have to be over?
Box a woman.
No, I like the way you're thinking. You know
what about a trans man? I want a trans man. I'm going to make it fair.
Wait, a trans man means that they are now a man?
Yes.
Correct. Yes.
Yes, you bigot.
They identify as a man, and I accept that.
It's your funeral, sir.
And all you people out there who have a problem
That's great,
with me beating that gentleman, well, you're just bigots. That's all I've got to say.
I wish I took that angle way
shit.
better than the children.
I'll come out with the trans flag, waving it. I'll have
Stop
rainbow
crying,
stickers on
mister.
You hit like a girl.
Yeah, I think you'll take. I think you'll take that one handily, Kyle. You'll win.
I don't know. I've been watching art. I haven't been watching. I blame the algorithm for like just force feeding me shit sometimes because I'll try to skip it as fast as possible. That's my way of saying no, but it keeps it coming. There's this chick who I didn't even know that CrossFit was a competition. I didn't know you could compete in CrossFit, but apparently it is. And basically it's just like working out in front of dudes in your underwear, and it keeps promoting this giant blonde bitch. She's so enormous. She has like 8-pack abs and like kind of man face. I can't remember. I wish I knew what her name was. I wrote it down.
You should feel embarrassed at all losing to Wings because of all the things you just said. Like
he's
you're going up
younger,
against
he's
somebody
bigger.
younger, lighter, taller. Like if he loses to you, he will be embarrassed.
That's how you got to think
because
about this.
you're older.
You're absolutely
and
right.
Heavier, like
all the pressure is on Wings.
You're the
Wings
underdog, dude.
Yeah, you're the underdog here. If he's the one who should feel the fucking pressure, all you've got to do is fucking have like a Rocky-esque moment and go the distance. Like that should be your goal, is fucking finishing, like getting to the fucking end, like because Wings, like we've said, he's bigger, faster, and stronger in like all the ways that matter, and he's younger too, and he hasn't had the health issues that you've had to deal with or the background that you've had to deal with. He's got a lot of advantages going into this thing.
Silver spoon. He was born.
So you shouldn't feel bad at all for losing to that guy.
Hey, Kyle, if you could fight one
With a silver
YouTuber, Kyle,
spork in his mouth,
who would you fight?
See, I don't watch
content
YouTube.
creator. It doesn't have to be YouTube.
Okay,
TikTok,
Plastic
fucking celebrity if you want. But
I mean, there's a reason that Harley called out Dr. Disrespect, because if you lose to the doc, who's fucking surprised? But if you have a flash of a moment against him, everybody's gonna kiss your ass, and it's also a massive draw, so you'd make a lot of fucking money. So I'd want to fight someone like that, regardless of what they're gonna do to me, because I think that a rational person will look at like outcomes based on the matchup. Like I wouldn't be embarrassed to lose to a professional fighter. I'd be scared to lose to one. That's why I didn't want to fight Diego, because they wanted me to fight in bare knuckle boxing. They wrap their hands with like tape, and they cut each other a lot. Their faces are often shredded up. And this is a fucking professional athlete.
oh
His whole
yeah,
life
he would have
has been
destroyed
spent-
something beautiful.
he destroyed my fucking ego. He'd have murdered me. He could kill me with his hands. So like I wouldn't want to do anything like that. But I don't know, man. I really don't watch a lot of like content in general. But I just wouldn't. I would want to be, make as much money as possible, though. That would be all I care.
Oh yeah, I get respect.
Kyle's making a lot of sense. You want to call out someone who's a draw, and that's why I'm using this opportunity. Jenna Marbles, come at me, bitch. You and I.
I saw you handling your animals. You like it rough? Well, that's how I'm gonna give it to you on October 31st. So put your fucking mask on.
Is she rough with animals?
She's rough without her like makeup on, and she's rough with animals. I hit her like 3 times there on the spot in 15 seconds.
What does she do to animals?
I don't
Bullies
remember.
them, makes fun of them.
I could
calls
be
them
wrong.
ugly.
Jenna Marbles is probably she's a wonderful person. I'm just trying to pick a fight with Jenna Marbles now. See? No,
I'm just trying to get the facts. I'm a journalist.
She doesn't actually have any animal abuse, but
she's got those cute little like whippets.
She likes small dogs. Marbles, maybe is the dog's name.
I don't know.
Kermit was one of them.
Kermit, okay,
yeah.
I had a girlfriend who like loved Jenna Marbles, and so I would watch a ton of Jenna Marbles on the couch sitting next to her, and it's always fun. Yeah, you know what? Like if you've that's
the worst version of her on the left. But I kind of take that and say like she's an artist. Like
she's a millionaire. That's all I care about.
Yeah,
that's
she's
a
loaded.
Beautiful. Yeah, and clearly she's a talented makeup artist as well. That's just one of her many qualities. That's all you've shown me.
Yeah,
you've just shown me another wonderful thing about Jenna Marbles.
And they show a picture as the comparison of like her bad lighting, half blinking, like
yeah, good glasses.
Like the
are
worst spot.
crooked.
Like
Did you notice how crooked her glasses were?
Yeah,
it was like the worst. Yeah.
It was from her video.
Do you guys look at TikTok at all? If not, you need to look before it gets
I don't
big.
have one.
And like the next day.
Nah, I go on YouTube Shorts. I don't let the Chinese into my
So there's
purview.
this TikTok creator. I think she's on Shorts and Instagram as well. But she looks like what is that stupid Wreck-It Ralph movie? You remember like the girl that is played by Sarah Silverman in this film? Anyway, she looks identical to her in real life, and she works at like Starbucks and makes these lip sync videos. They're pretty terrible. But she had a video that went viral where she did her makeup in a day. She looks nothing like that. Like literally, it's fucking insane how transformative makeup can be. I mean, it can probably make me look like a skinny person, but the fact is, like, some of these women do not look anything like the way they do with the way they present themselves.
No.
Forget filters and everything else. You know,
Do you see the like makeup itself is ridiculous. Do you see that like maybe like a Korean or Japanese, like there was this motorcycle influencer that was like had a bunch of followers for posting pictures of herself riding bikes and looking all sexy and hot. And it turns out that it was literally just like a 45-year-old, 50-year-old Asian dude with long hair. And so the only part of the video that was somewhat real was his long hair. And it came out without the filter. And it's just a middle-aged Asian man's face.
Zach, please.
And he had millions of followers, apparently.
So, as a motorcycle guy, this like caught my attention. He just posed as this like super hot, totally fuckable chick who's into motorcycles, which I think is a thing that happens in video games and in guns sometimes. You know, like, oh, she likes what I like. Isn't she amazing? Look at that. That's with and without a filter. Same person.
Yeah, technology.
And the Chinese age really well, so that's probably an 85-year-old man.
Yeah, he's 102. Yeah, I mean, hair looks exactly the same. The guy conditions.
He does
pretty
have
nice
pretty
hair.
good hair. Yeah, he's got a good hairline as well.
It's a good hairline. You know, I see this guy saw lemons and made lemonade, and probably made a pretty penny from it. So I think this entrepreneurial
There's
spirit.
no way to monetize that shit.
I don't know what things are like in Asia. I've never been.
You know, who's the alpha male or sigma male? You probably know him. He's like he has like a 10-pack. He's not real.
Are you talking about Giga Chad?
Yes,
Yeah,
Giga Chad. That's what I'm going with. I wonder if he's monetized.
talking about
Thank you,
Giga
Kyle.
Chad.
Yeah, Giga Chad is what I'm going with. You know, sometimes you go close. And they
The
help
Sigma
you get
male
there.
guy is the one that goes.
I wonder if Giga Chad was able
guy.
to get rich with his persona.
I have no idea. Is that a real guy?
Yeah, he's like Eastern European or something, I think. Yeah, Derek tracked him down and went to sponsor him, and he just doesn't look like that at all.
Oh,
there's been like a lot of examples of that, right? It wasn't there one that went viral on Instagram, a creator that literally didn't exist. It was all like digitized CGI.
Really?
Holy shit!
And then like it came out that she didn't actually exist, and she gained followers from it. She didn't lose followers as an influencer. She became a more powerful influencer because people were just like, "Wow, it's kind of neat that this person doesn't actually exist."
I mean, there's an AI deepfake OnlyFans page with tons of followers. I was like watching a video about it today. Like I don't know who follows that, but it's not even a
Who's
real
running
fucking
that
person. I don't know. You have a company running it. Like most people have a management company do their handle their OnlyFans comments and stuff like that. When it gets to a certain size, if you're going to deal with that volume and still do like something to at least organize for you and be like, all right, you owe this many videos to this many people, and categorize everything for you. So that
I saw a leak come out saying that like a lot of Indian people were doing customer service for OnlyFans sections, like when you DM the girl or pay to talk to the girl, then you're just actually talking to some dude in India, and that's the most depressing shit in the world. Could you imagine some dude paying $50 to get a dick rating from some girl he's obsessed with on the internet, and it's just
it is
your dick is very good dick, like your dick.
That's crazy. How much
This
does
is
a
a
job like
really
that
good
pay?
penis. that you have in your pants, and I very much want to, to be stroking it for you. I will do whatever is necessary to make you come. I am going, baby. You believe me? You're so sexy to me. Jesus. And it's Hakesh or whatever his name is on the other line.
Don't stop.
Boogie. I have to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah.
So maybe 2 shows ago, something like that, you told us the story of how some guy maybe made overtures towards your wife or something, towards your girl at the time.
What
were your words, Taylor? I didn't hear what you said.
Am I back?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't even know where I dropped out at. Forget.
I don't think you dropped out. I think you just talked at the same time.
Yeah,
and I
you made a
couldn't make
weird
it out.
noise that confused me.
Oh, you guys all froze up for me for a couple seconds.
No, somebody showed me earlier. I don't use Twitter, but I guess. Oh, there is it. Oh no. Go to the one where he's like advertising his OnlyFans. That one with the picture covering his ass. Like go up one. That one. I click on that one.
Oh, there's a mirror
Want
there.
to open my present? Oh no.
The present over his ass. Man, this is what a
12,000 retweets. I mean, 1,200 retweets, 35,000 likes.
I heard him described as the poster boy for unrealistic goals in like transitioning, and he doesn't even transition. He just dresses up.
He's just a jack of all trades.
He said he was on hormone blockers, but someone said the hormone blocker was what's the one you take to prevent balding? Finasteride.
Which what that means is that blocks DHT. I got a big bag of it over there across the room. That
it left me very confused because I'm like, does he think DHT is more of a hormone blocker than it is?
I think y'all had some kind of misunderstanding.
I'm going off of like a meme. Like it's not like I talked to him.
Oh,
but does he think that finasteride is more of a hormone blocker than it is, or is he just selling it as like part of the brand? Like now I'm going.
I probably recommended the finasteride.
What's up,
to
Tucker? How are you?
Good.
Isn't it
Sorry, I'm
tricky
late.
Hey Tucker,
Hey, guys.
it's tricky to. I have people that I would want to recommend finasteride to that I haven't said anything because.
I recommend it to everyone. I tell them I'm like. It'll usually begin if someone's asking me about getting into shape, and I'll talk about like, or really TRT. And what I'll always say is like, whether you get the TRT or not, finasteride is just something you should start doing. I mean, your doctor should, it's between you and him. Just like when we advertise fucking Blue Chew or something, code PKA. But why not stop your hair from ever going anywhere, right? And it'll regrow some if you lost some. And I think Derek told me once that to some small extent, it raises your testosterone levels.
That's
so
interesting.
Finasteride, and it's incredibly cheap. You don't have to go to the doctor. You go into a website that I won't advertise for free for. And you get yourself
never
some.
for free.
Hey there, Tucker.
Tucker, we are talking about what we think. Woody may have been misunderstanding. I don't think that Finster is on hormone blockers or any of
Definitely
that.
not.
I think he said he was.
Oh, he said he was.
And I don't know if he's confused or if he's like, stretching the truth.
He said on here that
he said on here he wasn't.
Hormones. So I just think there's a bit of a confusion, or someone else put some words in his mouth.
That could be.
But
I don't want. He doesn't need that. Yeah,
Finster.
Finster,
right?
Yeah. No, I don't actually. I have like all of this. We're talking about hair loss or what?
Show a picture.
You don't know who Finster is?
Finster is a Twitch
I might know.
streamer. He looks like a pretty girl. He dresses as a pretty girl, but he's a straight man.
Okay.
Like you'll know once you see. Zach, pull up a picture of that fuckable friend of the show.
Oh. The most fuckable friend of the show.
Yeah, he's on. He called it a DHT blocker.
All right. Okay. So, interesting. Who? No, did not have no idea who that is. But
Twitch streamer. He got the biggest, like, private Twitch donation in history, $300,000. Right, and this, by the way, wasn't like to a charity.
Ayo, train wrecks.
They just straight up gave him $300,000 because they enjoyed his content. Yeah.
Wild. That is the definition of an oiler. When we talk about oilers existing, like in the Twitch culture, like an oil prince, like somebody who's coming in and just, here's $300,000 person on the internet. Have a good day.
Dude, I had that on Woodycraft.
I know you did.
Yeah,
or super users, whales and stuff. Yeah.
So in Woodycraft, it was a little bit pay to win. That was never okay, but it wasn't as hated as it is today. And so you could pay to get better, but this is a team game with factions, right? We all have these gangs. So if I really want to be in a strong thing, I need to pay for you, and you to win too. And Oilers would have that. The top rank was $500. So some people would just buy it like, all right, I'm gonna make 6 people. God was the highest rank. I'm gonna make 6 people gods today. Boom.
Yeah, Finn gets a lot of donations like that. When I brought it up here on the show the time he was on, I was trying to make him as much money as I could. I was like, how much money would it take for you to get breast implants? and I knew someone was gonna offer him whatever amount he said. He's got too many simps out there, dude. There's just too many simps out there. I guess we're among them.
You know who did? Yes, but you know who did this before? I guess that very similar line that you might know. C9 Sneaky, the League of Legends pro, is the original bait, cross-dress cosplay. And I'm pretty sure he was the first prominent. I mean, he still plays League at a high level, but I'm pretty sure he was the first, to the point where people
would voice as well, like straight cis voice.
Oh no, I mean Sneaky's not, he's just like, oh, you think I'm hot? I guess then we'll run it. Or maybe he's not. I don't know. It's just I'm not close friends with him. But it's like the same thing. And there are so many people that sub to that man's Patreon or only whatever he was doing. So I mean,
I remember him for sure. Because he was the one people send you a link. Oh, I would see him do that thing where he's dressed up as I don't know, some anime character, or maybe it's
a lead character, like
a Mortal
Pax Timber
Kombat
or
character,
something
that clicks her heels back up toward her ass, goes like that sort of thing. He's doing that shit, looking hot as fuck at Comic-Con or E3 or whatever, and these big goofy dudes are getting a little too handsy with him, and then he goes, "This is really nice of you to take a picture with me," and they're like, "Ah,
yeah, you ruined it." That's one of my favorite parts about Finster. He's just a cis male, right? That's who he really is, and the fact that he's a cis male who's prettier than most.
Oh, is
girls,
this them together streaming? That's
it could be.
Well, I think Sneaky's on the right. Okay, well, yeah. So I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
This is like Clash of the Titans. They're
I didn't even know these Titans existed,
but I think we know who's hot
right now.
2 men.
They're both you have to go find a real woman to find somebody hotter than
not
them.
just any real woman. You'd have to look around.
It's kind of funny because I think when Sneaky was first starting out, and we're talking 7 years ago, right, or 6 years ago, you'd be scrolling on Twitter and there'd be live stream fail posts before it became TMZ of streamers going scrolling down, then scrolling up, looking at it and being like, damn, and then scrolling down again and then being like, oh wait, that was Sneaky. Oh,
looking good, buddy.
Yeah, nice.
Nice tits, bro.
Yeah. And up to Tucker, you got some people in the background there. They're not robbing you, are you? You know,
no, that's my girlfriend who lives.
You never
with
know.
Me. Yeah,
you ransacking the place.
Yeah, that's actually it's the weirdest power move. They want to rob me on podcast. I'm late because I got stuck on Catalina Island for an extra day because the weather was so bad they wouldn't let boats go in or out, which I know sounds very nice, but I promise you it was not nice. It was not going was cool, but being there and having the Band-Aid ripped off of it's like Disneyland without any people and all the rides are closed, but you're still in the park. And it's every single thing closed, there's nothing to do. It's a town. We walked around the town twice, and that was in the first 2 hours. And then you're like, all right, well, so we watched 8 episodes of HGTV, and then
classic hotel TV where it's I guess I can watch yet another
so
Property
beautiful.
Brothers.
So this is
where is this again?
Catalina Island, 26 miles off the coast of Los Angeles.
Oh,
the fucking Catalina wine mixer is a real thing, which happens here. This is how it looked when we got there.
Why don't you just chop her back?
You can't. You see what happened to Kobe? You can't chop her in bad weather.
Yeah.
right. So
RIP.
now, rip Kobe. But we did see people, chop her back. So it was so pretty, very postcard-esque, very small. We went off during the off season, so it was empty, and that meant that there also wasn't a lot to do outside of we rented golf carts. That's the only thing you can drive over there if you don't live on the island. So drove around there. There's bison, sick.
Bison.
Yeah, like wild bison. Obviously, like the weirdest juxtaposition between the richest people on planet Earth and then the people that are working there and living on the island because it is like Wrigley, the guy Wrigley Field, Wrigley Gum. That guy bought the island in the 20s, and he was like, I want to make it a place for everybody to come vacation because it was like an undeveloped tent camping site.
God, why didn't he make it his own Vegas with gambling? Can you imagine?
He did. He put a casino on it, a 12-floor. Pull that photo back up because you can see it.
Fuck.
And imagine my disappointment when
why don't people go there to gamble instead of Vegas? You take
because it's fucking closed. It's closed, and they closed it in like the 40s, and I'm like, well, or like the 60s, and I'm like, okay, it's cool, but all in all, I would definitely say it's probably better to go in the summer.
The amount of money that we're talking about, if you had a hotel casino,
look, that's the casino
right fucking there.
No, he developed this island had nothing. He put sewage, water, power, and a pottery thing. Built the casino.
Is there can planes land on the island? Do they have a runway?
Yeah, they have a runway up on that. You see that tower up there in the top left. There's a runway back there for like little prop planes and stuff. A helipad.
What I'm wondering is if you're flying across the Pacific, if you're an Asian coming to America to gamble, could this also take that traffic away from Vegas?
No way, dude. There's so many Asians that love to gamble.
There's too many. No,
you put them all right here.
I
couldn't fit.
Listen, I will say that the island it wasn't Vegas. Like it didn't feel like that. It was incredible. I mean, maybe, but it was it's the smallest fishing town ever that just so happens to have stupidly expensive mansions arbitrarily thrown around in the corners here. And then
there's poor people mixed in.
Yeah. And the cost of living. Yeah, they work there. And I mean, there's 5,000 people that live there. So there's an elementary school and a high school. It was my first time I ever went, by the way. So I'm just I read the brochure. But it was it was kind of, I mean, I looked the shittiest apartment. There's 2 places for sale on Zillow right now.
Two.
The shittiest apartment you've ever seen in one, not the shittiest, I'm sorry. Just a very $800 a month apartment in the middle of Iowa that is $800,000 and a arguably normal apartment that you would see in the San Diego for $3 million. And it's all right, we're dealing with tiers of income that are exponentially bigger because this is not your primary residence. It's so inconvenient to live there. This is
did
your
you see the picture?
Fun.
It's it's Kylie Jenner and I think maybe Khloe Kardashian's house. Have you seen them? So they live next door to each other, and they both have expansive mansions with. You're like, oh my God, it's like an L with 2 more L's attached to it and a pool in the middle. And then there's an arrow and it points to they kind of share a big concrete drive type area since they are neighbors. They just made it all one big thing.
That's
They're
nice.
This is where the maid lives in this little streamliner. Those little shiny, that shiny metal trailer.
Ones? Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have a
maid's
shed?
quarters. And I mean, dude, this place has to have 12 bedrooms in it each.
And you got to assume that they would probably have a working quarters in a house. Almost all of the houses. I love watching me some house tours. Almost all of the stupid rich house tours are and here's where the people who work for you, the cook and everything live. Wait,
this is before it was finished.
It's a shack right here.
So this is long before. So this is a while back. I don't know how.
God, finished, you are so rich, and you still choose to build the ugliest fucking ranch style. This is
you don't like it. It's so many square feet though because it's so.
I do not like the look of the one on the left. It's
the one on the left is terrifying. It's like a Walmart. It's like a Bass Pro Shop.
The one on the left is Kylie Jenner's. The one on the right. It says it right there.
Oh, Chloe.
Of course it does. The one on the right is close. But so
Chris is
because Kris Jenner is Kylie's mother, and for some reason they're attributing it to her. But now Kylie Jenner's a billionaire, so I think it's probably her fucking house if she wants it.
I can't figure out if I like him or not. A lot of people they see.
Well, they're not finished. I wish we had like
bridges. Oh, they're not finished.
Not in construction.
This
photos.
is
See the pools. In
I
the
don't
back?
give a shit. I don't care. You can't. This is.
They're building these houses in this photo.
What's so upset? What I mean, look, is it okay? Is this what it looks like now? Yeah. Look how why? Look. All right. First, it's just so many angles.
Yeah. Why does the roof look like that?
Like,
I'm with you.
You know where you see like an old church and then they add an addition to the church and it's very disjointed. Like that's what the roofs look like.
What I like about the roof as a normal person is like, oh, that's incredibly difficult to maintain. You can't put solar on top of it. Like what part faces south exactly? There's so many fucking right. I'm talking about as a regular person.
Yeah.
When you have a problem with your roof and you're likely to look at how many seams and joints there are, like that's expense. When you need to replace that roof, my goodness, that's like 9 houses' roofs. You know, it's a lot to maintain and pay for. Now they don't have normal person issues like that. So
yeah,
I'm like, let's say that cost is no object. Do I still hate it? It's impractical, but from a design standpoint, it's like you have to show me something better because I don't just knee jerk hate it.
I'll tell you what I would. If it were me, the billionaire who wanted to live like in that area, I'd really want some sort of like penthouse suite or the whole top floor of a building, like those views that you. I've seen that apartment in New York. That's like the world's most expensive apartment.
Yeah, like the
is it 100 mil, 200 mil? It's something.
It's a quarter. I think it's a quarter of $1 billion. It's huge,
dude. It's you feel it's like Lex Luthor's fucking apartment. You're looking out. You're so high up that you're seeing the whole goddamn city of New York. Not like, oh yeah, I can see that. I can see the east side. No, you go to the other side of your apartment, dude. You can see the entire city like you're in an airplane. And like it's not only that, it's just an incredibly beautiful.
So
a $250
I
million
agree that's amazing, and I think it's really neat, and I think I'd enjoy visiting it for sure. What's it like to live there? If you told me that it took
servants on call
18 minutes to get,
it's not gonna take you. No, you're gonna have a direct elevator. That shit's gonna go straight to your $250 million penthouse upstairs. And
it starts at your car.
25
so you're telling me I don't have
seconds.
to share that elevator? Because like
no.
Whenever I go high in a building as a peasant, it's a pain in the ass. And I know that when people, so I moved from New Jersey and I just knew people who worked in New York. Dude, they would dedicate the last 15 minutes of their commute to be the front door to the cube. Right?
I didn't even think about that because you have to stop on so many floors for people just to get there and wait for the elevators.
Yeah. But if you live there, do they have a solution for that? Is there like does Trump have his own elevator he doesn't share with other people?
Well, I think we're conflating height with like traffic, right? If it's a very tall building and each floor is a unit, so we're only talking 40 people. So how many right versus like a whole floor of a huge skyscraper is what 1,000 people a floor, way more in and out. That's the real. It's not.
You're right. Yeah, I was extrapolating what I knew about people who work in big buildings. Like if you worked at the top of the trade centers before they came down, that kind of sucked. Like, dude, it was like 20
problem
minutes.
Solved though. Like you don't have to worry about it.
Actually, now you can get to the top of those buildings super fast.
Do you think someone got to work that day and was like, God, I hate working here.
These buildings are too tall.
I fucking hate every day there's something with the elevator. How could this day get any worse? Look out your window at 9:08 in the morning.
At last,
that plane is huge.
So yeah, maybe when you live in a tall building, if you're a VIP, they solve that problem for you. But I just wondered, like, my fucking
you are not
tiny
rubbing
house.
shoulders with potato heads if you spend $250 million on your place.
And the cool thing about that video or one of the ones is that the guy's like, you can see the curvature of the earth and also sound stops carrying past 40 floors in the air. So he's like, everybody just stop talking. And it's like, okay, you can't hear any part of New York because you're so fucking high up. Like the helicopters are flying 20 stories below you, around you, so you're looking down at them. And I'm like, I get a little bit of vertigo, but I understand it.
Yeah, it's like gargoyles. That's what I would do. I would get up there on my own little private perch. Because if you're down there, if you take your $12 million mansion, you stick it on a street corner like hers is, dude, how are you gonna feel when there's a bum out there pissing in your yard and like having to deal with like normies? You don't want to deal with normies if you're gonna spend that kind of money. I don't know.
I at least have a little more fun with it. That looks like the most McMansion, like
kind of like a bunch.
I'm sure that's not their only house that they live in. That's just one of them. So, also, like, Woody, you live in a pretty big house, but you have a pretty big family, or at least you have like uses for it. I mean, 3, but animals.
Yeah, we do have big dogs. That's true.
Yeah.
Vegan
So I mean,
spirit.
yeah. But I mean, like
family's got a lot of gumption.
It takes up two people's worth. But like you can imagine a life with a larger home. But that's like a Walmart size 20,000, 50,000 square foot property. Like, what do you do with how do you get furniture and items it's like when you play Sims for the first time and you're like, I'm going to make a big house. And then you're like, well, I put 15 couches in the living room. Like, what's,
it gets to be a pain in the ass. Like, so my house is nowhere near theirs. I hate to compare the two, but I almost want an aerial view of my house to show this, but where our cars are is on one side of the house. And then the farthest point nearly is the master closet. Right. So,
okay.
And it's not a long walk. It's maybe like a minute and a half or something, like to walk across the house. But when you're ready to go and you need socks, we have an extra basket of socks in the house so that you don't have to walk all the way across the entire fucking house.
Like nomads in the desert. Putting water. Putting
so
water
bougie.
out.
That's great.
I love that.
Cool. So
okay, no wonder you have no problem with it. It looks the same.
Dude,
I mean,
look at
so
this.
elongated.
Yeah, right. So the master closet is the farthest left point in this picture. Now,
wow.
He's pointing to the bathroom. Nope. That's where the cars are, where the mouse is, and that's where the closet is.
Okay.
So to get socks from there is a serious pain in the ass.
You're right. You literally have built the Charlotte airport in your home. This is how I felt when I flew in Wilmington and I'd fly into Charlotte local and have to go across the whole terminal to go to LA in the other side. It's like a mile and a half long. And you're like, this should not be allowed. That's funny though.
Yeah. So we store like certain pieces of clothing.
Dude, sometimes you just want to walk around your house in a straight line 200 yards. sometimes that's how you just want to walk around your house.
I mean, I see Woody's knees in that photo.
Yeah, I do like that.
Wait. Yeah. Oh, am I?
You're the cameraman.
Yeah, you're the.
I didn't even know that. Can you put it up again? I had no idea.
Your well-sunned thighs.
Yeah. I didn't even.
Oh yeah, that's the paramotor. Just fucking flying around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Weren't you wondering where this photo came from?
No.
I didn't even question it.
My privacy's so gone. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle's private collection.
I was like, where'd you get that, Zach?
Dude, if you look up my house on Google Maps, there's always some business there, like Rape Squad, Killing, PKA, whatever. And they just come and go. I don't try to moderate them. It just happens nonstop.
I got this, the new phone.
You got a dope phone, right? It's like $1,000. Am I right about that?
I think they're 900. I don't know. You know what I've noticed? It's dense. It's heavy.
What is it?
It's a Galaxy S23.
Yeah. I like that.
I like it. Okay.
I like the camera placement in that better than the camera placement in this.
Is that an iPhone?
Yeah, this is the 14 thing.
So it's got 3 there. I like in the front because the camera.
You don't have a
is
notch
right in the center. Yeah. On my previous phone, it was kind of over in the side. I don't know. The camera's the coolest thing so far. I've been fucking around with the slow-mo and shit, but I don't know. I got it yesterday. I haven't done too much to it. I needed one though. I always break my phones.
Did you find it hard to switch? Like at this point, I have a camera from like 2 cameras ago. It's broken on the back. That's my off device because moving my shit over is a pain in the ass.
Oh,
why?
Well, there's an app. So I bet Apple has like super slick ways of doing this.
They do.
But with Android, what I did was there's an app that's called like Transfer, and you put it on both phones and go start, and it goes put your phones near each other and give me 5 minutes, and then it gives you lists of like, hey, do you want everything? Do you want pictures and videos? Do you want apps? Do you want settings and emails? And you customize that. I left the phone sitting here for 5-6 minutes and came back, and it was
Apple
like
has
my old
something
phone.
similar, but it brings over the Google Authenticator app empty. And
to transfer the Google Authenticator, just go into your Google Authenticator and click transfer, and then you can just scan a QR code from this phone to that phone, and then confirm that, and then you can do it.
I didn't know you could do that.
Shucks, I wish it. I need to look into it more because I
just hit the 3 little dots in the top right when you're in your Google Authenticator and do it there. I haven't.
Whenever I leave this thing on, it has all these old alarms from like trash days that aren't trash day anymore and shit like that.
I know. Yeah. I always have a couple backup phones because I have the same issue where I'll just I'll drop a phone and the lens will crack and I'm like, okay, well I need the camera, so I'll keep those around, but I'll turn them on sometimes, forget about the alarm. Alarm goes off at like 6:40 in the morning. It's like from an East Coast alarm or something like that. And I'm like, okay, should have known better.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going back to the iPhone unless my fucking provider gives me some kind of a deal. That's the other thing. I've got, what is it? I've got Google. I think I got Google. I think I've got Google.
What, Google Fi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that? Is that your
provider?
Oh, I've been on AT&T so long. I had like a shitty contract that didn't have unlimited data, like 8 years longer than anyone else did. I went there
for text messages.
Dude, I went there like a year ago and I'm like, look, I need more data, whatever. And they're like, oh, yeah, look at that plan. What do you know? We can give you unlimited data, like unlimited calls and lower the price by $30 a month. I'm like, fuck me. You know, I've been here trying to get on. It sucked. Anyway, glad
I'm here worried about minutes.
Yeah, not minutes, but
hey, did I go over my 250 text messages or?
Yeah. Do you remember when that was a big thing in like high school? Where
Do I
like,
remember?
why didn't you text me back? And it'd be like, well, I didn't text you back because I'm already over this month and I can't respond to texts.
It's like it's 25 cents every text message, so like I can't do that right now.
I ruined my credit by talking too long on Verizon. Like when I was 18, I ran up a phone bill that was like pretty expensive, a couple hundred. But then like the next month, it was going to be like all the money I had, like nearly $2,000 or something. Like I'm 18,
Jesus.
like
I'm saving up.
I'm saving up to move out of the house. Like I'm trying to get out to Atlanta, and I've got my like almost $2,000, and Verizon's like, you owe us $1,400, $1,500, $1,600, and I'm just like, well, I'm not going to give it to you.
Did you call it?
I'm not going to give it to you.
I'm not going to give it to you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I used to routinely do that. Like sometimes it wasn't my fault. Like I had I'd get a long distance plan, then I get a bill as if I didn't have a long distance plan. This is how landlines used to work. And if you had a long distance plan, it was like 10 cents a minute. If you didn't, it was like $2 a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, yeah, it says you're on the plan. I don't know why we didn't give you the plan price. So I'd call them and they'd fix it. Or I'd call the cell phone company and just be like, we got a $900 bill this time. That's so much, you know, and they just lower it.
I used to have to call Machinima with this printout of every one of my videos that was partnered through them and go line by line, making sure they had paid me for every fucking view. Because it's like, we did forget to pay you for 8 million views. Dang. I was like, yeah, I don't go too deep into it, but it's, $20,000 or so. It's like, yeah, why don't you fix that? And while you're at it, fix this, that, and the other. And it's like, it's 3 more million, huh? Yep, it adds up, doesn't it? It's like every month, got to go like a fucking account.
Bunch of forgetful fellas over there.
Yeah, how could they
there was
ever
a time
do that?
when like YouTube would tell you how many views you got and how much money you earned, and Machinima would be like, nah, you can't trust that. And it like, why? I have a sneaking suspicion that's what you're getting, and somehow you're taking like a quarter of it or a half of it from me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
for nothing.
Stinkers. That's what I call them.
You guys were on the high level of it. I was at the level of Machinima then of like, are you guys ever gonna upload one of these? Like my Dropbox. If I had the account, I guarantee I could go into my old Dropbox from 2011, and there would be 6 videos.
Anthony Shore Wars, please upload my video. I sent it to you.
Yeah,
scheduling it, and he'd just be like, "I'm 17. What are you doing?"
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop a Woody video, a Kyle video, a Wings video, and then at 1:14 in the morning, I'm gonna put your video out there, and it's like,
and at 1:15, someone else.
Yeah, and then at 1:15, we have.
I didn't get a lot of those. I maybe got like 5. I got like 5 or 6 up on their channel, something like that, like Call of Duty commentaries.
After they didn't.
I stopped giving them after they didn't take my first FPS Russia video. I sent them like the first ever like me in a shooting range video, and they didn't use that. And
now look at them.
It's like, all right, well, I'm not going to send you anything else. Y'all are bad at things.
Do you remember when they sent us those like intros and outros and we're like, these must be included on every video? I remember thinking there is no way anyone at that company even knows who I am. And so I just never added them ever.
But
I
it's
never
like
heard about it.
If you're small or medium, though, it benefits you, because the viewer's like, oh, he's with them. It's like being Optic fucking Taylor. If I click on your video and you're Optic Taylor, I'm like, he's got his bona fides. Fucking Hex already checked him out for me. I know I can watch.
That is true. That is true.
That's true. But I wanted to see, and nobody noticed. No one was keeping an eye on the nonsense I was uploading.
At that time, they were using me to build other people, and I didn't feel like I was compensated for it. Oftentimes, they'd be like, Woody, I want you to autoplay this other guy's video on your channel.
Fuck.
And I'd be like, I'll do it for like a few hours, I guess, just to be a team player.
Yeah.
But you're like straight up taking money from me and giving it to you to promote someone that like pay me for it.
No, Woody, this spring, all of spring, you have to have the Halo video featured on your channel. Think of the millions of views you don't get.
It was an easily determined amount of money that they were taking from you, because you could look at how many page views you get per day, and those are being applied to whatever video you're auto playing. And I was always kind of strategic about what you put there. It's like, no fucking way in hell I'm doing that. If I'm getting like 250,000 page views a day, I'm going to give you $500, $1,000 every day for no, you pay me and you will put your video there. And that's what we did. Like, if they paid me, I would put it there. I'm not putting it there for fucking free.
Yeah, of course.
We don't have a contract that says anything like that.
How's Mr. Sark doing nowadays? Is he like a big time streamer? Is
He streams.
retired or something else?
He streams.
So he's a content creator. That's the
him. I am gonna say yes. Him and APL stream pretty regularly. I don't think that they do it for their full-time job. I'm not really sure what Sark is doing outside of that, but I just know that they do still make content.
He always seemed like a nice guy.
Yeah, he's great. I love that man.
I don't think I've ever spoken to Sark. I just
I don't think I've ever spoken to him either.
I think I have.
I just knew he like rolled with like C-nanners and Hutch, or I guess the people who actually worked there, like physically.
I
co-hosts.
I think my entire interaction with C-nanners was sitting across from him at a Mellow Mushroom one day.
Was it good?
The food or C-nanners?
The food.
No.
Oh.
Mellow Mushrooms.
I competed against C-nanners in a dancing competition and vanquished him like the rest.
Like a loser. How was C-nanners? Was he wonderful? Very nice, or just
about like kind of guy? Exactly what you would think. Like quiet, soft spoken.
He's exactly
not your cup of tea. You know, we're not going to have a boisterous slap you on the back kind of rant about the guy who just tripped on the way outside the pizza place.
He wouldn't want to riff and joke around and
no, but that's him. You know, it's fine. I had no.
That's okay. Then not everyone has to be friends with everybody else. I just remember like I remember how big he was in like 2011, 12, and like trying to watch one of his videos and being like, "Why? Well, this guy's killing it. What's so great about him?" And I remember just like everyone was like, "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, C-nanners here," like his like little intro, and I'd get like 3 minutes in, and I'd be like, "There's no jokes. It's not really a story."
He had two things. He had the best quality on YouTube.
Very likable.
He had
video
and
quality.
He had and he was very, very good at the game in a slow-paced, sort of calculating kind of way. And he was the only guy playing World at War except for Wings of Redemption.
And he was easy to like,
and then
Minecraft, he never
involved
himself in like bullshit. I never
Minecraft
remember
is what like, blew him up.
No, I strongly disagree with that.
Really?
C-nanners was the king of bullshit, and I still hold a grudge to some extent. He and Hutch. Oh my god, he made videos.
Let's learn.
At fucking hating me. He would say like, I never do say daily uploads. I never do. And then he'd like a weekly series. This is just view whoring and trying to make something get big on YouTube. And I'm like, where's the crime here? Where's the crime in having Mail Monday? It's an alliteration. It's fine. Like, what am I doing wrong? He's like, I hate attention grabbing thumbnails. Oh my gosh. And it's like, no, you fucking communist. You work for Machinima on a salary. And that's why you have no interest in growing your channel. The fucking nanosecond that guy went out on his own, daily uploads, attention grabbing, thumbnails, series, shit like that. Like he did all this stuff. he shit on people for doing the second he went on his own. And
Well,
and he and Hutch would like make these rules that you were supposed to follow, like don't upload too much, don't try to grow a channel. And they felt like it was evil, but really they were just jealous because they were on salary. And the people who didn't get jobs at Machinima, it seemed like jobs at Machinima was the ultimate prize, right? That was what you wanted. But it turned out the contractor Machinima, that was what you actually wanted. And once they realized that they made the wrong choice, they just shit on everyone constantly. They did it on Twitter. They did it in their videos. And they would often like talk about me without naming me. And like, I don't know, I fucking hated it.
Well, I did not know about that.
Yeah.
I do recall like people saying back in the day, like when Hutch and C. Nanners took the job there, lots of people in the community being like, actually, I think Kyle was the first person I heard say this is such a mistake. I cannot believe they did that. Like, why would they do that for salary? They have all this reach, all this money. And I hadn't really thought about it before that. And I was like, oh my God.
It'd be like,
this is a huge mistake.
I think the one thing that you guys are not understanding is literally any of the people that you're talking about, right? Because like, I'm good friends with all these guys, and none of them are even in the mindset where, like, I also agreed at the time. I was like, seems like that would be a mistake. I don't know how much they're paying you, but surely you're going to make more if you kept doing this. Pretty much all of those guys just never, ever wanted to do the daily stuff, even if they had to. And so it's not a question of, like, they were making the wrong choice. I think it was probably the best choice for all of them, both get at the time and looking back at what they're doing now, how that helped them.
Hutch threw away $5 million.
What do you mean? Hutch?
I mean, he was the biggest guy in the Call of Duty commentating community when he made that move.
And then a vast amount of life things happen behind the scenes that you can't understand or put into perspective, right?
Well, sure.
So,
well, that has nothing to do with the decision, though.
The only counter I have to what Kyle is saying is I feel like Hutch was like a 1970s baseball player, right? He was great, but there wasn't that much money to be made in that decade.
Exactly.
You know, when Hutch was king before, I hate to call myself king, but like Hutch's peak was before my peak. And, you know, the kind of money I made, they could only dream of before. And then the kind of money people made after me, oh my God, I could only dream of. So I don't know how much Hutch threw away.
But you can't know because he instead of like uploading and growing a channel, he was over there making skits with Sark.
Yeah. Right, which I think was again, I think maybe it's a difference in opinions here because you're looking objectively at what you think a future career path for them could have been given their opportunity. And I'm looking at them from like the perspective of, I know these people very well. I know their decisions, why they made it. I know like to an extent, their work ethic and like where their mindset is now. There's not a shot that I think that Hutch or Nanners or Sark would have ever done the type of daily streaming content routine stuff from then until even now with any level of like consistency. It's just not who they are as people, and that's fine. Like the content that they made at Machinima was way more in line with the the best type of content they could make. What
they could have made that
outside of Machinima?
Yeah, imagine. All right, okay,
right.
If I take everything for you that you say as a fact, they just weren't going to work. They didn't like doing that kind of work. They weren't going to make a whole career of it. Well, how about doing everything that they did at Machinima, but on their private channels and collaborating together?
That's it. But again, what Woody is saying is offering a 6 or near 6-figure salary at the time would have infinitely trumped any of the amount of ad revenue that they were getting at the time, because you're thinking about it from when you were doing very well as FPS Russia, which is literally like 3 years after they made the choice.
No, I'm thinking about Hutch's channel getting like 180, 250,000 views of video for like Call of Duty content,
right?
And Modern Warfare 2.
And $1 CPM. This is not new YouTube.
$1.
$1.
You got $1?
Yes, all of us. Machinima guaranteed $2 CPMs.
Woody, did you get $1?
I think it was $2 or $2.50.
Goddamn right,
guaranteed.
Dude, I didn't even get $1.
Yeah,
I got $2.
Yeah,
Jericho, Tucker might be going earlier than I'm talking about, though.
No, you're misunderstanding me. On his own, without being in the Machinima program or anything, right? Without doing any of that.
right? $1 CPM. Machinima was guaranteeing $2 or $2.50 or whatever. That's what I got. That's what everybody got. That was their standard contract. They also were getting that when they were uploading and getting stuff. But their salary, 125,000 views per video, is literally not going to net you $100,000 on a $2.50 CPM. Like, you do the math. Like, what are you talking about? You're going to get like $37,000 or something. So they made the choice then to get triple or double or whatever in a salary, which is way better than having the fluctuation of CPM that we all really still hate, right? And I think like it's like not even worth I still think in my head, yeah, maybe they could have like popped off and done all the content outside of Machinima, but I would have taken the salary too. That was the end goal.
All right.
Was like, I want that money.
Well, the problem is the work ethic then, because like if you're not going to do a video every day, then okay, take salary, because like sounds like maybe you've got some stuff you need to work on if you can't do one a day. When you're making that money, but by the way,
that's the type of YouTuber you want to be. Like
I'm talking about fucking playing video games and making 6 figures a year. You know, let's make one video a day.
But then
we'll pay an editor. Like,
but why don't you make a video a day though? Right now, like what?
Right now?
Like yeah, like
because I don't remember the password to my goddamn YouTube. Okay, if you can help me with that, I'll make one a day. Every day. Today's the daily thank Tucker for getting me my password. Thanks, Tucker.
Just a 7 million subscriber YouTube account.
Every day. Oh, that's so rough.
What year did Hutch and them start Machinima? Like 2011?
You mean start doing inbox content?
Yes.
That'd have
they're
been like
real, like,
2011, 2012, right?
Okay.
It was whenever I graduated high school.
Could be a
High school
hindsight
around then.
2020 thing where, you know, we're ascribing a more lucrative situation to the time they took the job than it actually was.
I just remember my paycheck.
I just remember like they were big at the time, especially C-Nanners.
Yeah, they were huge.
While they were at Machinima, like I just remember his Minecraft videos. I just remember how many views they were getting. It was crazy stuff, like 200,000 to 500,000, 800,000. It's like you got 800,000 playing that fucking building block game.
He was one
like,
of the first Minecraft YouTubers.
To me, he is the first. Like maybe there was some little guy somewhere, but I've never cared for Minecraft. Like
goes the
not
other
my
way?
thing. I think it's
Maybe
weird.
I should be thanking C-Nanners. It just put it together. How big would Minecraft have been if it wasn't for C-Nanners, right? Maybe Minecraft would have just been another indie game you've never heard of. Maybe C-Nanners bought this house for me by popularizing Minecraft and creating.
No, Notch bought that house.
Yeah, Notch bought that house.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Hey, what happened to Notch? Didn't he express some sort of like anti-gay thought one time, and then he got fired from his own game?
He's a billionaire.
No, he sold Minecraft for $1.75 billion, and you know, for what it's worth, like I've spent a fair amount of time with him, good friends with the person that is his manager. I don't know what we'll call it, right? He's super Swedish, like obviously, but like incredibly internet Swedish. So like I don't
Swedish like people from Sweden, or Swedish like that?
No,
he's kind of Swedish.
No, like people from Sweden. So worldview, language barrier, all that shit like was very hard to get over, I guess. You know, like he's an abrasive dude. Like it was kind of a rule to not piss him off because, or like
This
literally,
is Notch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So like I don't know.
Yeah, like Asperger's or something.
He earned
like,
it.
It's hard to be like
Fuck
socially
it,
weird.
he made a block.
Did the
game. I don't
inventor
know.
of Minecraft have Asperger's?
Good point.
Are you kidding?
I mean, we just nail on the head. Fucking the four of us can get to the bottom of anything.
Dude, that guy's fucking in New Zealand counting something right now.
You know, with Kim.com.
He's organizing a deck of cards perfectly on the corner of the table. That's what Notch is doing right now.
I remember
$1 billion
said,
in the corner.
He said
What's
something after he made all that money. He said something like, it's just not fun. I don't know how to have fun, or life's not fun.
Yeah.
And I remember I roasted him for like 20 minutes about being a fucking loser. And if he can't, you could pay somebody to teach you how to have fun, you fucking dumbass.
Yeah, I'll
when
teach
you
you.
say something and it's recorded,
That's what I offered to do.
It just becomes their like permanent state in your head, right? Someone out there thinks, I don't know, whatever. Some position that I had from 2012 is how I still feel.
Yeah.
Yes. Wait, isn't that the whole Kevin Hart thing when he couldn't speak at the what was it, at the Oscars, or something?
He didn't get to host the Oscars.
Yeah, because he said the F word or something 10 years ago.
Gay joke about his son. If his son were gay, he'd whip his ass. That's what.
Okay, and it's like complete to
So I still assign Notch as this billionaire who can't find happiness, which is probably wildly untrue. He's probably
I figure he's figured it out by now. He got some pussy or something, or he found like a big. You remember that
Build a
one
big
of those games
compound
where
with
you
all
pick
the
up
stuff you
straws or something like he
Got
found
a
a
hobby.
happy thing.
He's really into music and stuff.
Please Connect 4 by himself. Found happiness.
But right off the bat, I feel like if you've got a lot of money, like you need some people in your life to help you like manage that money, and then like once you have them to like take care of the money, then you need a guy who's like your arbiter of fun.
Yeah,
and it's like, all right, first things first, I need my own personal playground. So like that.
I'm your chancellor of fun. Today we have a whole list of fun activities. I don't know. We're gonna go to the zoo first. Then we're gonna go get ice cream together. I'm your fun liaison.
That was
exactly. Exactly that. Like that's what it would be. I would, all right. If I'm Notch, I would pay Taylor.
Hire me, Notch.
I would pay Taylor like $800,000 a year, so he's firmly in the 1%. I think you need 850 actually, so we're bumping him up. We're bumping him to 850, and he's my arbiter of fun. When I wake up, he's not my manservant or anything. He's not bringing me coffee or like the newspaper. He's showing up after someone else has handled that shit, and I'm like, "What are we doing today, Taylor? You know what we're doing? We're going on that bear hunt. Fuck, what are you talking about? Where are we going? We're going to Alaska, buddy. I flew you to Alaska in your sleep. Open the doors.
Open the doors. You're in Alaska. I took the liberty of dressing you.
Coming right at us. And you hand me a machine gun. That's what an arbiter of fun does. All right.
Yeah, but then he needs to work really well with your finance guy to make. Well, if you have $2 billion, I feel like you don't need a finance guy because it's gonna be really hard to even put a dent in that.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Look, I always go back to that guy I know in Texas who's worth roughly $300 million.
Mm-hmm.
He owned HostGator. He hosted like a big percentage of the internet, and he sold the whole thing. Anyway, my age and like $300 million. He built a fun land in Texas of 88,000 acres. There's lakes and tanks and anything you could imagine is there. There's a mansion there, like any toy that like a dude would want to have, from race cars to ATVs to airplanes. Like they're there stored in hangars or whatever facilities are needed to support them. It's one thing to have like new money and go buy a bunch of toys and sit them in your yard to rust. No, there's a mechanic on staff. We need a guy to work on all the ATVs we own now. You know what I mean?
It's like
mechanic.
that.
Yeah.
Everyone
needs somebody to organize that shit for you. You need an arbiter of fun.
An arbiter of fun, someone who organizes fun things, and it doesn't have to be always over the top. When you're a billionaire, you need changes of pace every so often. Sometimes
we're going
to
Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, you might just want to go to Chuck E. Cheese and just lose yourself in the fun of tokens. Well, obviously I wouldn't take Chuck E. Cheese. It'd be Dave and Buster's.
I want to be full of children when I get there, so that, well, you know why.
Yes, because you're gonna have them moved to another property of yours called Little St. James Island.
Dude,
and that brings us to the next portion of our fun day. We're going to my friend Jeffrey's island. He's got a lot of fun children. We're gonna
how long
what
have you had
happens
that
on
horn there
St.
waiting
James
for the
stays on
moment?
I don't remember this version of it.
There's like next to that horn, you don't even know. There's a kazoo, one of those triangles. There's a cymbal. There's some little fingers. God knows what he's got.
A slide whistle.
Slide whistle.
Yeah, dude, I've had that horn there for fucking 2 years. I've never
just a
used
little
it.
gaff.
There's a didgeridoo in there somewhere.
Just a fun guy. Just had to class up the show with sounds.
Much better when they're authentic, and not
sounds.
Yeah, soundboards.
Kyle, you were mentioning before the show that Only Use Me Blade is doing really, really well.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I actually thought you were serious for a second. I was like,
Clearly
no,
Tucker is not on the show enough.
I was just thinking about this dude today.
You're adorable.
All right, well, let me hear.
Anytime
No,
we
he's not
talk
doing
about Blade, I like to preface the conversation by saying, Blade, if you hear this, I'll never forget when you pull those blunts out of your pocket that you rolled right through airport security with to Seattle
in
and
his
smoked me
camera
out.
bag.
God, you'd walk in and be like, "Oh, maybe it's not that bad. It's ruined. You have nothing left."
Hey, what's Nick, up, guys? how are you? Good.
Hey.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Talking about nothing of consequence at all.
Oh, we're talking about Home Alone. This is important stuff. We're talking about how awful it was that not only were they robbing the houses, but they were plugging the drains and turning all the water on. The wet bandits were ruining lives.
Yeah. And I would bet that's probably illegal, isn't it, Nick?
Winter in Chicago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be highly illegal.
Yeah.
Also stupid.
They'd find you pretty quickly. You know, a trail of wet houses all in the Chicago Gold Coast area.
And you're getting charges you don't need to get. You were there for like clock radios and stuff. It was 92.
But don't you think that
get the Teddy Ruxpin
that family
Marv.
had money to spare?
Toaster ovens.
So, Nick, thank you so much for joining us. I was popping around your YouTube channel. I'm familiar with you through Dick Masterson, friend of our show and all that. He's a very funny guy. I was watching a video that you apparently like playing around with the idea of doing a podcast with Kyle Rittenhouse, like as a co-host, like
I don't know
just
about
an
that.
interview.
I got him on for an interview. Finally, it took forever, which was great. No, I wanted to during the trial. What I wanted to do was be able to just coach him on his social media thing that would follow, because I feel like he missed out on $1 million opportunity to create a YouTube channel right at the height of all of the attention reviewing guns. I think that's what he should have done rather than be paraded around to like all of the traditional conservative media.
Yeah.
Like, what did you
everybody
get out
else
of
made
that?
money.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good point. I wonder if he would have
frustrating to
done
watch.
well at it, or if he would have been made to look a fool. Right,
I
he's a
think he
young guy. You put a camera on him and a mic in front of him. It won't take long before the
You
people
put a
who don't
producer
like
behind
him.
the camera.
That would help. But the people who don't like him, you can. Shucks, this show alone, I'm sure there's 90 seconds of me looking like an absolute ass. They can do that to him repeatedly.
No, none of us. None of us have oodles of clips of being retarded.
No, you put a producer behind the camera that knows what they're doing, right? Welcome to Straight Shooters with Kyle Rittenhouse. You could have some fun. You come up with a silly name.
I like it already.
Shooters.
My God, of all the
Give me a note.
criticisms they level to him, it's not that he can't shoot straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
welcome to the Fuck Around and Find Out podcast with your host, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Welcome to the map remover.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have tons of puns and then merch. And I always point out that it's incredibly tasteless, but I point out that person who was a friend of a friend of a friend or whatever who made all that money selling those Trayvon Martin targets. They just sold like hotcakes.
Yeah.
And tasteless as it was, I know that it was 6 or 7 figures. Just selling those paper targets for a couple bucks a piece.
Like it's like all those companies that made shit tons of cash selling like fuck Trump and Trump rules hats like on the same webpage. Like people will buy it just to piss off the other side. Like there would, even if Rittenhouse sucked ass on the mic, which I don't know, I haven't watched a clip of him talk or anything, but if he was a horrible podcaster, I guarantee a bunch of gun people would still be like, where's your Patreon, brother? Like, where can I support the cause? Like, and that would rake in money too.
Yeah, and that would have been great for him, I think. To answer your question about how he is on mic, I mean, he's still what, 20? Like, he's not the best on mic. The hardest part for him though is that he's got this pending lawsuit, and everybody wants to interview him about like what happened, because that's all anybody knows about him. That's all anybody kind of wants to know about him. But the thing with building, a YouTube channel or whatever is you build your brand, like not someone else building their brand off of your story. And so he could have done that. He could have been like, yeah, you know me, I'm Kyle Rittenhouse. My hobby though is guns. And here's what I like to do. I like to go to the range. Let's go check out this gun and start shooting it. Right. And that would have been an easy way for him to kind of mold the narrative, stay away from all of that political stuff that has potential interference with a lawsuit, and just have fun and probably make a killing on YouTube or whatever platform he chose.
If he didn't get banned, I could see YouTube banning him.
Oh, he needs a product too. Like I would immediately have
tourniquets.
No, I would immediately have a device that kept people from grabbing your rifle out of your hands. Like, look at this. It straps onto my arm and then onto my grip. Try to take the gun away from me. Yep, you're just going to end up.
It's like,
blown off.
No, I'm not going to do that. No,
Smart man.
Like, wow, you were trying.
So that's what I'm talking about. That's how I would produce videos. Like it would have to be jokey, right? If you can make people laugh, it's hard for them to hate you. At least like full throatedly hate you. So you know, you got to do things in a funny kind of way. But he is a polarizing figure. I'll say that. I saw.
Whoa.
You know, I'll scroll through Reddit and it's something about the civil suit against him popped up on my Reddit feed the other day, and I went through those comments. Whew. Well, that's an interesting place to go through. There's a lot of people in there that are just wanting to
describe a theme. Like what are people upset about?
Why did he kill those 3 black men?
Yeah. You know,
why did he kill those 3 black men in cold blood?
Essentially, a lot of people are like really in disbelief. They're like, well, he's clearly like a racist murderer, and there was some miscarriage of justice. That's sort of the narrative that a lot of people just care. That's their truth, as if people can have different versions of truth in its own right. That's their truth, is that Kyle Rittenhouse is like a guy who like got away. He's an OJ, and it's like, man, they were all white, and y'all watched the video, right? Like I watched it. Like I just call them like I see
they
it.
were all white, as long as they're all people attacking him. Like,
right.
But,
well, I mean, but the racist angle in general, like there weren't any black people shot. He didn't shoot any black people.
Well, actually, that's the most racist part. The one black guy who did jump kick him in the face, you know, and kick him while he was on the ground, he shot and missed that guy. Like, what? You can't see black people? What kind of horrific racist are you?
What are you? That's why you need the Kyle Rittenhouse tactolite. All right. Some targets in the dead of night. I'm not saying which kinds of targets, but they're hard to see. Okay.
Yeah, and all of his products, he could say like pedophiles give this 2 thumbs down.
Oh,
because
where did we get a pedophilia angle?
Because one of the people he shot with like had crimes.
Oh, that's right.
Related to that, right?
Horrific child rape.
Nick, you know
charges.
more about that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was convicted. The Joseph Rosenbaum, the first guy who chased him, threw the bag at him and grabbed for the gun. That guy was convicted of forcible sodomy of minors.
Oh no!
Jesus
Christ. Yikes! I was gonna ask what he really did, because sometimes, especially something about the sexual assault charges, it's like, yeah, but what does that really mean? What does it translate?
Well, even that one, we don't know what that means, because sodomy under the law can be anal or oral forcible penetration, right?
This one was anal.
Oh. Well, there we got it. Heard it here, folks. It was the
I understand the charges, and he was convicted. He was found guilty.
Yeah, he spent several years in prison down in Arizona. And then or New Mexico, one of those two. It was either Arizona
Not one
or
of
New
those
Mexico.
Sheriff Joe Arpaio like places, I hope.
Yeah. And then then he had been out for a little bit and went up to Kenosha to start over. It's like, well, everyone here knows what I did. Let's just go to Wisconsin, where no one cares.
Yeah. I'll keep a low profile. 6 feet under. Did the child rapist get shot? Oh, did the child rapist get killed? Yeah, I don't think anyone should give a fuck about that guy. Why would you care that someone who sodomizes children was killed? Fuck him. Good.
How old was the victim?
Well, he didn't get killed.
They were between.
Wasn't he the guy that got his arm blown off?
No. That guy's still Gage.
Oh, he killed the pedophile.
Yeah.
The 2 people he killed had the worst records, which is pretty interesting. Gage had kind of a checkered record, but nothing like crazy. Like the Anthony Huber kid, whose family is suing Kyle now. He was the one who, when he held his he was charged with attempted strangulation of a sibling, so domestic assault charge. And he also held like his grandmother and sister at knife point because they wouldn't clean the house.
All right. Well, I mean, a traditional man through and through.
Clean the shit up, bitches.
Yeah, a little Sigma mindset.
Oh, we didn't talk about how old the first victim was.
They were very the kid victims of Joseph Rosenbaum.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they were not like, this was not 17-year-olds. Like it was. They were.
That was
young.
my last I need to know. You know,
you're always like, it's still gross, but it'd be like less bad if they were 16 than if they're 9.
Right. If they're like 17 and consenting, but because he's 23, they're not able to consent. That's a different thing in my head. It wasn't that.
It wasn't that. No, it was.
Yeah,
it was bad.
There's 32 different flavors of awful sexual rape and crimes, but yeah, I kind of want to know which flavor we're talking about, I guess, so that I can kind of have a mindset when the guy gets his head blown off in the streets. Like,
sounds like he straight up butt raped a young person.
Yeah, no, not the flavor.
No two ways like to see it.
Oh, yeah, rum raisin, eh? Oh.
Rum raisin.
Nick, we were talking before the show about talking to police, and
Don't do it. But yes.
oh, that's every expert I've ever seen on YouTube or talked to in person gives that same advice. Say nothing. If they're colorful, they'll say shut the fuck up, right? That's the advice we always get.
Right. Shut the fuck up Fridays from the Justice Brothers.
I know them. Yes, yeah. All right. But on the other hand, we've all had experiences where, you know, the cop pulls you over speeding and you're like, yes, I spilled the milk. I'm so sorry. I don't typically spill milk. I'm not a habitual milk spiller. This one exception. I made a mistake. And, you know, if you could see fit to let me off with a warning, I'm the sort of guy who deserves it. This isn't me. This is what I think police want to hear when they pull you over. I made a mistake. This isn't who I am. Can we let it slide? If you just say,
I was gonna. You can't probably endorse stuff as Trump. So
I don't know. It wasn't really him. You can AI voice.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't him. Oh fuck! I'm out of a job with the AI thing.
Yeah.
All right. Are we ready for this question?
Yes. Hit us with it. And then we have to get
some numbers. So you have to what?
We got to answer the
guy,
retarded
the writer.
Yeah, the guy whose IQ is not 77. He's fibbing. He wouldn't have been able to write that to us.
No, that's not a real question. I was having a bit of fun.
Oh,
yeah,
I thought it was a joke question.
Jesus Christ, he thought a No.
I knew he was. I thought
where's
he was
getting the money to look? The people who are part of our Patreon are successful fucking winners. Ain't nobody in there got a 77 IQ, maybe 177, like you said. Only the smartest people. Click that link down there below and go to patreon.com and give us monies. Okay, because they're trying to support what we're doing here. The wonders that we provide.
Yeah, I wish that you had said his IQ was like 94 or something, because then I would have been like, "Oh, geez, buddy, like that's not great." I mean, 86. That's getting
it's like one.
Dude, 86. You'd be anyway. What was
94 is really good. It only goes to 100. All right. A question for the boys. 3 years ago, I was given access to my stocks that were previously under a custodian account. Since then, I have spent $375,000 in 3 years.
I know where 300,000 went to.
I only have 150,000 left, right? So he started with almost 500 grand.
Jesus.
Or over 500 grand. Anyway, this was supposed to be for my retirement. I have told no one else about how I have spent my grandmother, and parents think I have actually made better investments with them and earned money instead of blowing it. I read that correctly. He didn't write it well. Before you ask, I spent it on nonsense. Rent, a new car, a trip to Europe, etc. How do I possibly explain this to my family without being seen as a piece of shit? My parents asked me for money a few times, but I told them I needed it for retirement, even though I was just buying random things. So he had over 500 grand. He spent almost 400 grand.
There's a why was the stocks in a custodian account?
And why were the parents turned 18 or 21 or something?
Right, but I'm saying so somebody had to put them in the account. Usually that's traditionally the parents, right? So the parents are now asking him for money, right? A couple times, or did ask him for money a couple times.
I'm filling in some gaps here, but my guess is that the grandparents gave some money to the grandkids.
Got it.
And mom and dad are like, "Hey, can I have some of that money?" And he's like, "I need it for retirement." But really, he's just blowing it on hookers and cars.
Yeah,
that's right.
How old is he again?
He didn't say, but since 3 years ago he got access to his account.
21.
He might be 21 or 24
now. So you're probably very young with like $175,000 left. Is that about right?
Fucking sounds great, dude. You're off to a good start.
Yeah, you're in a great place.
Yeah.
All right. So look, things could be going way worse. None of us here started out at 18 with $175,000. Okay, that would have been such a wonderful thing to like not worry about anything for the time in your life where you've got to like learn shit and get your stuff together and make like connections with people. You're fine. You're okay. You did a big whoopsie by throwing away $350,000, but The key here is to turn that into a lesson and to make $350,000 a very cheap price to pay for that lesson by applying what you've learned here to the rest of your life. You're so young that this is a good thing, not a bad thing. As far as your parents go, we're going to lie to them. You tied that money up in long-term investments. If you have to lie and make it seem that, oh, I thought CDs were the thing. Everyone always said I put it in a 20. They're in a 10-year
Put it in
CD.
a 60-year CD.
No, tell them you threw into a SEP IRA and you literally can't touch that till you're 60. Sorry, and ta-da. Here's a problem.
Get them off your back about that because A, that's your money. B, it's none of their business how you spend your money. C, you're a decent enough, smart enough guy to know you fucked up. Now, you want to make sure you're a $50 patron, first of all, because that's going to allow you access to the Discord where you can just private message me about like where you want to go from here.
Yeah,
that's
for a reasonable
answer.
Price.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I charge per hour, but you can afford it, man. Look, you're young, you got $150,000.
Yeah, don't be stingy now.
If you give me $50 a month, I will explain to you how a fool and his money are easily parted.
If you give me, look, I'll say this: until that custodian released that money, you had $500,000. How about a new custodian? How about I hang on to this $150,000 and I see what I can do with it for a while? And you come and we touch base again in a year or two, and we
won't do worse.
I did this with my RuneScape account. He was supposed to boost my archery level. And my range level. Never got that account back, so I'm a little
just got taken for a ride on RuneScape.
How old were you?
How old were you?
6th grade, and gave it to a 7th grader. And he was like, "Dude, forgot the password after I changed it." And I'm like, "Oh, all right." Valuable lesson.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Another life lesson learned. So you and this guy, similar boats.
Yeah, I lost a RuneScape account. He lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, but
I'm on a much different track than Kyle was. Like, I had a manager at Cisco tell me decades ago, probably, bad news doesn't get better with age. And there's a temptation, like when your project's behind schedule and stuff, to be like, "Oh, everything's going fine," and in your heart, you're like panicking and you're hoping you can catch up in the next 2 weeks before it like goes live or is due or whatever. That's not the move. The move is open and honest communication all the way through.
Why?
Because everyone would rather know you're behind schedule with
it's not their business.
It's not.
Well, in this case, it's the manager, right? You're running behind schedule. Bad news doesn't get better with age, but I found that to be true all over the place. Like if I'm a kid and I've got something to admit to my parents, you don't just sit on that until due date. Well, the thing is,
his money. Fuck
I disagree. Well, I hear you, but I think if he was honest, if he was like, you know what, I've learned, but I had 3 pretty stupid years. Hey,
mom and dad, I'm not very good with money. Just thought you should know. Oh, good to know, son. We'll be very careful around you from now on. And
we'll stop asking him for money.
Your father's business associates wanted to work with you, but now that we know this, I don't feel comfortable telling them lies.
So now here's the deal. The situation you'd be putting him in is just lying for years and years and years.
One lie.
One lie that, but
the
told
money's tied
again
up.
and again and
it's
again.
my money, and frankly, I don't feel comfortable ever discussing that money again. It'll come between us and our love.
Perfect.
That money is locked away from my retirement. I won't even be thinking about it until I'm in my late 50s. So please, mommy and daddy, don't ask me for money.
That's how I would handle that as well.
I agree.
There's no reason for me to let mommy and daddy know I'm a fuck up before I've even made up for it to myself.
But I'm pretty sure. Tucker, please go.
I'm just because I think that you are looking at it how I would deal with it if it was my parents and this was this situation, because we have a different relationship, and I may just be reading between the lines and completely wrong on this, but it just seems due to the way this was set up that the parents were not in the know of pretty much any of this, and that's like none of their business. As long as he doesn't even have to lie, like what Kyle said, he can just be like, okay, well, that money is for my retirement and it's tied up. No, I'm not comfortable loaning it to you, and I'm uncomfortable discussing like finances with you because I think it would damage our long-term relationship. I think that that's an adult conversation to have that doesn't deflect from him understanding his mistakes, but also keeps the parents where they were 3 years ago, which is
I also
not
premature
involved.
ejaculated last week, Mom. Just thought you should know all my failings.
I hear what you're saying,
like God,
but I
like
feel
God.
like the alternative to coming clean is to just carry on this lie about, oh, I've been making
How is
great
it coming
investments.
clean?
I've turned that 500.
Oh, he did say that. You're right.
Now.
If he said that, yeah. If he's talking about that, I forgot about that part.
Okay.
You're right.
He
should
been
not
telling
be
him
doing
he's
that.
been making great investments, right? For all they know, he turned this $500,000 into $1 million by now, and he really has $100,000. And like, you're just gonna carry that on. You're just gonna
All
go
right,
into
now
your
that's different.
30s into your 40s, and yeah, now it's 7 million. Meanwhile, it's like 200,000. Like, dude, just
I see what
fucking
you
come
mean.
clean one time instead of maintaining this lie until your parents die.
No, better lie then. Okay. So if we have to,
They're on your
to
trail.
tell
You
them-
go, Mom, Dad, I'm gay. Boom, different discussion.
If it comes to it, fuck your dad.
You pull the
Nobody will
Kevin
see it
Spacey
coming.
maneuver. You go.
I don't think you had to fuck your dad to prove you were gay.
No, they weren't buying it, Taylor.
Yeah, I'll tell you this now. Those two in therapy, they're not talking about finances. Like, look at me, the master.
All right. So if you have, in the scenario, if the case is that you have been bragging about winnings when you have tremendous losses, not the losses, just you threw the money away, you spent the money, then they might be like wondering why you're hoarding millions of dollars or something like that. But I still say this money should be spent frugally to support you while you get your education or start your business or whatever you want your life to be. You should spend some time and maybe talk to someone who's smarter than you about like how to apply that money and make that money like do a thing for you. Because I'm just saying, if you could get your education without working a side job, that would be great. And here's the thing: if you maintain the lie, there's no way you can get your education and ask your mom and dad for money now, right? So if you're gonna come clean, you need to come clean and say, you know, have you read about crypto, mom and dad? No. Well, I really took a bath in the crypto market and I'm down to a third of my money left. I'm sorry. I was up to you do the math.
Good. This is a good lie. I like this lie. I think
Of course
this
it
one's
is.
the best.
You got
of the-
documentation. You
Yeah.
can be like,
Look, here's where I
right
started losing money, Mom. 7,187,000, but I'm out and I'm ready to start fresh. I like this one. It's up
And
to
I'm
you
out
whether
of
you're
crypto.
morally correct or you want to take the easy route. I'm not an angel or a devil. I'm just
you
explaining
do
your
you.
options.
But if you want your parents to respect you and look, and here's the thing:
his parents
you're
are
not
asking him for money. They're going to
You're not
understand
worthy
bad
of
finances.
telling this lie and reaping its benefits if you haven't learned from your mistake.
That is true.
That's the only case when what I'm saying works. You're not worthy of telling the lie unless you have learned your lesson, because what the lie is doing, it's preventing them from not believing that you've learned your lesson and holding back. And like it's keeping them from 3 years from now when you're like, Mom and Dad, I want this business. Look at this. I'm putting my 150. If you jump in with your 25 for just the building permits, I can go. You know what they're going to say? I remember when you spent all your money on trips and women. They're going to be down for it if you do it that way. You got to learn from your mistake, though. You threw a lot of money away.
I would just tell the truth. It's easy. I would say, listen, Mom and Dad. By the way, keep in mind, Mom and Dad are asking their children for money. Just be like, I'm not very good with
I think
finances.
he cares more about grandma.
I think it's a genetic
than-
condition.
What?
I tend to spend money I don't have. I learned from the best, Mom and Dad.
I'm a shopaholic.
Well, maybe it's not even that. Maybe Mom and Dad
Start
think the
shaking. You
kid,
haven't bought anything.
maybe Mom and Dad see the kid living a certain lifestyle while saying his money is invested and think that, like, Jesus, you're making that off of like your interest or your dividends or whatever. Like, how much are you worth,
Oh.
son? If they're in that sort of mindset, we got to get them out of there. Because look, here's the thing: for all you know, here's what parents will do a lot when their kid is like that guy who's making millions or whatever. They'll throw themselves into irreversible debt, knowing they'll get the bailout from their kid. They won't ask you for the money because you wouldn't give it for them. You'd never give them $800,000. But if they drive up $800,000 worth of debt and say, son, I'm losing the house and all the cars unless you pay this off, you're going to do it.
That'd be a real piece of shit.
Tell the truth one time. Don't maintain a lie for the rest of your life to your parents. It sucks.
Yeah, I see. I mean, man, that extra layer of having
Tell them when you make up for it.
makes it more difficult.
when you
I
make
didn't
up
even
for
think that I didn't even put into perspective if you are going to Europe and you bought a new car and you're living this nice life and your mom's like, or your grandma's like, where's the money coming from? And you're like, I'm making so much money on my investments. I did this. You're dumb as shit. But I still maintain it's not up to the parents to know any of that. It's your grandma or whoever gave you the stocks in the first place that you need to come clean with. Don't let grandma die without coming clean. You're gonna hate that,
dude. You do not tell your look.
Tell her on her deathbed.
People are still
it's a happy median.
Right as she's fading out, you add a little tag to the end of her life.
Yoinks her back in.
Wait till she's asleep.
I mean, look, if your grandma is the one if she's still alive, this
Loaded
grandma
on
who's
morphine.
giving you all this money,
grandmother's. You read the chat.
Yeah,
I didn't. I was just listening to you. You should go back. Shit. Go to your grandma and tell her you lost all the money because it was stolen from you, and cry a lot.
No.
And tell her, look, I'm so ashamed. Here, you gotta get the best part. No. Tell her your mom and dad have bled you dry because they're ashamed to ask grandma for money, and you need grandma to like.
Listen, mom and dad are going to lie about this. Mom and dad are not going to admit that I gave all this money to them.
Oh my God.
If
Listen,
you can start
you need to carve your parents out of your life,
Pal,
wait for grandma to die and reap the inheritance direct from the tap. You got to get them out of the way. Suckle the inheritance.
Get the fuck out of
Oh my God.
this is a tough. I'm having trouble even imagining spending that much money that like he said cars, right?
He's spending about 10 grand a month.
That's
That's a
lot of money to blow.
Yeah.
Like,
tell him your father took all your money and for a Korean penis implant, and that he's tell grandma about it. And if she doesn't come up with $350, you're gonna kill yourself.
Yeah, they're gonna take the implant back.
Let's circle back. If dad doesn't jump on the lie, fuck him.
Yeah.
You go to your parents and you guys team up to tag team and feed grandma dry. It's the only way.
You're weak, old man. I'm gonna do whatever I want with you. This ends when I decide it ends.
But to sum up my advice, dude, you don't want to carry on.
100% honesty from Woody.
Yeah, it just
I say
you're gonna the lie is only going to get bigger and worse. It's going to grow. It's going to be this tangled web that you've woven. It
straight line, not a web. Straight line. I told you the lie. Woody's point is 100% honesty, and you feel clean, and it's all on the table. Jericho agrees with me. At least a 75% of a lie, admitting your faults, but maybe not admitting that you were foolish and awful with the money. Because I'm going to tell you, like, if a friend of mine, a family member, told me that they had blown their inheritance. I get that that's your money, but like, hey, what the fuck? Like now I'm more likely to need to help you down the road when that was secure. You were no longer my potential dependent, and now you're a potential dependent again because you were frivolous with your money. Like, I mean, like,
I think
I vote for 75% dishonesty. Up to and including 100% dishonesty.
No, pal, the way you said it. You suggested it almost like 75% on, or I guess depends on your definition of honest. They're like, definitely go in, and the fact he was bragging about it, that makes it way fucking harder to get out of this. I do think he needs to be honest about the loss of money, but Kyle's on the money with don't say that you were going on European vacations and hookers, and they already know you did those things, but don't make it quite so obvious that was the bulk of it. You know, maybe
you're a bad person. That's the point. The problem here, dude, is you're kind of a bad person for what you did. You did some bad person shit. I'm not saying
around.
I'm not saying that. All right. I'm not.
These are the fans that I'm not saying you're a bad person. You literally just said you're.
I want to rephrase it though. I thought
these are the fans that pay us.
So it's not that you are a bad person, but you did the sort of thing that bad people do. And so somebody from the outside looking in who doesn't know you're a patron, who doesn't know you're a cat, they might think, "Holy shit, that's a bad guy." So
don't know the truth.
What I'm saying is, don't let your parents know you did a bad guy thing. Lie and say you lost your ass in crypto. And then they're still in the same shape where they know where the finances stand. They know that you technically lost the money, but they don't know how foolish and bad guy-ish you were. They don't need to know that. Like it's just like look, every time I shit my pants, I don't fucking call my mom and tell her. She doesn't need to know how bad I am in life.
Yeah,
right?
I'd appreciate it if you stop telling me.
Actually,
dude, I show you the stains. They're impressive.
it's the beginning of March.
Butterfly.
Please become a $50 patron so at the end of March I can meet this foolish person and he can tell us the stories of the dumb shit he did with his money.
Dude, y'all need to.
I bet there's some good stories. I bet
want
you
to hear $375,000 worth of bad financial
Yeah.
decisions.
I'd love to
that
see
is
the
a
receipt.
whole nice
He's got a
middle-class house.
xylophone.
Right, he could have had a house. And
Yeah.
instead he has a car and some trips and hookers, and
you
he just
you get a-
channeled
you
his
need to list
inner
what it-
Hunter Biden for a couple of years, and now
Oh,
his money's
shit.
gone.
You don't have Ukraine money, okay? The big guy isn't the president. You know?
Dude, that like it thinking about like just empathizing and putting myself in this gentleman's scenario gives me like stress of being like, oh my God, $350,000 I spent.
Wait.
Well, oh, that I would be so I honestly I would have
3.5
felt so
bathrooms.
guilty. Yeah, that's 3.5 bathrooms if
That's
you're Woody.
4
That's-
bathrooms.
That is,
Yeah.
I could buy another house of similar
I think
quality.
you
Like,
need
I
multiple
could-
tubs, Woody.
You know what I
Stay
think really
there.
puts it? I think it really puts it into perspective when you understand that it's not $375,000 of income; it's $375,000 of savings. So just so you understand the magnitude of how much you fucked up, if you tried and saved like 15% of your income, which is above what most people are ever going to be, like 10% is like really is pretty good. I think 10% for
I think
for the
15
average.
is what you should be targeting. but
Okay,
anyway.
whatever. You target that, brother. If you make 6 figures a year to save up for that, that's going to take you like 20 years of work. You fucked up 20 years of work worth.
Yeah.
That's
20
that's like
years
the
of normal person work, but you're going to be an overachiever because you fucked up so badly right here.
Yeah.
And you were a
True.
patron, and we set you straight.
if he was into, if he
That's
was
a
like spending
year's
it on
worth of work,
drugs,
easy.
like if he's spending it on drugs, which who knows, maybe on his European vacations, like there's no way this guy was dabbling in like weed. Like that, if he was doing
Weed,
drugs,
I
he
have
was
a
doing the
crippling
real
weed
drugs.
addiction.
Yeah,
I spend hundreds a month.
Oh, I spend
$200 a month on this weed.
Yeah.
Dude, now that like,
do you
oh,
have
sorry,
another
go
one?
ahead.
That was fun.
I do have
enjoyed
another
that.
one. It's shorter. It says, in all your guys' experiences, is home ownership worth it anymore? I get conflicting information about it all the time nowadays. I'm interested in your take. Is it worth it to buy a house?
I don't know
Buy
about
a-
like the
buy
market
a property. How about we do that? Because buying a house, I
Listening.
think homes suck.
Mhm.
But I love my apartment that I own. So
has Harrison Ford ever been a good actor? I don't know of him from anything other than Star Wars and
Yeah,
Indiana
he has.
Jones.
So,
okay.
The Fugitive is great. Those
I guess that's pretty good.
The ones the whatever Under Fire, those that are based on the adventure books, the Grisham novels or whatever, those are fun. He did a couple of those. Younger him was a fun actor. I like him in the original Star Wars. He's the best part of those movies to me. Is Harrison Ford being Yahoo and riding around and having a good time. He's the only guy you can identify because everybody else is this idealist or this wide-eyed dummy
Or a
just-
superhero.
or magic
or a god man. Yeah, or a god man or some shit. And then there's Harrison Ford, like just skating by like lies and back shooting and whatever he's got to do because he's surrounded by robots and godmen. and he just happens to have a ship he stole that's fast. That's his whole thing.
Yeah, but he's got charisma.
Yeah,
He does have that.
he's cool.
You know what?
He is
Riz
cool.
gets you pretty far in life.
Oh, don't say
I
that.
mean, he was the coolest guy in that movie.
Wait, what did I say that was wrong?
Did you say Riz?
Isn't that short for charisma?
No, yeah, it is. I just hate hearing it. That's all. I'm sorry.
Is that what that means?
Riz? Yeah, it's just charisma. I think it's
I-
usually used with like flirting, but
Do you ever wish you could unlearn something?
Yeah.
Like that you could go back to not knowing. I didn't
So
know
many things.
So many.
Honestly, if you could delete memories, I think that would be big business.
If you could
There's
delete
a-
memories, I would just tell my torsion testicle story again, and you'd be stuck.
I can like feel that when you tell that story. I feel like my ball strings are constricting and pulling my testes up into me for safety because they're here.
Then it worked.
Dude, ever
Yeah,
since that
we
story,
actually-
every once in a while, I'll like feel like just a little testicle discomfort. I'm like,
oh no.
And I'll be like, what did he say? You'll know in like 20 minutes. I'm like, okay, well, we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we actually have the technology to erase memories, but big therapy has actually prevented us from doing that. They're getting in the way. They're lobbying against it, of course.
Yeah, we need.
Is that true? I'm buying
anything. That's a complete lie.
Dude, imagine if you could get rid of memories. That would be that actually is so horrible and dystopian that would be the worst society ever. People would just delete everything that made them. It would be a society with no shame.
You guys are all in this good place of trying to remove like trauma and pain, and I'm like, who do I know that needs to forget shit I did?
Oh my! You want to offensively have a memory deleting?
You're gonna reshape history. There's a movie about this. It's called Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Jim Carrey and the fat chick from Titanic, Kate Winslet. I knew her name. I just like calling her that. And she is his ex-girlfriend. Terrible breakup, and he's erasing her from his mind. And that is being displayed in kind of a trippy way as the memories one by one are deleted. And I think I would do that. I think I would delete things like maybe like bad breakups or traumatic moments, but maybe just like information that I wish I didn't know. That's like annoying or concerning. It's like nothing you can do about it kind of shit. And movies and media. Man, I'd love to go back and watch some things for the first time and be surprised by like the end of I See Dead People.
Dude, but like think about it really.
It'd be fun to do that again.
Is there something like is there anything more depressing than imagining opting to delete a portion of your own memory so you can spend more of your life consuming the same media? Like I understand what you're saying, like, oh, it'd be neat to see King of the Hill for the first time again, but when you really think about it, that's the saddest thing I can imagine, is like relegating your entire existence to the need to reabsorb media because all experiences are seen to be negative. You know, that's almost like one of those like scary dystopian things.
That's funny because I'm like,
I
can imagine Taylor. Probably every show, Taylor tells a joke that gets me laughing out loud in stitches. I want to just hit my little fucking undo button, like that was easy button. Like, say it again.
I'm back. Taylor. I'm back in the mix. I can just come up with like 4 jokes and just it's not like what I already did.
Imagine that you could go back and like things that made you feel really good or entertained you tremendously, like watching the first Bill Burr special, like the funniest one for the first time ever, or being able to go back and learn about. I could be like, hey Taylor, and you're like, what was that? Hey, you ever hear of a guy named Patrice O'Neill? No. Yeah. Who's that? Oh, come here a minute. Let me show you something. You know ONA, right? What? What'd you say just now, Kyle? I said, do you know ONA? No, I don't know anything about that. No. And you could we like spend the day, and I pretend like I knew about it all the time, and you're just dumb. You just missed it the last 30, 40 years.
It's like, damn, I have no memories of huge portions of time I spent in the past 15 years. It's almost like everything that develops my sense of humor was deleted.
I'm still doing this offensively. I have it revolutionizing the dating world, right? Like.
Ooh, I don't like where this is going.
How do you feel about guns?
Bill Cosby.
I have enough guns that I don't know how many guns I have. And she's like nexting me. Redo. I hate guns too.
I hate guns. They are the fucking worst. Don't get me even started on guns. And she's like, well, I don't hate them that much. Like, fuck. I give guns a 6 out of 10. Like, right? Maybe. Is that right? All right, cool. We're step 2.
Eventually,
closer to pussy.
Like Groundhog Day this thing without traveling through time. You know, he tried to learn everything he could about that woman until he picked her up. You could do that.
I'd have raped her after like month 2.
Month 2, and you're just
like I'm a gentleman. I'm a gentleman.
Yeah, you guys are all acting like he's a monster. I admire his
60 dates. You know how many breakfasts you bought for Andy at that point? That's her real name. 60. One. Look. My resources may be unlimited, but my patience is not.
Kyle does it before he realizes time's repeating. He's
oh, lucky me!
He wakes up the next morning. Thank God!
To do it again.
Dude, what I would actually do day 1 is like, you know how fun it is in Skyrim to sneak around and steal things in stealth mode?
Yeah.
Like.
No.
Just seeing how much you could rob the town blind the second that you start seeing stuff like that, like I bet I can get this whole block all their jewelry today, and then you fail, you get arrested, but the next day you get to restart, you become a better and better thief, and then when you finally get out of it, now you've put 10,000 hours into something useful instead of trying to woo some fucking bitch that who cares.
How much money have you made for your 10,000 hours of time?
No, but this is free
jewelry.
This is free
add
time.
up to.
It's free time because it's just it's repeating over and over. The point is,
but you're spending it.
Have you ever seen Blow, where he went in with a bachelor's of marijuana and came out with a PhD in cocaine? That's what you're doing. You're going into it with no ability to steal. You're coming out of it fucking cat burglar.
It's a good movie. Is that Penelope Cruz in that?
I don't know who that is.
I don't care for her. Not very attractive.
Then me either.
Waspy.
Waspy.
Yeah, she looks like the hottest maid at the hotel.
You don't hear Waspy much anymore.
What was Arnold doing, man? I always, whenever, what was he doing? How'd that happen?
What do you mean?
How'd that happen?
What
He was
did he
Mr.
do?
fucking Universe. He was the governor of California. He's the goddamn Terminator. Worth $50, $100, $200 million? I don't know. No, it's over that because of that Twins money he got. He owned the rights to that. And then he fucked that enormous Spanish maid who I wouldn't fuck and you wouldn't fuck. Do you know how hard up you'd have to be to fuck her? It was just convenient. She was there and he saw it and he couldn't control himself. If he just jerked off, his whole fucking life would have been different. He'd have still been married to that Kennedy.
Dude, have you ever seen his kid with the Kennedy versus his kid with the maid? Like physically,
Which
his
one's
kid,
better?
the kid with the maid is jacked and has the Arnold body, and then his other
Maria
son,
Shriver is
doesn't work out as
skinny.
hard.
And she was skinny when I saw it. She used to be on TV. I don't know what she looks like now. Must be.
I don't even know who that is. Maria Shriver.
That's Arnold Schwarzenegger's wife.
Oh, okay.
Was
ex-wife.
Before the
Yeah, she
accident.
divorced him. That's the Kennedy that Kyle's talking about.
I think he was just on a shitload of gear, so his testosterone was just through the fucking roof. So he was just gonna fuck anything that moved.
That makes sense. He might have been on trend.
There you go.
The fucking butler's lucky he didn't get it.
When Arnold
What's he gonna do?
Schwarzenegger
Yeah,
grew
if
up in
Arnold Schwarzenegger needs to get
1990s.
his dick dirty, and you're his butler.
What's that? I'm looking to get
Just
my.
look that up right here on the spot.
I'm looking to get my Eastern European dirty cock dirty right now.
I'm trying to hide it from the predator. It needs to be covered in mud.
Suck the mud off of my dirty dick.
Oh, that's what that.
I
That's
just
the
in
best.
your room. I just it's like, shut up. I'm the governor.
That's who I would like to see replace Chris Hansen. Is Arnold Schwarzenegger for To Catch a Predator? It'd be perfect.
Oh,
He'd be smoking his stogie. He'd come out with that thing, wearing that red polo from the Predator movie, and he'd use his lines as much as possible, even when it didn't really fit. But you'd still laugh along as he, got the pedophiles.
Who's that fat guy who accosted Eat That Pussy 445?
Yeah.
Get that guy on the show. The guy who was like, so it appears here, fat ass, that you were talking to children online, Tubbo? And he's just
Have you seen this,
putting
Brandon?
in fat
Oh, yeah.
insults.
Oh my God.
That was great.
He's roasting him. That's the same guy that showed up.
Oh,
at
you
the
like little kids, do you,
virologist's
Piggy?
house.
Oh, it's the same guy.
Yeah, that's the guy that showed up.
Was that Frank Hassel?
No,
No.
this is a different guy.
Okay. This is Redbeard McMurphy or whatever the fuck. We called him Rascal McGovens, I think.
Yeah,
or something.
Rascal
I think we
McGovens.
gave him a fake persona because we didn't know his real name. I think maybe it came out later that he was a bit of a POS, some domestic stuff. But I don't give a shit about that as long as there's not kids involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. You shouldn't be stalking, showing up at somebody's fucking house over their politics or whatever. At the same time, it was really funny to see how that was just blown up. I was accosted and feared for my life. You shook hands with the guy, and then
It's a real friendly conversation.
Side,
yeah. It's and you didn't. What was his excuse? Was there a? Did EDP say there's a bakery near here, or did the other guy go, "What are you here for cookies? Is there a bakery nearby?" Is that what it was?
or cupcakes? I think.
Yeah,
or something.
cupcakes,
Yeah.
something like that.
Dude, when he starts talking about the doo-doo pictures, that blew my fucking mind, because often what they usually don't show on these To Catch a Predator shows is what happens before the guy gets there is you've got an adult in a room on a phone or a PC talking nasty.
I have a
as
seat right
fuck
over here on this piece
to
of
a-
newspaper.
But they convinced him to send pictures of his poop, and he was 12-year-old girls love that, I guess. So let me just taking pictures of his poop, and now they got the pictures of the man's poop, and they're like, "Is this your poop?" And it's so ridiculous.
And
So
A plus to them for having the idea, because I would, as a relatively sane individual, never would have thought anybody would go for that.
No,
I wouldn't think so either. But I guess he was very desperate.
What? Why?
Yeah, seemingly desperate. Is that guy? I think he got in trouble again, didn't he?
I think maybe
DP got into. He was double dipping back into the same, or I guess Netflix. Netflix will buy anything.
I know you're not keeping up with It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but episode 5 was a real banger. It had a cameo with Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul, and I won't spoil any of it because to tell you some of the jokes are so good. It was really funny. And when I first saw that they were in it, I was like, celebrity cameos are hard to do. It's so funny. They don't play themselves. They play like different versions of themselves that are very weird people.
You've been talking it up so much. I'll jump back and I'll try this season of Sunny.
There's like one bad episode. There's an episode where Frank plays chess against the Chinese.
Against the Russians. The Koreans. Oh, usually he's against Koreans. That's his like ethnic rival from Korea. I think.
Since this is the bad episode, I'll spoil a bit of it. Basically, because of 2 or 3 different plot lines coming together, Frank has been cheating at chess. He's been using his cell phone and having Charlie watch the game with glasses, and there's somebody on the outside with a computer, and they got this janky system where he can cheat. He has to hold the piece over where he thinks about putting it, and they buzz him when he should put it down. And eventually he ends up with vibrating sex toys in his ass that he doesn't know about, so that he can play in the big chess match. And he's just sweating profusely and screaming and sort of maybe orgasming from the ass while he's playing chess against this man. And it's
Charlie, Charlie, I'm coming.
Yeah.
Charlie, I'm gonna bust.
It's been a real renaissance of the show. I'm really happy to see it.
I feel like you guys have talked about this as a bit before.
It's based on reality. So there was a big controversy with this world famous chess player. What's his name? Magnus Carlsen.
I think stone is what the Icelandic people lift. I forgot his name.
I think so too. You never have that when I ask.
I always have.
Stone. You've been withholding that bit of knowledge. It's a different stone they do in Scotland, though. Like those are something else.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, what was I talking about?
The cheating scandal that rocked chess.
Oh yeah, they believed that he had a vibrating toy in his butt. So there's this company called there's probably many, but LoveSense, LoveSense, has this app and this line of sex toys that you can put in your lady, and then you can control from anywhere. And they have this really intricate application for controlling it. Like there's lots. Like you can even make set it to a song. So you just leave that shit on, like "We Will Rock You" and just fucking go to sleep. And she's over there just like it's great. They're very expensive. And the idea was that what they said was that Magnus Carlsen was cheating in that way, and because of the way he played or something like that. Oh no, it was a woman who got there, and it was also
it wasn't Magnus Carlsen. Said the other guy might have done that because Magnus Carlsen's the greatest player in the world. Right. It was the other guy who was like some super underrated compared to him.
And then before that happened, there was a girl in poker who had a thing where. I don't remember exactly how the hand was played, but without going into poker specifics, it was nonsense what she did. So she folded at a time where you wouldn't fold. If I remember correctly,
additional info, like
you would have to have additional information to make the move she made, and they've been saying that it was like a vibrator as well, or a vibrating signaling device because and it would be easier in this instance because the show's live. So there's a back room where somebody has information. And they could relay it to her, even if it was very rudimentary, like fold, bet, just some basic information, like 1 buzz, 2 buzz, 3 buzz. You wouldn't have to know Morse code or some shit or that 5-knot Korean War shit or anything like that.
Cheating in chess seems very hard. I feel like they're always hard scoping that. There's not anything else to look at. It's 2 guys playing chess.
Also, yeah, there should be like, what is it? Just a better player that's off screen, like
a computer usually.
Or a bot.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true, I guess.
Yeah, apparently people can't beat computers anymore, and there is the most perfect move, and the best players in the world I read make the most perfect move about 90% of the time. and a cheater will just do it 100% of the time.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like that's how, and that's interesting. Like that's how they sussed out cheating is like analytically by being like this guy, the German guy that said the Swedish whatever guy was cheating. Like for him to have made those moves would like flies in the face of chess knowledge. It's like he only would have like made moves that perfect anticipating like a different play or something. And it's so complicated. I don't even understand it. Chess is so cool that way. But like do you guys feel that way about a game like chess where like you see someone who's truly excellent, like, and you just have a total understanding, like this person thinks in a way that I can't possibly emulate. Like they think more complexly than me. They think more thoroughly than me, at least in regard to like the spatial reasoning of the board and what needs to go where at any given time. It's like a level of intellect that's insane.
Yes, that happens to me in all kinds of forms and activities.
Yes, when I'm playing Magic the Gathering,
all the time.
I wonder if it's that or memorization. Like if like you know all the possible moves because you've played the game 8,000 times. Not that that's any less impressive. I mean, it's a skill I don't have.
No, I bet you're right. Like I bet that plays into it too. Just the ability to look at the board and like any strategy game, be like, based on this current setup, I can garner that this is likely the outcome. I have to do this now.
I have a theory. So in computer programming during my career, something called patterns came out, and they were replicated from architecture. So if you're an architect, you're designing the inside of a house, there's certain patterns that you see all the time. Like, all right, the kitchen's going to need a layout of like the sink, the fridge, and the stove. Make this triangle. Not try to spread them out too far. Try to get them near each other. Have a working triangle, that works.
Mm-hmm.
The living room is going to need this and that. It's going to need this kind of traffic flow that goes through it. We're going to need a spot for the TV. And these are some like common formulas we put everywhere. In traffic, you've seen it too. Like, all right, thing's going to be a circle. This is going to be a light.
Mm-hmm.
This is how we handle highway overpasses or entry and exit to the interstate. You have this problem presented in front of you, and you've got like 2 or 3 patterns that address it. I bet that's how chess is played. That like, I've bumped into layouts similar to this before, and there's a good way to handle it.
And you hear stuff like that where they'll be like, the Sicilian defense or whatever the names of things are. I think Sicilian defense is from Princess Bride, but I don't actually know if that's a real one.
Did you get into a land war in Asia?
Yes. You got into a land war in Asia? You fool! Like that's such a great movie.
But yeah, and like you said, there's certain openings I think are probably fit the pattern perfectly. But the deeper in the game, they're just like, all right, his pieces are roughly here. He's this forward. This is how I deal with it. Anyway, that's my theory. They recognize it and apply a known solution to this situation.
I wish I was the best chess player in the world.
Do you?
I'd be cool. I'd be the cool chess player. I'd be like, I don't really like chess that much.
You know what I want to do? I want to do that thing where you play against like 8 guys at once, like real fast.
Yeah, I'm just getting dominated in every single game.
Lose them all.
Just getting absolutely wrecked.
I can't think of chess anymore without thinking of that fucking meme or that video of the Russian kid who's like 7 years old, and then they bring out like, and here we have like the world reigning chess champion. The Dark Souls music fucking plays, and this guy walks out.
The kid cries. That's great.
Yeah.
Taylor,
like,
I was going to tell you, like, I wouldn't care. The best basketball player in the world right now, arguably, this guy Jokic. He's a big white guy from like Eastern Europe. Doesn't like basketball that much, and he's always like he wants to go home and enjoy his off season. They'll ask him about like, you know what, you just passed LeBron James in the number of 20 points or whatever, some weird stat, and he's like, you guys are so interested in stats. Can I go? He doesn't want to.
I mean, he's a white guy from Eastern Europe.
When he won the championship, they're like, congratulations, you're the world champion. And he's like, can I go home now? And like, well, there's a parade in your honor.
Like they're basic agreements that go through. Now, when you get into commercial contracts, like you're going to lease out a space from a giant chain of commercial property owners, not like the guy in town who owns a building, but like this massive multinational place that owns buildings in every major city. And you're like, I just want my 1,000 square feet of retail. And then they give you the contract and it's 75 pages. It's like, well, yeah, you want a lawyer to look over that because you're going to get screwed if you don't go through and redline out a bunch of stupid stuff. But no, go ahead.
Do you often, or have you ever had good examples of where because you are a lawyer, you're able to be very annoying in sort of a malicious compliance kind of way in little middling disputes with people that normally it would make no sense to contact and hire a lawyer, but here you are, a lawyer yourself. So I'm thinking of like in The Sopranos that Tony wants to buy a house from the guy, and the guy's already sold it to someone else, but the funds are a little held up, and Tony's like, I can come with cash now. And he's like, look, Mr. Chang, you're out. All right. I can torch you into the poorhouse. Okay. You're out. That's it. You want, and he's like, yeah, he is the lawyer. Like, this isn't going to cost him anything but his time to like make this guy's life a living hell. Has there ever been a time where you you could do that?
Oh, I do that. I do that all the time when related to my YouTube channel. Cause like I'll get copyright claims. Right. And so you know what you have to put into the copyright dispute stuff to comply with the copyright safe harbor provisions and make sure you're filing your counter notification properly. But you also know like how many times you can say fuck you in that thing to the person and know that there's some corporate attorney who has to read the response that you get where you're like calling NBC a bunch of sodomites or whatever. Like you could just because there's nothing they could do about you saying that. They just have to sit there and go, God, this sucks. And then you're ultimately going to win your counterclaim because YouTube doesn't decide copyright issues. Yeah. They just follow the DMCA process. So there's that. And then I will get, my favorite is getting cease and desist from lawyers on subjects that I'm talking about. Like if I'm talking about someone and their lawyer sends me a cease and desist because I said something that was offensive or I released a document that I can only get these damn documents from a public website anyway, but they're like, you released a document that you shouldn't have had. And it's like, shut up. And so like, I just respond back to their cease and desist in the most belligerent way possible. And then I guess
thought you were going to like build a fence next to your neighbor or something.
No, I don't.
Oh, your innocent, naive perspective. No, it's more intense.
No, I don't like messing around with that stuff because you don't want to mess with people. When people get in property disputes with their neighbors, it's like, do you really want this? Like every day of your life, you're going to have to wake up and deal with the asshole that you may have helped create. Like those are the types of disputes you should try as hard as you can and not have a lawyer come into it. Because once you do, they're done. Like they're not going to talk to you. You know, your mail is going to get left in the snow. Like they're going to just walk by your mailbox like, oops, just tip it out into the snow. Your mailman screwed up. They'll plow their driveway and just leave a big pile in front of yours. And, you know, you don't want to mess with that shit.
You just brought up like the impetus to one of the scarier shootings we've ever seen. You might know.
That was awful. I know.
We've all seen the clip here. We watched it on the show. It's so hard to watch, but essentially neighbor had been piling their snow up, shoveling their own driveway out into the other guy's like drive, and the offending party and his wife are out there screaming at this guy. Guy goes back in the house, gets a gun, and long story short, he kills them both. He kills them both in the street over that.
And it was
snow.
It was not quick, and it was not like clean and pretty. It was not just like blam blam.
Yeah,
it was rough. That's a hard video to watch, man. I hate watching that.
If I recall that video, like after he murdered them, he like went back in his house like he'd just taken trash out. Like not even like I gotta get inside. Like just kind of walk.
He said so. I think he's.
I hope I didn't want miss more than the commercial break.
He kept saying, "You should leave. You should have kept fucking with me. You should have kept fucking with me." Yeah, like several times, and it's like, God damn.
Yeah, because she was still alive for a while. Like the woman was still alive for a bit, and he had to go like get a second gun. I think
he went and got a different gun. He started with a handgun. And he went back and got a rifle and finished them both off with a rifle. You see him basically put the rifle to her face by the end.
That's a horrifying video.
Ghoulish. Yeah.
Like I can watch a lot of bullshit, but it's like when
shovel
you
your
see
snow.
Yeah.
Shovel your snow, people. That's the lesson here.
Shovel your snow, assholes. Shit.
What was the fight about? Why did he shoot him?
They had TP'd his house.
They shoveled their driveway snow into his.
Into his driveway, yeah.
which is rude.
It's very rude.
You can't be doing stuff like that. But also in that video, I didn't see a big giant pile of snow in front there. It looked just as much like the guy who was driving by doing the pusher.
Much history. There was so much history there. Like
that wasn't their first bickering.
Yeah, there was so much history. No, I agree with you so much about like you can't have like a neighbor that you're in a dispute with. We gotta solve this. If you take the L and then bake cookies, dude. Like you're gonna need that guy to pick up a package or to fucking call it. He's gonna be the one that watches your house burn down, right? Like he's gonna be the one to not
drink
the
match in his hand.
Oh, looks like, hey, honey, look, Taylor's house is burning to the ground. What? Taylor's house is burning to the ground. Look. Oh, no way. And they just
he's like out in his like yard. He's the first one to know. He's like, help.
He's spraying his own lawn with a hose to make sure that it doesn't get scorched. Like that's all he's doing.
What are you doing? I'm on Ash Watch just in case they float over.
Just in case they float on Ash Watch.
You want to be friends with that guy. Yeah, that's the guy you need to do you a favor every now and then, right?
I've never had a dispute with a neighbor at all.
Right.
Like the only thing I could possibly think of, I did think about this the other day, is the neighbor on one of my sides in my like all my neighbors are in their 50s. So like I feel weird like talking to them like I don't know. Like neighbors. It feels bizarre.
Oh, you don't feel like you're their peer.
I don't feel like I'm a real adult because I'm the youngest. I'm like, I live near a bunch of boomers for the most part, but they have a tree that is looming over my sunroom, like from their yard, kind of like that. And I was thinking just the other day, because I just paid to have a bunch of my trees removed. I'm like, what do I even do? Like, do I go over there and say like, hey, your tree is looming over my house. Could you take care of that? And then they'll probably say no. And I'll go, okay. Like what?
Do you mind if I take care of that?
Yes. Tell me
the
what's
follow up. Trees. So tree law is actually a specific piece of law that exists.
Is he bullied by the other attorneys?
You need him.
Dude,
I specialize in bird law.
Yeah. No, he looks like the brawny man. He's got fucking big beard and an axe thrown over his shoulder.
Yeah, I want to know about tree law.
Here's the thing with tree law. Okay, so a tree is a piece of property, and some people really like their trees, right? So let's say you go to your neighbor's property and you just like it's blocking your view of the lake, and you're like, "Fuck this tree." Let's say it's a 120-year-old oak tree. So you just and chop that down. Don't even ask any questions. You go back inside. You say, "Shouldn't have done that," right? And then they're like, they sue you. What happens now is that you lose because you didn't have permission to fuck with their tree. It's clearly on their property. All the facts are in their favor. So you lose that case. Now you have to replace a 120-year-old oak tree. You don't replace a 120-year-old oak tree with a new oak tree. You have to get yourself a 120-year-old oak tree, or you have to come up with the financial compensation for it. Do you know how much that fucking costs?
I can't imagine.
To get a 120-year-old tree.
There's a guy who evaluates that.
Just scoop it out and put it back in the yard.
Bring it on a truck because it's not in the same town as you. And you got to bury it. And then in Minnesota, if that happens, you get triple damages on it too. So I mean, you're talking cutting down a tree like that. You're in like a $250,000 proposition on damages that you end up paying.
You know what the most famous case of that has to be? That thing with Alabama and Auburn, right? Where the guy, I want to say an Auburn fan goes on like Auburn fan radio down there, you know, good old boys radio. And he's like, oh, they think it's funny, huh? They think it's funny to make fun of the Auburn Bulldog or whatever they are. Well, I tell you what I did. I went up there the other day and I poisoned the red oak tree. And they've got some sort of like ancient old oak tree that's like Alabama's tree. I went up there and I poisoned it. And the guy on the radio is like, you killed the tree? Well, it ain't dead yet, but it will be. And and sure enough, like, I don't remember exactly what he done, but he like drilled holes into this tree and introduced poison or something. And he killed this
What an asshole.
Dude, it's ruined his life because they found him, of course. Yeah. And he's like, he just denied it. He's like, I said that, but I did not poison that tree.
I did not have sex with that tree. Not a single time. Didn't do it.
I think there's an ESPN like 30 for 30 about this shit. It's ridiculous the drama that went down over the tree. But dude, you can't replace that. It's I mean, I guess you can, like you described, but that's incredibly costly. It really is tens and tens of thousands of dollars. It has to be
so much. Like, but what would happen? But if like a storm came through and knocked their tree onto my house, they would have to, because it's their property. That's their fucking problem, right?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it always gets complicated, and it's going to be different state by state. And so this is why that specialty is important, because in one state you might have a duty to prune the tree above your own house just to the property line, right? Like, so you can't chop down their tree, but you might have to cut the branch that's looming over your house that poses a danger. In another state, you might not be able to do that. You might have to ask them permission to do it, or they might have a duty to do it. So you really got to kind of get into on a state-by-state basis who has to do this or not. But that's why you always want to check with a competent lawyer in the field of law in your jurisdiction. Of course, the stupid lawyer caveat, but there's a reason for it. And it's because it's different place to place. In Minnesota, triple damages on chopping down a tree. In another state, you might not get triple damages. It might just be single. In a different state, damages may be calculated differently. It might not have to replace it with another tree. You might have to replace it with some comparably aged tree, but it doesn't have to be the same thing or whatever. So
I just need to look up Missouri tree law.
Growing up, I had my dad had two neighbors that hated each other. These were next door neighbor farmers. So we're not just talking about adjoining quarter acre lots. We're talking about adjoining property lines that extend for a couple miles of walking. If you're doing a straight line around a whole property, the way it adjoins 100-acre properties that adjoin. One guy's dogs that apparently chased the other guy's livestock, exhausting and killing it thereby. And he felt like he was owed restitution for these dead calves. The other guy's telling him to go fuck himself. So now we hate each other, and there's like thousands of dollars on the ground burnt, essentially, as far as one guy's concerned. And so the other guy, he's like, yeah, he sneaks over here at night, I think. He steals the pins out of my tractors. Because they like little things go missing around his farm that are like little pins on your tractors. Like, what do you do now? Go to the John Deere store? Like, we can't work today? Like it would be a problem if you took all the pins out of somebody's tractor who needed to do work. Yeah. And then my cousin worked for Levi, the man who kept losing the pins to his tractors. And there came a day where he's like, yeah, spray the all the weeds with Roundup, kill all of that over there. And Scott's like, well, what about over there when I get next to Calvin's place? He's like, put it on full blast and kill everything that you can reach over that property line. If you can hit it with that, kill it. He's just killing 12 feet over the property line. It's dead. Like,
what a douchebag.
The littlest, anything they could do back and forth to like if you could dump a pile of shit onto the other guy's property or anything. If you're going to cut a tree down, they had that property line redrawn by various experts who used varying techniques from multiple times. It's like, no, this guy's bringing the fucking laser in.
Well, because the title of that property, the title search on it, it's 14 feet away from the old fence that runs down perpendicular to the creek.
Walk until you hear the bees.
Yeah. Like, you look at some of these things that happened with my wife's grandpa out here owns this. He owned their family farm, which they didn't farm it, but it was an old farm site. And like the deed to this thing was written in fucking Aramaic or whatever. And so they're talking about these reference points that don't exist.
Yeah.
And so they had to go find a guy to solve a property dispute. This guy is like 89 years old, and he remembers when they wrote it. And he's like, yeah, that's the fence that we used to climb as kids. It was right around here between this tree and this tree. It's like, oh, Jesus, like, this is what you're relying on? This is how you're drawing property lines.
With an elderly man.
Those old farm properties are like that, though, because they typically stick around, passed down for generations.
A lot of metal pins.
Yeah.
like down here, when I would walk through the woods hunting and stuff, in particular around property lines that maybe didn't even exist anymore, you'd find those pins in the ground sometimes.
Yeah.
And also Indian burial sites. We would find that every now and then, stuff like that. You ever find anything like that, Taylor?
An Indian burial site?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Unless I was just walking over it in the woods and I didn't know.
Yeah,
Remember
we played Tomb Raider. We put our shorts on, and we get in there. We dig them up.
My friend Dan, we had him on PKA with the divorce story. Kyle, you remember? He found 5 grave sites in a row on his property. They were slaves. They just buried them.
Yeah.
How did he find? Oh, they were like.
When he got them out, did he make them start working again?
How did he know they were slaves?
They were just unmarked
how do you know?
headstones like this big and obviously they were placed there by a person. And I don't know how he knew, but like he looked into it or something.
Did he get them tested like genetically?
Well, they didn't.
This is an African person from.
No, they didn't dig
this
them
is probably
up.
from
They
16
they cleared the area and they found the head.
We don't know. And I feel like it was mostly because I was there with a camera and they don't want to like lose their jobs and stuff. But people definitely seemed hesitant to talk to the camera.
Stay confused.
Understandable.
Walk away.
Yeah.
Don't come to any definitive thoughts about this. Or else.
Or you might get got.
I'm a good boy. I know who's right and who's wrong. I was saying earlier, I feel terrible for those dogs that they're sending down into the tunnels in Palestine.
Kyle doesn't watch anything but Hannity.
Like
just nothing.
And Mark, don't forget about Mark Levin. Okay, all right. He's like, come on.
I like Ben Shapiro. I'm Ben Shapiro. That's my boy. His sister got them titties. I love them titties, and I love him. He's so handsome and smart, and he's good.
He's so smart. He's like debating 11-year-olds who are trying to play like pickup baseball.
Well, Taylor, at what age should we start educating the youth? You know, I think you should get them early because if you only argue with 60-year-old men, I don't think anything's going to change. Okay, Ben Shapiro would tell you that too.
Kyle's making a lot of sense. He'd just say it faster.
If each of you need his sister to be there with him, like like nodding along and like affirming him with a low cut dress, and he would do so much better.
She can make you like agree and disagree by doing this and this.
Show us the titties.
Dude, you get her up there talking about Zionism. I'm like, you're right, babe. Like you should. I think we'd give you all of Egypt, huh? Like, does that get you going? How about the whole Middle East?
She's a coercive young lady, that's for sure. With them titties, boy.
I'd be okay if they wanted Egypt. Like they could. I know that they didn't build the pyramids, but most people don't know that, so they could make the claim for reparations.
This woman makes good points.
They're bigger than her head, which is a subreddit that I love. They're bigger than her head.
Good for her. I don't know what her beliefs. I can guess what her beliefs are. Her brother's Ben Shapiro, but who cares?
Yeah, she's about to make me donate, boy.
Yes, about to make me enlist.
Yeah, we should all join the IDF. You know what I mean?
I was looking into that the other day. Yeah,
I think it's funny.
I'm just interested because
I don't know if we're allowed in.
You know about we were talking about the skin bank before. Woody, do you know about the IDF skin bank?
No. How does the skin bank work?
Are we allowed to talk about some of this stuff?
Down. Don't be so loud about the goddamn skin bank. All right.
Well, I'm looking to make a deposit. I've got
somebody at your house is gonna fuck. Oh, they're stock full. They don't need any deposits.
My doorbell rang just now. That
I'm an old man.
I'm not expecting anyone.
If I donate a little skin, would it be like a facelift? Maybe
they want the whole goddamn thing. I think so. The IDF skin bank is like they've got all that skin there in case their soldiers get all burned up and stuff. So they need lots of human skin. And they're skinning the Palestinians, and they're skin thieves is what the word on the street is.
Do they need any fat? I could go for lipo.
No, they don't want that. Just your skin. I think human skin goes for a lot on the market.
Now, Woody, you're not a baby, but they might, if you're not circumcised, they are willing to circumcise you and suck your dick. That's rumor on the street.
Can we negotiate on the circumcision part?
You know how in the American military, you join the Marines, they sit you down and like roughly shave your head. In the IDF, they like have a second guy trimming your cock skin before you go out into battle.
It's like a fluffer.
Sure.
Wait, the second guy. I was laughing. Does he blow you or circumcise you?
No, he circumcises
you.
That's a terrible deal. No. They should shave your head and blow you as your initiation into the Israeli Defense Force.
Yeah,
you get a lot more people interested.
Hard to get more people since it's mandatory.
Isn't there like a 20%? What's the percentage of Arabs in Israel? I would be curious about that number. Like population of Arab Israelis, I guess. Because I know there's no Jews in Palestine. There's none. Well, I mean, there's some right now, but like normally you wouldn't see so many. You know,
I don't even know.
Zero.
I guess you're right. Like it.
Yeah, 100%. Like there's none there that live there.
How many? So how many? Arabs live in Israel?
Oh no, I would need Zach to fill me in. I don't have the number, but I guarantee it's greater than 0. Right?
I'm gonna guess
18%,
20%. Oh, I didn't even see it. I was close. That was pretty good.
Thank you, Zach.
What about the inverse?
That's
Zach?
as much research as I think anyone needs to do about this entire topic. That's very telling right there. Don't look any deeper
what did
at
you
all.
learn from that? That
You don't
there's
need to research
18%
any
of
of it.
Israel is Muslim. I don't
Well,
know what to infer.
You and I both, Woody. I don't get it either.
Okay.
I was just pointing at that, like, there's 0 Jews in Palestine, but there's 18% of Muslims in Israel.
Dude, if I had the option to live in
Israelis are more
Palestine or
welcoming.
Israel,
Is that the
Obviously,
Israel's
yeah.
nicer.
More tolerant to the other, more nicer.
Are you kidding me? If they're like, hey, you get a free house in Palestine or you get a free house in Israel, I'm going to go to the place that has like running water and nice infrastructure, which I assume
Everybody's always complaining about real estate. Go to Palestine. I bet that stuff's cheap.
Louis Theroux did a documentary called "The Zionist Settlers of Israel" in like 2012. It's a really crazy watch. There's like Christians will go over to Israel to serve Jewish people and work for them for free, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, they're the chosen people."
That's insane,
and it's like a real thing that happens. But I like the name Defense Force a lot. Next time I get into a real beef with someone, that's what I'm going to call myself. No matter what, I'm just going to be defending
the Israeli Defense Force.
Mm-hmm.
You can't
the Brandon
be
Defense Force.
The BDF.
The Buckingham. Yeah. Go around rocking people in the face.
Yeah. I'm sure this won't escalate into a much larger global conflict. So
I told you it is. It's going to be fun to watch. I saw they were using some future weapon stuff. They've got drones flying through the tunnels and then exploding with foam, like foaming them the tunnel out. And
This is like expanding foam to close the door, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I imagine it like gigantic, right? Like not like just a doorway size amount of foam. But
I imagine the foam to somehow be harder than the great stuff I use to seal holes.
I hope that it catches people and that they're trying to escape it, but it envelops them in its wake.
13% of Palestine is Jewish. 18% of Israel is Palestinian. I don't think.
Wow.
This is
fact checked, dumbass.
How can that just can't be true?
Zach wrote it. It's
where's
end of conversation.
I'm not going to Google it, and so it's true.
I don't believe it.
You're
I choose
wrong.
not to believe it because the last
Zach,
3
Zach,
times you fact checked me, he was wrong.
Zach, can you go ahead and confirm that
true?
fact with
Okay.
a thumbs up in chat? I'm thinking it's confirmed.
I don't think we can do emoticons.
Fake
Tell me
news,
13% of the population of the Gaza Strip is Jewish. Is that what
What
you're
is
telling me?
dot line
So
dot dot? Is that a middle
200
finger?
million Jews are over there.
Now you're flipping
Right
around.
now.
You said all Palestine. Now you're going just Gaza Strip.
I don't even think Palestine exists, Taylor.
Yeah.
You and
same.
Ben Shapiro. Yeah.
A land without a people.
I think does the United States recognize Palestine as a locale?
Probably not. I don't know.
If they do, they're soon to not. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to go over there next year. It'd be cool. Wouldn't it be cool to go over to Israel and do some like on the ground, man on the street interviews?
That'd be sweet. You should
Just
do
talk
it.
to the people. Not right now,
I
but
think,
like,
why not now? I think now is the time because I do see those clips on Reddit of like people at like having a great time in Israel, like back home, like chilling on the beach in bikinis and stuff by the pool, like having a great time. Like I think it'd be fine right now. I think that's the
semi-safe. TikTok difference. Like I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying on TikTok that like if you look at what the Israelis are doing right now, they're on the beach, they're partying, they're kicking off the next music festival, girls in bikinis, boys flirting, whatever. And then you go over to Palestine and there's like children bleeding, legs mangled, dead bodies, blood, ruined infrastructure, and it's a night and day difference.
Yeah. I've seen enough war footage for a long time. Just scrolling through Twitter, it's like, oh, I don't want to see that. That's all those dead kids. Like
Lively got shut down and just became Twitter.
Neither of us have been within like 3,000 miles of a war, and we're like, I've had enough of this.
I mean,
PKA
643, our guest Dick, and soon to come Harley, I think Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load, RealDBG.com, and Freeze Pipe, a great way to I almost said a bad word in the first few seconds. A great way to
I told
ejaculate
you.
more. And
that was way too much racism before the show, boys. I told you, man.
You have to get that
plantations
energy out.
were built with that kind of racism. Sorry, for
I let it
interrupting
flow
you,
out of
Ed.
me.
Kyle lets it flow like a broken dam. And I
Yeah,
like it's his true
I'm
self.
sort of like, you know, those southern churches where the person stands up and starts speaking in tongues. The Lord is speaking through them. I'm like that, but it's not the Lord. It's just a really bitter old man.
Yeah, he starts speaking in tongues.
Carol Burnett. It's Carol
Burnett.
It's Carol Burnett. Just
You're like,
let me tell you something about the Polacks too.
Oh, you can say anything about the Poles. They are
And the
always
Jippos.
taking strays.
Oh,
and direct hits.
No, gypsies have a very powerful ally now in that 7 foot tall boxer.
Tyson Fury.
Yeah.
Fuck him. I'd fuck him up. He's a pussy. I dare him to do anything to me that would allow me to make money.
I dare him to do anything he wants to.
Fury can't hurt me over the internet.
I dare him to take his big, strong arms and do anything to me. Anything.
That's a real boxer that you're talking about, right? Not like Harley who's coming on. He's a fake boxer.
Yeah, he's a real boxer.
Is the feud still strong?
What's the difference between a fake boxer and a real boxer?
A fake one says, I'm doing this for charity over and over and over until people stop making fun of them. A real boxer just fights for entertainment value.
Oh, I can't wait for you guys to bitch at each other. This is going to be great. So what I want to get a totally unbiased take, because out of respect for your guys bickering, I refuse to learn even a cursory bit about what you're arguing about. So fill me in before that liar Harley.
That fucking liar.
Yeah.
Oh man, he's just lying nonstop. I don't know. Don't you guys hate e-celebrities? Is it just me or you guys? I fucking hate e-celebrities.
Aren't we one?
No, we're all self-hating.
No, you guys are okay. You guys are okay, but don't you fucking hate other e-celebrities? No, I don't. What, this cringe clash thing, that the boxing thing that they're doing?
Is that what it's really called?
Cringe clash? I think so. They kicked a boxer off because either he's friends with Sam Hyde or he made a joke about iDubbbz's fat wife's OnlyFans account.
Mm-hmm.
So that, like, they kicked him off 3 weeks away from doing the event for like what seemed like the most harmless thing, or the most like petty.
What do you say? Can you repeat it?
I only heard the Sam Hyde part.
He was trash talking his opponent, and he said if he lost, he would subscribe to Anissa's OnlyFans, which obviously is a joke. No one would subscribe to that OnlyFans, not even to her, not even as a loss.
Does she have an OnlyFans?
Yes.
I don't.
Yeah, dude.
What's her name again?
Anissa, and iDubbbz like keeps saying over and over that he's cool with it, but if that's why Froggy got kicked off the thing, he's obviously not cool with it.
Well, there's no way you're going to find her OnlyFans.
Couldn't.
You don't know what she looks like, so when you found it, you wouldn't recognize her. You know what I mean?
She looks like half Persian, half Mexican, but the worst from both races.
That's what you look like.
Yeah, she looks like me.
She looks like you.
Oh yeah, see, look, awful, ugly. The tats are bad too.
This is the boxing promoting couple, huh?
Yeah, noodle arm, noodle boy over there. And
so this guy
Yokozuna.
Froggy was talking shit online, and the impetus was he trained with Sam Hyde, or did he even train with him, or did he just mention Sam Hyde?
No, he met up with Sam. He like did a little training or something. I don't know. The guy called into my show last week.
We could probably take these innocent people's photo off.
They're not innocent. Those are the fucking biggest jerks of all. So that's what pissed me off. That's what pissed me off with Harley. Fucking the remaining men together. I cuck Dubs and his fat wife. I'm
glad you're keeping this professional, not going to
even I don't call her fat. And I call everyone fat.
Man, Woody is fucking a hard guy with fat people. He will tell you if you are slightly.
You got to see the OnlyFans though, Woody. She's keeping it in some kind of a corset in that picture.
I'm on her Twitter,
is that what you're telling me?
Pretty representative of what she looks like.
Fat.
There's not a lot, unless it's Photoshop. But she's in her underwear basically.
Yeah, she doesn't
Oh, yeah,
show her
that'd be
pussy,
uncool.
and you're happy about it on her OnlyFans. You're like, oh, thank God she's not showing her pussy.
Don't you tell me what I want.
That's pretty lame in an OnlyFans. You should probably go further than that. Well, that's ridiculous. So this guy was training for a boxing match, and then 3 weeks before, they
He
just
met up
go,
with Sam
"You're
Hyde."
out." So you met
Yeah,
up with Sam Hyde, and we won't
Yeah.
associate with anything even tangentially related to Sam Hyde. So fuck you.
Yeah, which is fucked because, like, I mean, I've never trained for a boxing fight, but it's like running every day, which
Yeah,
is
it's a lot of
already,
shit.
which is like worse than hell. Like running it like a teenager, and then all this like sparring and shit. It's really fucked up. It's fucked up.
Yeah,
it's fucked up to just say. So they kicked him off, and then they're like, well, he's trying to steal from charity by not giving us his training money back. It's like, what are you guys talking about? You totally fucked this guy over. So then Harley's dumbass comes in and goes, well, actually, they're totally within their legal rights. That's in the contract for his behavior. I'm like, are you guys like, the guy who put on this event is famous because he said the N-word and the F slur over and over again. What the fuck are you morons talking about? You're just a bunch of has-beens dancing around and acting like men, like and you put to make money.
I'm
for
catching
comedy
some strays
purposes.
here.
What are you talking about contracts? Like, go fuck yourself. Now I remember why I was so pissed in the first place.
dude, I was laughing. Like I saw you and Harley because I follow both of you on Twitter, like sniping at each other, and I was laughing. One part that I laughed out loud at was Harley saying something like, you know, they're allowed to, you saying contract reminded me. He was like, you know, they are allowed to legally do this with the contract. They're pretty boilerplate. And then you responded like, boilerplate? This isn't real boxing. This is made up. None of this is boilerplate. They can throw anything in there they want. Like boilerplate boxing contracts? What are you talking about?
It's retarded. It's a boilerplate that like a guy can't meet with Sam Hyde before the boxing event. Oh yeah, that's typical boilerplate. You know, Sam goes in a lot of mass school shootings. So we don't want Sam Hyde bringing his bad energy and bad reputation to our gay boxing event.
Like, I don't understand. So was the issue that he had any contact with Sam Hyde at all? Because I know, all right, to draw a parallel that I also don't agree with on Twitch, if somebody's been banned and you have them come on your stream, like you're streaming fucking Mario Brothers, this dude got banned. He's a Zelda player. He thought he'd come over and give you a little insight, but he got banned because he showed some dick root or something. Now you're in big trouble because you just gave him a platform, right? And even if you're just like, oh, look, Zelda dude's calling. Hey, Zelda dude, I'm on stream on Twitch. What do you think? Let him know. Yo, Zelda dude here got my dick root out. You're in trouble again. You just gave him that platform for a third time with his little dick root. You
spread
can't
his
do
hate.
it. That being said, like I really don't like that Sam Hyde becomes persona non grata from time to time, because his whole thing is how stupid people are and how the normies, as he might call them, just don't get the fucking deal. Why is he the bad guy in their eyes, though? Like what are they afraid? What stain would Sam Hyde leave upon them that they are so afraid of? Because I don't know. We all rub shoulders with weird people on the fucking internet. Sam Hyde doesn't seem that bad to me. Maybe I'm just not educated.
No,
he's like the patron saint of comedy boxing too. So why the fuck would he be there, right? Like Sam Hyde basically invented this event that fucking Noodle Man iDubbbz is pretending is his. Do you remember?
How is that true? Did Sam Hyde do any boxing? I don't.
Yeah, Sam Hyde's been doing like, you know how he goes like this. It looks like all red. That's pretty much it, Woody. That's like inventing
85%. That's 85%.
That's 85% of boxing.
That's inventing it.
Well, I sort of did this. What'd y'all do?
I did this in the mirror at 11 years old and pretty much invented Mr. Olympia.
No, that's
not that.
No, that's like
not that.
That's like bodybuilding, like weight training.
Yeah, that's
stuff.
what I claimed.
Sam's like
Mr. Olympia.
boxing like this.
Boxing, not weightlifting. It's completely different thing.
Yeah. So
I'm not being heard.
I
gotta think Lamborghini, not Ferrari.
My mistake. What was I don't know where I was. My head.
It's gonna take a lot for Harley to convince me now that I've gotten the facts.
Uphill battle.
And now that I've got the facts on my side,
I don't even have the facts.
Yes, we do. Dick just gave us the facts.
This guy on the card said something mean about his boss, essentially iDubbbz, and got fired.
Boss.
I don't think so.
That's kind of what's up. No.
Well,
no, he trained with Sam Hyde, and you can't have any association with him. So now he doesn't get to compete in the boxing thing, and he's already been training and getting ready and preparing. And now they're like, hey, you actually owe us that money that we gave you to train and prepare and everything.
Yeah.
And if you don't give it back, then that's tantamount to stealing from charity, because that's what we're all about here. We're about a charity. It has nothing to. We're all making a little, of course, a little, but this is a charity first and foremost.
Gotta make it worth our while.
And if you make us still stand by our agreement and pay you for your training, well, I mean, I guess we could take it out of our own pockets or out of the part of the profits that were going to go to us, but we're not. We're taking them right out of the children's mouths. We're going, actually, we already donated.
We're giving them cancer. We're going.
We're taking that little spin where all of it's coming back. That's what they're saying.
Handfuls of powdered graphite on
I think that we're dealing with here, which seems pretty silly. I guess a lot of people don't want to be associated with Sam Hyde on the internet, though.
I don't understand why. He's a funny guy.
I don't either. I mean, I love Sam Hyde.
No, I'll tell you why. Because iDubbbz tried to do like a documentary on Sam, like a Sam fell from grace. You know that one?
We had Sam come on and talk all about it.
That's why iDubbbz hates him, because he made him look like such a fucking jackass. Like the way iDubbbz was simping for Sam's pretend girlfriend, like, oh, we got to get you out of here when Sam falls asleep. When Sam falls asleep, you put your hair out the window and I'll climb up and save you, my beautiful princess. And then they're like, yeah, that's fake, man. Like she's just acting like that.
Dude, that was the peak
That was
of
hilarious.
that episode to me. Like I don't think, I'm not saying Sam Hyde isn't funny, only that his comedy doesn't work on me. Right, like I'll admit he's popular. Everyone likes him. He's thriving. Like it's successful, but you know, not everyone's going to be beautiful to everyone. Not everyone's going to be funny to everyone. To me, the only funny part was when iDubbbz tried to rescue the girlfriend.
The pile of dead wasps,
or at least
the dead wasps,
funny at all.
The ball bearings.
Yo,
just
this
like,
is
that
Smokey
makes me
handles
laugh.
crypto for me. So
Like,
hey,
guys, we're gonna have iDubbbz think that we typically exist in a messy room. I'm like,
yes, yeah,
but it wasn't a messy room.
It was unbelievably messy. it was a gross.
There was an armed guard by the door,
dude. When they went,
that
through, you
I
were
said
laughing
earlier, think Lamborghini, not Ferrari. That's what I was referencing. He's got
Yeah, that was
iDubbbz in that
funny,
slingshot piece of
Maybe.
shit, and iDubbbz has never driven a stick shift, so he's fucking it up. He's like, nah, you gotta think Lamborghini, not Ferrari, or something like
As he's
that.
giving him
grinding the
such
gears.
unhelpful advice.
And iDubbbz had to put on like a big dance, like iDubbbz put on this whole boxing event so he could feel like a man again, which is he's like a wedding for him. Like I lost, but I worked out and I fought a man, so now I can have my balls back after Sam Hyde took them. He's just so, but like he canceled all of Sam's front row seats. He's got such a petty grudge against him, and that's why I think he banned Froggy. Because Froggy hung out with Sam, and I don't think it was that throwaway comment about like he was joking about joining Anissa's OnlyFans if he.
It seems more like a Sam Hyde thing, and you're right. Like that documentary, like I thought the whole thing was hysterical. Like it was great, and he made iDubbbz look like a fucking retard. Like he made him look like a smug trying to pull one over on someone retard, and meanwhile he's having something pulled over on him. But Sam is doing it in a way that's like humorous, and there doesn't feel like there's an angle at it. Like at the end when he does that big reveal, he literally is like, wait, so that wasn't your girlfriend? He's like, you think I'm dating a fucking heroin addict? Are you retarded? like when he just
I'm a millionaire.
When he shuts it down so succinctly like that, it's like, you fool, you absolute fool. You were here to try and get dirt on me and then and make me look bad. No. Here's the tables have turned. And of course iDubbbz doesn't like that because it makes him look stupid. And so I guarantee he doesn't want to be doesn't want to have Sam Hyde
look
around.
stupid to you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone who saw that agreed he looked stupid.
Let me say my piece though. Like I thought he looked stupid at the girlfriend part. We're in total lockstep. Like I get it. Other stuff like iDubbbz and Sam Hyde were gonna box. And I remember Sam Hyde was encouraging iDubbbz to like try a little harder. Like, don't worry, you're not gonna hurt me. And iDubbbz is like, everything I give is going to come back at me 3 times. Like, I'm in a really difficult situation here, boxing this fucking monster of a man who's
under a bridge,
comfortable boxing. Yeah, under a bridge. And to me, iDubbbz didn't look dumb. What I did is I put myself in iDubbbz's shoes. And I'm like, Woody, what would you do if you were Sam Hyde? And he's like, go ahead, Woody. Go ahead. Show me your right cross. Show me what you got. Look at that. Look at that. What is he supposed to fucking do?
You know what it looks like?
Say, this isn't real, is it? This is obviously a joke, right? We're not boxing under a fucking bridge.
Sam Hyde will put him at ease in a reliable, trustworthy way. No, he's
supposed to know it's bullshit. Like, this is obviously a con.
You think Sam won't hit him? You think if iDubbbz throws a punch where he tries, right? A nice 75% thinks he sees an opening, throws the punch. Sam is going to go, oh, I was hoping you'd do that. It's a really tough spot to be in.
I mean, maybe, but like he's trying. It is supposed to be so over the top stupid that by iDubbbz taking it seriously and cataloging it, he is making him appear foolish. Like, you really think that a normal part of Sam Hyde's day is taking a bunch of weirdos under a bridge and fighting. And the purpose of this, like, Woody, I don't think you like are fully like iDubbbz went there to get like a documentary about Sam Hyde of like that wasn't going to reflect well on him. And so don't think of it like he went there with good faith. Imagine that I come to your house, Woody, and I'm like, and you know I don't care for you, and you know I have bad things to say about you, and I'm going to put a video that I track of you and your life on my big channel. And I get to your house, and you just fuck with me. And everything you do is fuck you.
Yeah.
You think you're going to punk me? Fuck you. I'm going to make you like... you would be totally justified in doing that. You would be totally justified in being like, yeah, what I like to do, Taylor, is go in the middle of the woods and then we naked wrestle. What do you and then you put me in an uncomfortable situation and you go, haha, this fool who was trying to lampoon me is being lampooned.
So we're in lockstep there. The only thing the only step, the daylight in between us is when I looked at iDubbbz, I thought he saw it for what it was almost the entire time. He got him on the girlfriend.
I think
thing.
he was
got
confused.
him. But when he was boxing, he was like, I see what we're doing here. When he was having other conversations, when he saw the crypto stuff or whatever, it was like, I get it. You're playing me for a fool. In so many, the Lamborghini versus Ferrari thing, he's like, okay, I see what you're doing. You're pretending to offer advice, but it's the most unhelpful advice you can think of. I'm channeling my Lamborghini. Like, all right. So like iDubbbz wasn't a fool. I feel like he saw through almost all of it, not the girlfriend thing, but he lost. He lost. It just,
and he banned him. Like, why would he ban Sam all this stuff from his events if he didn't feel humiliated?
You know what? Some of these people don't know how to lose. Like if he just tipped the hat and be like, you know what? I went out there to get a documentary on him, and he got a documentary on me, and it was like people are loving it. You know what? It's an L. Congratulations, Sam.
You got me.
If you're iDubbbz, you get there. What do you do if you're iDubbbz and you get there thinking you're gonna get that hit piece, and then he starts using the fucking, I don't know, dimensional jujitsu on you, where he's from another realm.
with someone like, honestly, the advice you would give to like someone who's trying not to be punked is agree and amplify. Like, exactly, that's what you generally do. But with Sam Hyde, he's gonna
tell you what I would have done in the boxing
amplify
situation
too. Like,
it's like playing gay chicken and you end up adopting children together.
Yeah.
You gotta take it. You're like, well, I always receive. I hope that's okay with you.
Have a good day at work, homo. Like,
if he took me under that bridge and was like, he's like, we're gonna learn this. This represents everything in our lives. Once we do battle here, doing battle in the boardroom is just gonna be like second nature. You think I'd be afraid of a merger after you've taken a right cross? I don't think so. I'm just nod along wisely. Yeah, sagely. Okay. But when do we put the blindfolds on, sir? We're gonna need our blindfolds. We don't need our eyes for where we're going. And he'd have to agree with that. If you tell him we don't need eyes to see where we're going, he'd be like, you know what, you're right. And we would be under there blindfolded boxing now, and then it would be funny. You've got to take his power away, and you take his silly power away.
You think he hasn't trained in the dark? You fool.
True. He was born to it.
Right. I think
that's why his eyes look like that.
That is why it's hard for someone like iDubbbz to get out of that situation, though, because with someone with Sam Hyde's profile, like, and his reputation, it's like you're not going to agree and amplify and laugh your way out of it. He will find a new anchor point of discomfort and then work from there, like that. And it's funny, and he's very good at that, and I enjoy watching him do it. And so, like, that whole, and I hadn't even thought about iDubbbz in many, many years since he was doing all the slur stuff, which I thought back in the day was funny. But,
yeah, because that fat OnlyFans model stole his balls. That's why he can't do any of this one-upping.
Now he can't do his old video styles anymore. What does he do now other than box? Does he
You're
still
gonna
make
me
videos?
look at her nudes again? Is she fat?
Don't look. I looked at her nudes once on accident, and my dick never got hard again.
Oh my God! For free? That's stealing.
Yeah, I should sue for
But
that.
we don't have them this week.
Well, we'll tell you about it next week then.
But with all that in mind, that's where this like iDubbbz and his wife just took out this Sam shit on Froggy Fresh, who's just some like, singer who's training to do their dumb charity boxing thing. Yeah. And then all of the other fucking boxing / creators start defending that shit. And it annoyed me because I hate when celebrities protect each other's fragile egos and shitty decisions.
Was it mostly?
It's another Harvey Weinstein. It's exactly like Harvey Weinstein. Froggy got raped by iDubbbz's wife, and Harley's defending it. He's covering it up.
Yep, Harley Weinstein.
Harley Weinstein. Exactly. Exactly.
If the names rhyme.
If the names rhyme, he
must
did
do the
crime.
There he is.
And the criminal
Weinstein,
makes his
speak of the
way
devil.
in.
Feeding us an epic shit sandwich.
What were you guys talking about?
Well, Harley,
and did I ruin it? Did I ruin it?
It was perfect.
It was perfect.
Dick was just explaining to me that you're essentially Harvey Weinstein, and then we realized that your name,
No, he didn't.
and we realized, hey, their names rhyme. And I realized they had you then, so I was they just now checkmated me, and I could no longer defend you,
dude. Arguments that rhyme,
or
because
as Taylor said, if the names rhyme, he did the crime.
It's so true. So
and then I popped in.
Yeah. Yes, then you popped in right as I made the Harley Weinstein joke. But so Dick has just been filling us with facts, getting us abreast on this whole situation. And from what I can tell about this boxing, it seems absurd that poor Sam Hyde, or I'm sorry, poor Froggy Fresh, just from his affiliation with Sam Hyde, a little bit of training, just like you did, is getting the boot. Like, is that what's happening? That doesn't seem fair to poor Froggy.
Yeah, like, it's been so interesting for me because I've known every person in real life, and I've never been in a scenario where I know everyone. And I do think iDubbbz is cool, and I do think Sam is cool. But it seems like these days, like iDubbbz just gets destroyed. People are not team iDubbbz at all. And I'm like, when everyone was jumping on the whole Froggy Fresh thing, and they're like, oh my God, like, I can't believe this happened. They're like, what do you think? And I was like, I mean, realistically, the best approach would to not be involved at all. But I was like, oh, I think he made a joke about the creator who contracted him. So he got fired. And ever since then, I'm the biggest OnlyFans simp, bitch, homo, idiot, retard. Like, I've been everywhere.
Yeah.
I have my DMs are filled with nose emojis.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
You don't like those?
It is.
As your DMs are full of nose.
It's all witty.
Like a Roman nose?
All right, I don't like that. I like the joke. That was great, but that I don't like that your inbox is full of noses.
Okay. So I saw last time I was on with Dick, I remembered I was feeling myself. My hair was blue. I was like, all was good. And then I remember I just felt like I came in here and my energy kind of leveled out to a specific place. And I feel like, going into the fight, maybe I should have that. I was fighting all people on Twitter, and Dick was like, just I hadn't seen you on Twitter ever before, and then you came out there, and the energy was like, I thought my energy was crazy, and I was like, whoa. And then I went to your timeline, I was like, oh shit, it's crazy in here. I was like, let's go on PKA. But you know, like, I mean, really, it's the whole Froggy thing. I really did. I had like a whole opinion on it, and I still do. I have opinions on it, but like I jumped in the subreddit, and this is where it's really weird in my life, is I went to the PKA subreddit, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to be on. I'll tell you guys all about it. But you know what? Exactly, Woody. They were like, hey, Ben, we don't give a shit. Kill it at the show. Kill it on PKA. We don't care. Actually, you're good. And that was 90% of the comments. Yeah. And I was like, damn. I'm like, I feel good mentally. I feel good physically. So that's a high point in my life. But I should really stop and listen to the PKA subreddit right now, because they're
absolutely
they have more wisdom than I do right now.
They got their finger.
And I was like, and that's a low.
So, it.
That's what I'm saying. And I actually was there, and I was like, I can't believe they're being logical here. I'm not.
Yeah. Most people just don't care. Like, you're just hearing from the people that give a fuck. I don't. Like, I'm glad the situation's happening, because it's been a treat watching you and Dick fight for a while.
Yeah.
Or you haven't been going at it.
It's a better fight than any you'll see at Creator Clash, right? Can we all agree on that?
Very true.
And it's free.
Potentially.
I'm doing it for charity.
Dude, that was actually the one thing I wanted to bring up, though, actually, to ask Dick about and ask you guys about. So, like, the fight is for charity. And my thing, I was like, it's for charity. It's a good thing. I know it didn't work. And I was kind of like, it's for charity. And I saw you were like, it's not. Shut the fuck up about charity. You had said that on your Twitter. And I wanted your opinion more on that, because not like as if I have some argument that's a gotcha to that. But
yeah,
I always was curious about. Yeah. Anyways.
I think Anissa could take a joke about her OnlyFans for charity, if it's for charity. Like, it's cool that people are going to put on a show for charity, but then if they're going to act like assholes, like, that's not for charity. That's my take on it. So all the charity stuff, that's cool. But then they're like, well, yeah, and we're going to fuck over this small creator for like a tiny slight, which I think is more about Sam Hyde than OnlyFans. You can't say
it definitely charged it. It definitely charged it. You know, I'm not a complete idiot. And, you know, talking to Sam, talking to iDubbbz, I could tell that there's tension there. So it's definitely supercharged. And I was under the impression that Ian kind of told Froggy that. It was just like, hey, I don't have the best relationship with that guy. And Froggy was essentially, which is pretty gangster as hell. He was like, that sounds like a you problem. And I think so, like that. And then you add the thing on Twitter. Maybe it all culminates to a point. And maybe there was other stuff behind the scenes. But I was just kind of like, you know, optically, it's a bad look optics wise, because we're like, you know, everything you said. Yeah.
Because the thing that sort of sticks in the cross seems to be that I guess Froggy had already received some initial payment for training or taking time off or something like that, and they want that back.
Yeah. So you're salaried to, like, I think it's $15,000 or $20,000 to train with. Mm-hmm. So they give that to us. And when I first got my contract, I'm not allowed to talk about the contract, but nobody that works Creator Clash will ever listen to PKA. Like, I see all the creators in it. They don't come here. No. One of them even once was like, yo, Harley, who is this guy? He has me blocked on Twitter. And I was like, that's my boy Taylor from PKA.
Oh, damn, nice.
Yeah. It actually happened. Hey.
Oh, no.
Hey.
I've just been linking nose emoticons in the chat.
My DMs are full of notifications from you sending me noses.
People send me that if I'm sniffing too much on the show. I'm like, oh, okay.
That I get that.
Meaning.
My behavior, people are just like, yeah, maybe you slow down on the coke, buddy. I was like, when I was killing that, I was not filming myself. Trust me. Last thing I wanted to do was get on the camera and be funny. But every time I get crazy, or like, I've been.
You were saying though, you get 15 or 20 grand. Wow, for training.
Oh yeah,
so and they want that back.
Well, so what happened? This is what I can't talk about, but I'm going to talk about. It's the contract. When I got it last year for Creator Clash, I looked at it and I was like, this is the worst contract I've ever got in a social media scenario. And I brought it to my boxing coach, and he was like, that's a decent boxing contract
That's how it works. So you got a boxing contract for a boxing promotion. Looks like he's not treating you like a YouTuber. Me, a YouTube legend. You know how many views I had in 2012? And he's gonna give me this piece of shit paper. So I like, my lawyer was like, oh yeah, that's a terrible contract. You can't sign that, you know, because should I have trained for 4 months and then hurt my thumb and can't fight, or if my opponent hurt his thumb and he can't fight and we can't get in the ring and do it, if we don't complete it, then I don't get the salary that I had for training. And that was a scenario I recognized and understood before I signed the contract, you know, like, I mean,
so you improved your contract.
I didn't, I looked at it and I was like, I called up iDubbbz. I was like, the other people signing this shit, like fucking that guy from Game Grumps has tens of millions of dollars in his pocket right now. He's signing this piece of paper. And I asked, and he was like, yeah, they're all signing. And he was like, listen, I'm not going to do anything weird. And if you don't want to sign it, I get it. And I was like, well, I want to be a part of it. So I signed what I thought was not a good contract because it heavily favored the promotion. And that's something that's just a thing that's part of it in boxing. And so I was, you know, I'm not a boxer. I can't be like, I demand this or that. Like, you know, I'm still not a boxer. I'm going to fucking play pretend on Saturday, you know? And so it was something that I was aware of. So,
well, that makes sense. Like, if you can't show, like, they're counting on you, but they're the ones that ended the relationship with him, I guess, over his relationship with Sam Hyde. So he's on the hook now for. I wonder.
No, so
it would matter to me. It would matter to me to know how long he had that 15, 20 grand, let's call it, in his pocket / bank account before they were like, no, this isn't going to work. You talk to him and he talks to her, and that ain't going to fly. And there's OnlyFans fatty, and no good. You're out. Like
they
how
fronted
long?
him before he started training. They fronted him like 15 grand of his $20,000 purse. And then when the Sam Hyde relationship came out, within 24 hours, he was booted. And they asked for they threatened to sue the money. They threatened to sue him for the money within 24 hours after that. And then somehow a bunch of the creators on the cards were saying, well, Froggy's stealing that money from charity, basically. Somehow that word got out.
See, here's the thing. It's interesting because you're like, I wouldn't say that he's stealing from charity. It's the way the sentences are made that changes the understanding of everything. And so I agree with you, because that's a weird, and like was kind of put like that money is getting taken from charity. No, it's getting taken from the other fighter who would replace, who even if they only had 2 weeks would still get the same, because iDubbbz gave everyone, it's the same thing.
Can I ask, what is the charity? While we're talking about this thing, let's do a small modicum of good.
Multiple charities. Boxing for MS Society. There's the American Heart Association. There's
I'm fine with that. Are there any for dogs? I'd like a
anything
dog
with kids or dogs?
Yeah,
there is an animal one. There is an animal.
All right,
yeah, anything for the Taliban?
Put in there.
Okay.
I only give money to animals. At least they're decent.
Israeli defense budget.
And having a boxing match for all proceeds go to the IDF.
Mama needs a new boob job.
I knew I should have read the fine print. Fuck! Now I have to fight in the Israeli defense.
And now I have to go to fly to Tel Aviv to serve my 2 years before
you're boxing with Palestinians next month.
Okay, the thing about the money that was given to him, though, like I wouldn't have said that's going from charity. That's just the next fighter gets it. But so what happened was he isn't fulfilling the contract. And I believe from what I gather here, because there's no lawyer, I didn't see any lawyer's letter, but any legal letter to me, I for sure it's stressful. Your blood pressure goes up. You're like, oh fuck, I just got a legal document. And I think they wanted to maybe perhaps handle this a bit more casually, but also you have to cover your bases, otherwise you're exposed in legal ways, that I can't even think of because I'm not a lawyer. But apparently they were like, so we're entitled to the $15,000 back because you didn't do your contract, but you can keep it. Please stop bashing the event, though, because also per the contract, you can't bash the event. So keep the 15K. But that's kind of like, if you talk about us, motherfucker, we're coming for that money, bitch.
Yeah,
but they never.
That's good. That's reasonable.
Bad.
That's fine.
It's reasonable if you're
look,
used
I've
to a
got you
professional
by the
scenario.
15 grand short hairs. You can keep that cash if you just stop shitting on me in social media. And you would think that this is a boxer, right? Can he not shut his fucking mouth long enough to
He's one of my, like, he's a hilarious content creator. He's legendary. He was the person I was most excited to see fight at Creator Clash 2. When I found out he was boxing, I was like, this is crazy. But he's like a rapper. And like, I met him. He's super high energy, like really.
I feel like they offered him an olive branch. Like, hey, you know what? Keep the money. Let's be friends.
But
And
he
he's
hasn't
like,
said
no.
anything bad.
See,
I
that's
thought he did.
So
I
here's
thought
the
he
thing.
ripped on
Here's the
iDubbbz
thing.
and
No,
iDubbbz girlfriend.
But to what
the
Dick is
event.
saying, the joke isn't that bad in the sense that I don't think it's that bad.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. But as this happened, the doors have kind of opened up to my mentions, and I've now seen the messages that she gets that's in this realm of humor. And I'm going to be a major hypocrite here because I watched Darkside Phil streams that Darkside Phil didn't upload, or Wing streams that he didn't upload. I go to the Fighter and the Kid subreddit, and these are people that are targeted.
Get that truck wall.
And so I get exactly. So I see that, and then sometimes I have this moment where I'm getting hated on in something, and I'm like, shit, this entire community is fucking a cell dedicated to constantly doing this thing. I found out Anissa has that.
I wonder what
because,
that's like.
Well, so it's you know what? I'll tell you, I've seen it bad and I've had it bad. I've seen other people have it bad. I think when you're dealing with the type of people that do it and it from my experience, it's just, as a female doing OnlyFans, the terror in the DMs in the mentions is next level. I don't even know what the DMs are like. You know, I get crazy stuff in my DMs, but so then I was just like, oh, now the joke reads weirder if I'm in her shoes, because this is a point of constant harassment for like over half a decade. So that's when I stop and I kind of become a human for a second. I'm like, shit, I couldn't imagine doing that, you know, or having that all the time, that type of energy. And I guess lastly, what I wanted to say is your opinion on it all. Do you think iDubbbz is worse now than he was before? Everyone's just like,
I don't know,
hating on iDubbbz. I mean, Dick, what about you?
He called his fans assholes. Like, he did that interview where he said people would come up to me and say the N-word and that, like, his catchphrase. And he said, like, they're just a really like his fans were all a bunch of, or those ones were like a shitty, toxic bunch of people.
Can you approximate his catchphrase? I don't know it.
Isn't that what he did?
N-word F slur.
Just back to back. Just that's his
it.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got a real hook to it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's a bad catchphrase, but that is the simple. Simple is good. Less is more.
Off the tongue.
He's gone on like a weird crusade of attacking his own fan base as though it shows his growth as a person, and it's rubbing a lot of people the wrong way. Like,
so it's like he got to where he was and now he's pulling the ladder up after him. We're like, I used this kind of humor. I did all this to get popular, but now I'm disavowing.
That's how I see it.
Well, you know what can be sometimes
people take it personally.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes to play the devil's advocate, you'll make a joke. You'll be like, yeah, look, conspiracy theory this week, Holocaust didn't happen. And then you start getting messages from people who are like, yeah, we know. We're glad you're with us now. We're glad you're on the inside and we're of one mind now. It's like, dude, I just thought that was a funny thing to say.
Amplify.
I just thought it was a funny thing to say. It's not in your DMs, you know. You're absolutely right. Disciple number 47. I have many tasks for you. Like, no, you got to run.
I agree.
Sometimes you'll say something off. I bet when he came up with the catchphrase N-word, F-word, he didn't mean it in an incredibly hateful way. But I bet he's had to deal with people who are like, yes, those are our main enemies, the blank blank. and like the, you know what I mean? Like
I would wager more though that the people saying that at him are the people who watched him originally because of the shock value and the like shock jock feel of it. Like, oh, you know, he made someone uncomfortable by doing something wild and out there. and so unexpected. I'm going to be unexpected to him too. He appreciates that kind of humor. Like that's what I could imagine. The same way that like
as well.
You see like Anthony Cumia or Artie Lang, like they'll talk about doing O&A or Stern Show, and they'll be
Anthony
like,
Cumia
"Oh,
is
people
still
would
out
just
there saying
he's still-
MFNs all the time, though.
He has not allowed himself to be changed by the world. He has quadrupled, dude. Like his Twitter got unbanned, and like nothing has changed since 2014. Just race stuff, just 24/7, and it's like, dude, it's 8 a.m. Like it is 8 a.m. and you're like this mad about black people. Like have a cup of coffee, like relax.
Is it veiled, Taylor? Is it veiled dog whistle stuff?
No.
Or is he just like, is he like graphs?
Dude,
and
he says
percentages?
MFN. He says MFN as what you think it means, and he puts it right on the fucking timeline.
This
So when he
is
said,
Does Anthony?
Like,
I haven't
Motherfucking
seen that
ninja,
one yet.
to be clear.
Right? I haven't
Yeah.
seen that yet. In fairness, but I've seen him
I got
every
I'm
single.
gonna make a Twitter.
He's great.
No, dude, like any crime across this whole country committed by a black person will be quote tweeted by Anthony Cumia in 45 seconds.
All right.
It's like
to stay kind of on the topic, Dick, what do you say to this idea that this gentleman was fronted the 15 grand, let's call it? He's not going to be fighting, but they're going to let him keep the money. Doesn't that sound fair to you, as long as he can just stop trashing them and let them do their fight this weekend?
I mean, I think it's kind of
Sounds like
predicated
all
on
good,
this. Right? I don't think he was trashing them though. Yeah, if he stops talking about it,
That's
and
for
they
them to
just leave him
decide,
alone.
though. Like they're like, hey, you're hurting our feelings.
Okay,
and he's like, no,
I
I'm
think he
not.
called a bluff.
That's great
though.
for him. That's great for him, and I hope he does that. Froggy does that. For me, that makes me super pissed off. Because it's like leverage. It's first of all getting your feelings hurt, or taking out a petty grudge against Sam Hyde on this guy who put a lot of work into performing for your comedy event.
He's
Like a
getting
lot of
three-quarters the pay and none of the pain. Good deal.
Yeah, and he doesn't
You take
get his
that deal.
He doesn't get to come. This is like Anissa blue balling yet another guy by not letting him fight in his
Pull
event.
up Mark
He doesn't-
Wahlberg. Go find an Asian in an alley. Come on, you're in shape.
Right.
Get out there, have some fun.
Yeah, it annoys me. It annoys me
You don't
to
get that
see
reference?
people.
You keep
no.
giving
You know he
Anissa
did
a
that. Mark
hard
Wahlberg
time.
assaulted an Asian man while
Blue-balling.
screaming slurs at him in an alleyway.
he did.
I've
Yeah.
come twice since I found her Twitter. I don't know why you're saying blue
Oh my
ball.
God,
Marky
you're-
Mark, not such a nice
stoic.
guy.
I really,
That's all I'm saying.
I feel like you're Sam hiding me right now with this nonsense.
I swear to God, the Funky Bunch were there too, watching.
It's
while he
right
beat that
here. I
Asian
can
man.
prove it if my
Yeah.
webcam wire
No,
was longer.
everything I said is like 93% true. You'll find it with a quick Google search. No, if you ask me, Froggy got a really good deal
Yeah.
because I bet he got in shape. I bet he learned a new skill because he probably wasn't much of a boxer before this, I'm guessing. And he's gotten all this publicity. He's gotten 3/4 of his total money that he ever could have gotten. And he didn't have to step in a ring shirtless and get hit by another man.
You could,
But I think he wanted
the
to fight,
fighters.
probably.
The fighters get equal split of 25% of the door to a certain amount.
Oh, wow.
And they're free to do what they want with that amount of money. So you're salaried for the fight, the training, and then
Yeah.
you are given this capped amount that
Derived from the door, the gate.
yeah, exactly. And
So
that's
you want
capped.
to walk.
That's capped.
Yeah.
The charities are not capped. I know a lot of people were like, oh my God, this fucking Jew never misses a payday. No wonder he's back in Creator Clash. He's getting the money at the like it's a capped amount. And the amount is less than half of an offer that I got from Keemstar to box on his promotion. And I think a lot of the fire was fueled by Keemstar because he runs another promotion. And Woody, I know you're friends with Keemstar. I'm not going to bash him.
Super
too hard.
tight.
Yeah, I'm not going to bash him on here, but he's I think what happened bad for me optically is I kind of got really excited, and Keemstar is one of the few people that get under my skin. You know, I'll talk to him offline even here and there, but it just bothers me. And I kind of went in and I just sounded like a shrill Jew mad about this event, and I was like, but it's for charity. And what I was like, you don't know, Froggy, but you don't know. Can I talk? And it was just like
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I listened back. I was like, bro, I've been like on a caloric deficit for a year. I'm not supposed to exist.
Getting
like this.
cranky.
I feel better fat. I feel funnier and more jovial fat. And I'm like punching a bag. I'm not a guy that wants to punch stuff ever. And then I hear Keemstar gets me mad, and I jump on. I'm like, but that's not what's happening though. But that's not what's happening. And then I listen to it back, and I'm like, ooh, I don't know if I should have gone on. One of the guys on Sam's stream, Jet, he was like, yeah, maybe Harley should have gone for dinner instead of jumping into that Twitter space. And he said that, and I was like, I can't go for dinner. I can't. I wish, but I already ate my bowl of food. That is the sustenance for the evening time. There is no dinner. I can't do it, But yeah, I think I got overexcited about it. And then people are like, wow, you have this crazy allegiance to iDubbbz. And the truth is, I think iDubbbz is great. My life changed over the last 2 years because of iDubbbz and because of Sam. Mm-hmm. And so when all this shit's going down and Froggy does something, like when he made the OnlyFans joke, I know enough of Sam and Ian and Anissa and the scenario, and that like Froggy went down to Rhode Island, that I was like, oh shit. It was a nothing joke. It was nothing to me. Mm-hmm. But I knew enough that I was like, whoa. Because, I'm not saying Sam was like, you got to make this joke. He doesn't do that. He's not like a guy but like he just if I looked at it optically, I'd be like, oh, he tweeted at Hassan about 9/11, and then he made a joke about the OnlyFans. I'm like, so he's I knew he was gonna love it in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
I loved it there. I came back home and I was, you guys don't get it, man. I really don't think he's a Nazi. He gave me his time. He's super hilarious. He's chill. I got to like be in his circle. It was really, really hilarious. And they're like, you got to calm down, bro. He's not like you want to suck him off right now. I'm like, he's very chilling and he's funny. That's all. I maybe I'm getting carried away. So I was like, enamored, and he was my coach, and I have a level of respect for someone who coaches me. Like Froggy came back and he was like, this is the greatest comedian of all time. And I'm like, I think he's so funny. You know what I mean? I think he's a super funny guy. I think he's actually one of the funniest guys that I could think of. Mm-hmm. But like Froggy was just all in on it. And I think they were probably nervous that maybe, and now I'm going to get crazy theoried. Maybe they were nervous that, like, and I said this in my head privately, I was like, maybe they were nervous, like Sam's gonna like come through with a costume or do some next level shit. Like, like if it were me, I'm the bitch like that, where I'm like, no, we can't. It's his event. I would love to. I would find it funny. I would, but it's his event. I can't have we can't go in on each other's shoulders in a trench coat or something. But Froggy would do that, go on Sam's shoulders in like a trench, and maybe they were worried about that. And maybe, I don't know.
Has been worried about that before. Like, I think Sam wanted to fight on an iDubbbz event, and iDubbbz was like, this guy's entire shtick